him, kill him.
On the rock, Bobby. I got him.
I got you, fun.
Should we insta go back up, or like, is the strat to like spend more time looting?
I stole a knock. I got another knock on that too. Knocked on that.
That's an enemy. Enemy. Vehicle.
Oh wait, that's Tyler. That's Tyler.
Oh.
This is them.
Oh, there's so many people here.
So bad. I hit him up. They're so low already.
Yeah.
Oh, man!
I got killed by Rolex, but we got Tyler. Rolex is with the hammer.
He's not in. I got a flag. Wait, go.
I'm deaded. I can't move.
Okay, I got Brandon, and I got Jacob, and I got Mo.
Nice!
Oh my god!
That was kind of clutch. Let's go.
You're so clutch, dude.
You have any more coins or no?
Nothing. Good another one.
Let's
Let's go, guys.
You want this one? We can wait for a
He
little bit.
got me. He right? You got that, brother?
Oh, yeah!
That's what I'm talking about.
Let's go! Let's go!
That was crazy.
You're actually crazy.
Who's Jacob? Who's Jacob?
Let's go.
Got one. Got Jacob. Jacob.
Let's go, Rolex.
iPad user.
I killed Mo.
Let's go, baby!
You're
Down you
done.
go.
One more.
Change your position. Change your position. Nice. Let's do it!
Clutch.
It's been 2 years since I played professionally, man.
I love that for Pep, bro. It's like, you kill me, I kill me. And he kills himself. Zuxi, he was being a snake for quite a while.
Help me! Nope.
No! God, please, no! No! No!
Goodbye. Nope. Help me! Huh? What happened? Oh. Excuse me. Huh? All right.
I love that for Pep, bro. It's like, you kill me, I kill me. And he kills himself. Zuxi, he was being a snake for quite a while.
George, they deal with it regardless. Lord now, last.
Huh?
How is he not dead? He rolled under the tires there, but Nikhil goes.
Just
the other player
do it.
chasing.
Make
Only
your
managed
dreams
to right.
come true.
Looking for the run down, but no
Nope.
tires on. Set by the tree, and he is taken down at the last.
saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East, you have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americas, you're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia, you took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe, it's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia, you were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China, you carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
Hello, PUBG Mobile fans. It's almost time to bring together the world's top teams for the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021. This year's PMGC has a total prize pool of $6 million for teams and players, and tons of great rewards for our fans as well. PMGC will consist of 2 stages, League and Grand Finals. The League phase will last from November 30th to December 24th. During the League phase, teams from the Americas and Europe will compete in the West League, while teams from Asia and the Middle East will compete in the East League. Each league, 20 teams will compete on Tuesdays and Wednesdays for 16 slots to compete on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in that week's Super Weekend. The total Super Weekend scores over the first 3 weeks will determine which 16 teams will compete in the PMGC League Finals during the final week. The top 9 teams from the East League Finals, the top 6 teams from the West League Finals, and a special invited team will advance to the PMGC Grand Finals. The PMGC Grand Finals, which will take place on January 21st, 22nd, and 23rd, will determine the PMGC 2021 Global Champions. Who will be the next to glory? Don't miss a single minute of exciting PMGC action.
Hey everyone, welcome back here. It's the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021 East League Finals. We have 2 days left of action to find out who our top 9s are going to be. And yesterday, if you missed out on everything that happened, well, you might be a little bit surprised when we see our overall leaderboard from that first day of play. But we have 6 more matches to come your way today. And you got me hosting, luckily still here, have not been fired just yet. But I also got Max, man, almost called you a different name, and Kalaris joining me on the very end there. Gentlemen, we've had 1 day of play. We've had some teams we never would have expected rise through towards the top of the table. Max, my question to you is, do you think we're going to see the same thing happen today, or do you think we're going to see another change up and some other teams stepping up where they previously didn't in the first?
It's more like I hope we're going to have a change up, right? We have some teams that we expected to be way higher in the rankings. Genesis, Dogma, Stalwart, 4 Rivals. We expected them to be potentially in the top 5. They were not able to really pull in the performances yesterday, so we'll see if they can come back. But the comeback of Nova is finally here. They're not pranking anymore. They're actually looking great, so let's hope they can continue on that launch.
Well, it is great to have you on the show, Max. I feel like it's been forever. James always with me by my side. I'm just curious if you remember yesterday, Max. James, I mean, we've got Damwon, #1, 78 points. Only 3 points in the lead at the moment. But South Korea on top. Would never have expected that considering their performance when it came to the 3 weeks of play we had.
Never in my life, Jason, have I experienced South Korea dominating video games. We've got ourselves. Yeah. I mean, the first and the second place they had was brilliant. 19 kills coming in overall on that Sandhawk game was massive. And then the second place with 10 as well. Brilliant stuff. It's nice to see them at the top. I do think some of the moments were fortunate for them, but overall, still very nice to see them pushing on here. This is probably going to sit them in top 9 if they continue this form on easily.
Yeah, 100%. And like we're seeing here in the league finals, it's 6 matches a day across 3 different days. And top 9 will go into the grand finals kicking off in January. But 6 teams from West will be joining them and 1 team from India. Again, not sure who it's going to be, but I'm kind of hoping Mortal and Scout put together a super team. And that'd be fantastic. And of course, $6 million on the line here over the course of the entire event. For first place at the end of the finals, though, it's $362,500. A lot of money for these teams, and that's just the first final stage here, Maxman. Yeah. I mean, you can win easily over $1 million if you can close out first here and first in the grand finals.
Yeah, I think it's fair to assume that not many teams in mobile gaming esports have been able to become a millionaire team. And this is one of the tournaments where that could happen in literally over the course of just a few weeks. So we'll see if they can make that work out. But the teams that were looking as the favorite to get that potentially almost $400K in that first place, they're falling off. So it's time to come back because now it's worth it more than ever compared to the Super Weekend. We don't get any prize for anything, just making in that top 16. But now you've got to aim for that top 9 and get a portion of the prize pool. These next 2 days of play are super important for these teams.
Yeah, and I actually just really quickly want to jump back to Damwon. I was actually talking to one of the South Korean casters, and he was saying like how important it is for them to be performing like this, because mobile gaming isn't that big in South Korea right now. I mean, they see 3 times the amount of viewers when Damwon's playing a Super Weekend versus not. And you know, beyond the fact of just trying to get top 9, competing against the best teams in the world, but Damwon being first place and representing their country, I feel like that makes it even more difficult, like we saw with Zeus last year from Mongolia. And with mobile gaming not being so big, like this is their chance to not only put themselves on the map, put South Korea on the map, but more importantly, put mobile gaming on the map for South Korea.
Oh, 100%. And let me tell you, the South Korean fans, when it comes to esports, are voracious. If your team is doing great, you are a god. You are an idol. You are the best. You absolute king. But if you're not doing well, you know, the South Korean fans are going to let you know about it as well. So for them, there's a lot of pride on the line for South Korea. And as you say, kind of moving mobile esports up in the standings in that region as well, which is so storied in esports as a whole.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll see if Damwon can continue that pace today. But we do have Nova in second place with 0 chicken dinners. They've had a massive turnaround, basically off the back of QC1 coming into the lineup here instead of King, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. And even Secret Max in 3rd place. So we've seen a couple of names just really shoot up the rankings in one day of play.
Yeah, especially for Nova. I mean, we're always going to see Paraboy, right? Looking at the stats like, oh, wow, good numbers. Yeah, are we surprised? Not really. But the good thing and the thing that we wanted to see off the back of those Super Weekend games is that we wanted to see more backing behind him. We've seen a lot more backing coming out from Jimmy. We've been seeing a lot more backing from QC1. But in particular, the thing that I love about Nova right now is that we've seen Order tie with Paraboy in 3rd place for the most eliminations throughout all of yesterday's 6 games, which is a great improvement. If they can continue down that line, I think they can even aim for that 1st place because Damwon has not shown extreme consistency. They got some really good games yesterday, but they've shown that they can potentially fall off. And Nova, at the end of today, could be that 1st place team.
I think the crazy thing about that stat as well that you brought up between Paraboy and Order with the 11 eliminations is the fact that Paraboy, once again, massive ADR damage farmer, 3.3k in terms of the damage done, which is #1. But Order still has the same amount of eliminations with 1.8k damage done here. So we said it yesterday. We needed the rest of the guys to step up around Paraboy. They have done. And I think the rest of the lobby's got to be scared now seeing this Nova in action, aside from this Damwon in action.
Oh, wow.
We're closer to like 25% for all the players. That just goes to show how good the team has been doing as a whole. When I look back on the Super Weekend, I had one main issue with Dauman is that when we saw good results coming in, it was always from Sung and Forest. And I wanted to see Junie and Fabian step up big time. Look at those KDAs though. 4.4 KDA from Junie, 3.4 KDA from Fabian. Of course, that comes mostly off the back of that Sandhawk game from yesterday where they got 19 eliminations as a whole. But those stats are absolutely insane. So I'm really happy to see more of Junie and Fabian because I think it was just about time.
What about Forest, man? Max, you've been talking so much about the Onyx, if I'm not mistaken, and the name change he's been under. I mean, I think we got to see him last with Archer, and I mean, 4 KDA as well is pretty damn solid for them and is really good backbone to have on the team.
Yeah, I could talk about Sung and Forest so much, but as I said, Sung and Forest were doing also pretty well when it came to the Super Weekend. They were just, unfortunately, as a two-man, it's going to be very hard to try and pull in those results. So I think they just needed to try and do a little bit more build-up. But of course, I prefer the name in Onyx. But you know what? Forest is also pretty sick. And I think they just have more synergy as a whole. They just play as a squad. You know, every player pulling their weight in the games. And that just makes me really happy to see. So I'm hoping yesterday was not just a great day. I hope they can have a great League Play Finals as a whole because they're definitely on that way to success.
What we're seeing here, by the way, maybe something that's going to make you happy is we only have 1 Sandhawk today, but we have 2 Miramars, so we're not going to have the double jungle coming in. No more getting so moist. It's only going to happen once in the day, as things will dry out with the double Miramar. And of course, the 3 Erangels. I'll get you again one day, Max. I'll find a word that just tilts you off the face of the planet. One day.
I think you could. Yeah, you could. Yeah.
Yeah. No. It's definitely there. Maybe it's in French. Guillotine or whatever it was called when it's the outhouse.
I love that word. You can say as much as you want. I love that word.
I love it as well. I say it like 10 times to Max backstage. I'm not even lying.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, really quickly before we do start to break down a little bit more here and obviously talk about what's coming up today, we've got to remind you that OnePlus is our sponsor with its flagship performance, an immersive 120 Hz display and hybrid touch technology made specifically for gamers. OnePlus 99 Pro, your best shot to climb the leaderboards. Oh my God, Kalaris, you freaked me out. I was watching you and you made no face, but once that phone passed your face, once it just caught your glimpse of your eye line, immediately you caught on.
I knew that you were going to see me disappear just all normal and then come back. It's like when you go like, that thing. Yeah,
I can't do it.
I'm really bad at it.
I'm pretty sure Max was just like this.
Yeah. I can't do it. I can't do it. I tried, but I failed miserably.
Okay, well, what about some other teams here, right? We talked about like maybe some top performers, right? We got Damwon, Nova Secret, we got Infinity, 4th place. But I do want to touch on a couple of the teams that have been kind of underperforming, the teams who are outside of top 9. Bigatron, 22 points. I think that's one we always have to mention when it comes to them. Obviously, it's such a big name, but they've had a struggle, and I feel like it hasn't just been one day, let's be honest. I feel like this entire event has been a struggle for them.
Yeah, the prank's been going on for too long, Jason. That's all I can really say right now.
What does it not become a prank anymore, and it's just that?
Yeah, I know, right? Bigatron, I think I'm not the only one that thinks this, right? We expected them to be way, way higher going into the League Play Finals, and they just haven't played on par. Though, luckily enough, right, if you're looking at the points disparity between all these teams, between 9th place, which is currently Star Wars, was 46 points, and Cryptics in 16th was 15 points. That is only a 31-point difference right now. So literally one big game, and your BTRs, your Cryptics, your DRS, they're back in a race, Jason. But we have seen tendencies of them not being able to really perform that well throughout the tournament. So they're going to have to actually outperform everything they've done so far, and that just seems very unlikely right now, unfortunately.
And for them, of course, today there's an elephant in the room in terms of addressing what is to be on Sandhawk. I guess we'll talk about that when we get to it. But yeah, overall, I didn't expect huge amounts from them based on league play. And so far, we're still not hitting home. But as Max says, still a lot to play for. Still, one big game will push you up.
When you said elephant in the room, I was getting really scared you're going to talk about me and how big my nose is, to be perfectly honest, but I'm so glad you didn't. What about predictions, though? I'll throw mine up because mine's the easiest and gives you two a little bit more time to think about it. I went with BC Swell. I feel like they're really going to show up here. No, I went with Infinity because I'm always going to go with Infinity, and I feel like I generally have the best chance when I pick Infinity. But at least I don't pick for a rival because they're never going to get chicken dinner when it
He would do that.
We're hopeful. All right.
All right, who do you got?
I went for Nova. They had super good games yesterday. They got themselves 2 4th places and a 3rd place. So if they can get a win, I think it's possible. So let's go for Nova.
I think I scared production, by the way, when I said BC Swell. They're like, what? No, he didn't say that.
graphic.
All right, Claris, what about you?
Well, after the league play, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I am now praying at the Church of Nova as well. I think what we saw from them yesterday was brilliant, and I have to, for some reason, go with Max.
Well, I'm going to enjoy my boys from Infinity are going to destroy Nova here. Let's head over to our commentators, though, to kick off our first match of the day. John and Blank, get your butts in here and take it away.
Thank you very much, DJ Jason. We're going to be getting live on the record with the first game of the day. Me and Blank here. And we're going to be having a good time with it. I think we're going to be cruising, Blank. It's going to be a good day.
I think it's going to be a good day as well. I think the boys on the desk nailed it. I think Nova is the one to pick here. Considering yesterday, you know, we had that... I need to mute the stream whenever this game starts because the music just gets me every single time. But from yesterday, I think the Damwon Gaming coming from the 5th game to the 6th game, they're not getting any points, but Nova just consistently climbing those tallies, now sat at 75, just 3 points behind Damwon Gaming. You are looking like Nova's going to take that top spot, but let's take a quick look down towards the bottom of the leaderboard now as we head into day 2. Only 9 spots available, John.
Yeah, it's only 9 spots. And 9th place, fairly volatile still at the moment. Stalwart 46 points currently occupying that position. Genesis Dogma not too far behind, but there is a little bit of a drop-off there, Blank, all the way down to 31 points. So a 15-point difference after 6 games. That's actually fairly significant in terms of the point scoring potential, but it is still only 6 games. We've still got 2/3 of this lobby left to play.
We do, yes. And it's a shame that we're seeing Genesis Dogma down here in 10th place at the moment, purely because, you know, they played so well during our angle and during much of their other maps over towards that league play. So Genesis Dogma kind of lost their touch maybe a little bit here, but only 2 days to get it back, and that's the real difficulty playing these league finals. And when a Northeast shift like this, Team Secret, the tear that they've currently been on, sat in 3rd place, 61 points, you know, this is a great start for them up in Kameshki.
Speaking of good starts, the Infinity, they've gone back to North George. They have fully now abandoned, it seems, Sosnovka military base. Going to be going out there, but this is a northeast circle, and they're going to be pretty glad they got out of the military base for this drop.
Oh yeah, 100%. This is going to give you nice rotations over top of Zaverny. It doesn't, however, let you drop down towards that southwest side and play a position you're more comfortable with this time. Now they're chartering uncharted waters in this sense of a word. So we will see how they actually fare going against Rico Infinity team. Luckily, I don't think Rico Infinity team are going to be striking out too far over to the west side. We know that one of their players tends to hit up box compound. Does Tatar get away from this one? That's the question. I mean, he's surrounded by all fronts and really should not get away. So a bad start for Genesis Dogma to this game. Down to 3 players in our angle. It's really not where you want it to happen, losing that first player.
Certainly not too often that you see 3 teams rolling around these hillsides so close to each other. I mean, we even had a player from DXavier close here, just grabbing some vehicles. Very central rotational path. And look at this, we're just having the Tommy gun fired out. Oh, the gangster days of old. Reigning true here apparently as well. They're just going to go back to the buildings of Milta.
Not able to get anything more done for Genesis Dogma. I mean, it would have been very beneficial to get at least 1 knock there. It would have given you a lot more room to play around. I mean, you're sat in Milta. Now you're worrying whether Stalwart's going to stick around, right? Considering that they usually drop down towards Novodobnoye, like, Milta's a little bit more open now. They could challenge for it potentially and not force themselves to have to go over towards the Sosnovka this early on the game when they know that the circle shift could be hard up towards that northeast side. But it looks like they are crossing the bridge now. Will mean their rotation path is going to be a long one, but nothing that they can't deal with. Also considering the fact that they just took down one of the players from Genesis Dogma will open things up a little bit. Most likely Genesis Dogma is going to be playing a much more cautious game now. I won't be looking for those edge camps, and that's a great start for Stalwart.
Our teams that we're looking at who are going to be happy about the shift, Rico Infinity team, Team Secret on that wide Stalba-Kameshki split as well. These teams have been playing up in the north for a long time, and finally the circle has moved their way. The question is how far south will they need to move, and what sort of ground will they be able to get for moving forwards. The Yasnaya conflict as well, MS Chumburi and DRS back on.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one thing I was going to talk about here. Oh, that's the model man himself, looking very fine, looking very crisp. But the DRS-MS Chonburi conflict, very different type of conflict this time around. I think it's something that we all have to consider here. We rarely have seen this northeast shift for quite some time over in the PMGC league play, as well as league finals. And I think here it means that DRS don't have to move from this position. Now, DRS were winning this conflict at the beginning of the tournament versus MS Chonburi, but that spark quickly fled. And I think MS Chonburi looking like a much more cohesive team in that conflict. So we'll see if DRS want to continue to harass MS Chonburi, or how long they'll be able to stay here before MS Chonburi tries to regain control over the entirety of Yasnaya.
Not quite coming into conflict just yet, and you expect that they won't do so for probably a couple of minutes yet. Maybe even a little bit longer than that. They know they have a strong spot, but look at the scouting going on right now for AJ. It's like he wants to know what's going on. Hasn't got too much on board by the looks of it in terms of, well, certainly meds. He has got himself a level 3 helmet, level 2 vest there, so he has been around and about the houses, probably just regrouping up there. But Damwon Gaming, they're looking to move in towards South Yasnaya as well. AJ potentially in a position to spot this rotation.
Yeah, again, it's a big shift in mentality once again. I don't know, he's getting out to try and go for the shots, but he's been shot himself. I think for Damwon Gaming, it's so interesting the way they're rotating at the moment. It's around this 4 to 5 minute mark that they're going for it, and it's a very, very aggressive rotate into a strong position in the circle. I think it's something that we can identify here as quite the smart play from Damwon Gaming. Now, this wouldn't work in a different lobby where you did see these massive rotations coming out early on, a lot more center play. But in East, we're getting a lot of this edge play at the moment, people creeping their way in, emulating the Infinity style there on Sandhawk, which is obviously making it the Infinity's time even harder on Sandhawk. But for Damwon Gaming, they're taking advantage of that and quickly taking open spots in the circle that they know that even though the circle's up here, there's not likely to be many teams in this area right now. So really, really well done to Damwon Gaming. And I think this is why they are so far towards the top of the standings.
They have been able to mark their territory in the middle of these circles very nicely. And actually, the compound that they hold right now guards a lot of the teams from moving to the north side of this next circle. They know Yasnaya is going to be fairly unbreachable, and they know that Team Secret will be holding the hills to the north, as well as potentially Rico Infinity Team. So they've now essentially stanchioned off a good half of the circle with their presence in their position currently. Nova moving in from the Rosok direction as well, potentially holding that river crossing, that small bridge.
It's not a bad idea either. I think that you know that at this point in time, you're 7 minutes into the game, more than likely you're not going to be grabbing a central spot in this circle. So you take one half of the island, and then you take the other half on the south side. This means that regardless where the circle hits up next, Nova should have a pretty ideal route to either side. It's not going to be the best in terms of having that winning position, but it will get you into position, which is a lot more than we can say for a few other teams in the lobby.
Hopefully grabbing a couple more points. I mean, it's the Nova, it's the Church of Nova over on the desk, so they're definitely hoping that Nova are going to be able to do it. 4 rivals cross from Rozhok as well. They're on the north shore. A couple of teams have made their way north as well. Cryptics from South Georgia have gone up and over. As we said before, Nova and 4 rivals as well. Damwon Gaming moving north, and the Infinity start their march eastward. DX Xavier and Genesis Dogma on the east coast, moving past Damwon Gaming.
Yeah, I don't think that Damwon's going to go anything too drastic here. DX Xavier rolling past as well. I think they will have heard a lot of these vehicles. Forrest comes back to the fold. Lamborghini takes a fair bit of fire from Junie. Will go down. And now DX Xavier in a very awkward position with Genesis Dogma at their back as well. Genesis Dogma can even hope to pick up a few elimination points from the back of this fight.
Oh, the smoke blooms and might just save Lamborghini if he's lucky. DX Xavier, we're going to move forwards. You can see Ravage there dropping in, but I think that might have been the flush just coming on out. DX Xavier not having the greatest time, but Forrest is taking fire back in response. Lamborghini did go down, did get flushed there. Damwon pick up the point for the elimination. Dogma seen away as well.
Yeah, you've got the hyenas in Genesis Dogma at the moment looking for a couple of little scraps. Unfortunately, Booms does get spotted. He's on right on the north side where the rest of the team is over towards the east. And this is a very, very northern shift here. So Team Secret, incredible position for them up towards the top of Stalber, gives them so much control over this circle. Down One Gaming will have to move up, but MS Chamburi, luckily in their position on the north side of Yesnaya, will mean they'll be able to disengage and get away into this circle with relative safety.
There are 4 players in this lobby right now not in vehicles, and they're Rico Infinity Team and Team Secret. That is insane. Everybody immediately moving.
Yeah, I mean, you have to in this situation. Everyone has to get in your vehicles. You hear the thunder of the engines as they roll up towards the top of this mountain. I mean, it's so important to get into this right now because with Stalber being in play, it actually limits the amount of space in this circle, considering you have to play uphill, you have to get into position. More than likely, if you're there first, you're going to be able to do things like this, which is immediately take out players as they make their way up. It's an awkward crossing. Pamburu sending out wide to just try and get a little bit more scouting done, and Cryptic's taking a shot onto Jimmy, who is on that western side. There might be backup coming, but I believe he has just been flushed.
Yeah, as Nuzi is down and out of it. Godtani a little bit isolated from the rest of the team as well. Potentially looking to regroup or maybe just hold on to this compound. I feel like this is a solid spot for the Infinity to base their operations on the north coast and maybe slow down teams like 628 who are moving in on that western edge.
An immediate rotate coming through from Down One Gaming, just a little further up. I find a fairly decent compound, one that's difficult to hold unless you have 4 players, but they do indeed have 4 players. And DXavier take another flush to their side, sending them to 2 players remaining.
Yeah, they're going to have to get out of dodge there. Down one ahead of the curve, time and time again as we move closer and closer to Stalber Hill. I wonder if Team Secret are going to be able to pull this one out, Blank. I mean, this is their stomping ground, right? This is where they should know some of the best terrain to be playing around. They should know those rotational paths. They'll be looking out exactly where everyone is, and they're holding right at the top. They're kings of the castle right now. More accurately, the observatory.
You do have priority in this circle for your Team Secret, but I don't think by any means now they have an advantage. Purely because so many teams are going to be coming this way, right? I think the advantage comes in the priority position that they've taken in Observatory, and if they can hold that down, great, but there are going to be so many teams trying to push this position as we head further into this match. I think MS Chamburi's done a fantastic job of getting into this position, but I've seen fights go south for MS Chamburi when they've tried to take these types of compounds off teams, even versus Tongji about early on in the tournament. I remember specifically a Miramar match where it happened, so they need to be very careful with the utility they use here, because if they lose all of it and they splurge it all, then I think Team Secret could quite easily win this fight just on patience alone.
Patience will out. It is a virtue after all, in some situations anyway. But DRS at the moment on the eastern coast we're on board with. Enigma Galaxy slip on by and actually get closer to the coast, up towards Kameshki. Not going to be slowed down too much. It's actually ended up in a split for Enigma Galaxy, 2 and 2, north and south of DRS's position.
I think this is more or less Enigma Galaxy being trapped between a team rather than opting for this 2-2 split. I don't think it's something they wanted. Oh, goodness me. This has been a very cruel beginning to our day in the day 2 of the league finals. Cryptics have a pretty long split over towards the middle of the circle. Rico Infinity team not moving too much, and Pika, well, he's moving too much.
That's a fully upside down. Oh, in comes someone to save the day. Action rights the wrong, and they're back on the road again.
And that's what you gotta do if you ever see a turtle.
10 out of 10.
That's exactly. You just
a 10 out of 10 from me.
Run at it with a car, and hope to flip it over. Maybe at 3 miles per hour. Team Secret taking shots. Eye shots goes down. This is an awkward position for them. Coming down from this mountain, you know, there's so many eyes on towards them, and that position becomes brutal. And this is what I was talking about, is that when so many teams flood that area, you know, Team Secret's route out is awful. And with that vehicle going down, you know, you've got Kid and Eye Shots now left out in the open right on the northeastern side. Still 58 players alive with 16 teams still up, so not one has fallen.
I don't think that's going to last too much longer, Blank. I'll be honest. That's getting a little fraught over on this eastern push. Downs, knocks, red bars all over the screen right now. But I'll tell you who's pretty chuffed about this shift. It's the Infinity. Their compound right now is fairly isolated, fairly safe, right on that northern shore. They can cut off rotational paths close to the north and force people into this melee that's occurring on the hillside that we have now.
It is a great position just to kind of force push back the enemy teams that are coming down from Stalber. Most of these teams are going to get caught up in the action anyway. It's Nova going versus Damwon Gaming now, who are both taking very similar positions. You've got to remember, Damwon just losing one player, but Nova are already down to 3. So that initial knock was absolutely crucial. But with that compound that they've secured themselves, I think Damwon Gaming should be able to get back up to full force. Being able to rotate through this is a marvel, to be honest with you.
Oh dear, well, they call him Ryzen, but he is fallen right now. Bigatron having a tough time of it, as is everyone else. Booms sees to that, and Team Secret as well, ready for the push. Kid on high in the smokes. I don't think they have too much sightline onto Bigatron, but be careful. You high into the vehicle, the spray, it's good. There's no way you don't hit those, but Genesis Dogma might be able to spot Kid out. No, not quite. He hits the deck. Very nice.
Enigma Galaxy, though, flooding through, and that's the smart choice right there. You see all these fights going on, you just fly through your vehicles. I think for Bigatron as well as Team Secret, because they've been here for so long, most of the vehicles, the wheels have been popped, the actual buggies have been exploded. So Team Secret and Bigatron are kind of locked in this combat now, and really no escape for the time being. Genesis Dogma, enveloped by the blue, they're still all the way on the northeastern edge, just kind of staying in this fight with Bigatron. And as well as Team Secret. Could be a good position for them.
Yeah, there's a knock over towards Kid, so a little bit of an opening on the door. The shift goes western again, closer to Saverni, not on top, and Rico Infinity Team, a slap bang in the middle blank.
It's almost funny because Rico Infinity Team have not moved this entire game. This is where they drop in the beginning, and it was more of a case of, right, well, we're never getting over there in the first place. We are so late on our rotates. Let's just try and wander our way in. And then, by grace of a miracle, it has slowly but surely moved over towards their side. Now, Rico Infinity Team can kind of start to shore up their defenses. Coming off the back of that win yesterday, they're looking hot on a wrangle.
Ooh, a two-team crash, double-double. Infinity up to bat, but 6-8 of there before them. They beat them to the punch. Enigma Galaxy trying to hold that off means that Infinity can turn tail and Scarpa, but got Tiny out in the open road. There's no way you're getting away from that. Beat the Dusty Trail back to the lobby.
Daoshi looking for another, but at case at the moment, it's 6-8 who's absolutely demolishing the Infinity with the help of 4 rivals. We're stealing a couple of those kills away. 6-8 though, right on this northern side. It was a good rotate from them to get into position, and now they have a possibility to move down towards that south. No one's really in this circle with so many teams, sure, hell-bent in fact, on this circle heading towards Stalber. Now you've got the majority of the teams on this eastern side just trying to find any avenue of approach.
I'll tell you who has found an avenue of approach. It's Damwon. Somehow, despite coming from that eastern side, they are in a fairly central position now. All 4 players alive. Still going. They're a little bit close together. I don't know if that's a shack that they're holding right now, but they seem to be fairly secure. No team's really looking to push right in now. DRS maybe in a couple of minutes, but let's wait and see.
I think for Jumper coming off yesterday, he looked really good for Team Secret. Kid going extremely low though. They might have to consider pulling this guy back up. Tamburu drops out the smoke for just a second, but a great flank comes through.
And he gets the spray done. Fredo not quite able to let them go any further. Kid gets this res off just about. Was right down to the wire. But Team Secret stay on 3. They're going to have to move fast, and they're going to have to move through Cryptics and Genesis Dogma ahead on the horizon.
Yeah, an unfortunate start to the game for Team Secret, honestly. Well, not even unfortunate start, unfortunate mid-game for them, considering with the shifts that they've had. Coming down right from the top of Stalber is not easy. They are out in the blue now. Quickly, we'll have to get that healing through onto Kid so he can make his way through the circle, but does go down, and that will be him not getting back up again. Unfortunate scenarios of events. DRS sneak their way in from all the way on prison side, but Damwon Gaming have their number at the moment. See them as they're trying to move through on the east.
I think it's a Rico Infinity Team game to lose right now. I think Damwon have a good spot. Blank Nova potentially on the south side, fairly isolated, but everybody in this northern side is just getting cut down as they try and move any which way.
It's very difficult to kind of determine who's going to win this one, especially with the amount of ridiculous circles we've seen so far on this map. You know, it could go any which way. I think for all I know, it could head even more over towards the western side, then potentially Reject have a chance at this game. Damwon Gaming, though, doing a fine job to rebuff the guys from DRS. And as I say it, there's your Western shift.
Wow. Wow. Really, really troublesome for these teams on Stalber Hill. They had to roll down the mountain. It's going to be tough times ahead. Difficult position to move through for against Rico Infinity here.
Very, very fast rotate coming through from Nova. Only down to 3 though, with Stalwart at their heels. You know, it could be time to quickly make that turn, but really now it's just Order and Paraboy, 2 of the most fantastically performing members from yesterday, but Top here put a stop to that one.
Okay, Stalwart, they've been swimming around behind Nova for a while now, and they've been on this big flank. They've been able to look for 1 and 2 as well. QCL and Order down. It's just Paraboy. Logan finally falls for the Infinity. 628 claim the northern side.
I actually like this from 628 playing in this position because they've just been able to creep across. Very similar to Stalwart here, is waiting for rotates and capitalizing on top of it. Paraboy finds 1. Tries taking a huge amount of shots, wants to find some more elimination points while someone else can steal it away from him.
And the longer you survive in a circle like this, it's more likely teams are going to be going down fairly quickly. You can start to ladder up those placement points as well. Now she takes knock. Rico Infinity team holding out against Genesis Dogma on the push. In comes DRS as well on the swing. They've managed to find themselves that little shack, that little divot as well, but Damwon Gaming are at their back. They will not let up. 1 player did fall for Damwon, and there is another knocked now. You see, they are struggling. They didn't move very quickly, Blank. They really did not move characteristically in these next circles.
It's very hard for Damwon to move from this position in the first place with Cryptics at their back, as well as DRS moving towards their front side. So I think Damwon just got caught up there in the moment. I think you're in a compound, leaving it's difficult. DRS is kind of playing free-flowing gameplay at the moment from small little shack to small little shack. Reject, though, holding their own on this western side, surprisingly. But I really like what Stalwart were able to do in that situation. Yes, they lose a few of their players, but it was a case of waiting for Nova to make that move and then capitalizing on the iffy position they were holding. They are now out in 9th place.
All sprays coming through for Mafia Ninja into the shack, and Nima steps up to the plate as well. Just gives him a little spook, a little fright, opens the door, and that is DRS claiming the shack and taking down Genesis Dogma.
It's all these teams that were kind of playing on the outside edge who were able to get so much done. And this is the beauty of playing edge players, that you not necessarily ever have the best spot, but you always have a middling spot, right? With Damwon Gaming taking these really strong outposts very early in the game, it did mean they were set for a chicken dinner. But with the crazy shifts that we've had this game, it really doesn't keep that way. And despite a very spectacular little rotation from the top of Stalber into a fairly decent position, another Western circle like that is just going to ruin you as a team. And DRS were able to capitalize on that nicely with the help of Cryptics. So now DRS are in a good position. El Chapo off in the distance there will bleed out.
Plenty of teams still going, but they are bloodied, battered, and bruised right now. A couple of teams that we're looking at as being below that 9th place threshold right now, still going. DRS having a great time here. They started today in 14th place. They've got a little bit to catch up on, so getting a good performance here would be phenomenal. Reject as well down in that 12th place position, playing out on that west side.
Taking a couple of knocks their way, though. 33Z finally goes down. He is kind of their outpost player, where they'll send him out, trying to find a position to play him in, but now they're just down to 2, with 9 limbs, though. It's not bad. And I think the way 628 have been playing recently has been much better. It's still very wildcard, but a little bit more controlled this time, he says, as they send across the entirety of No Man's Land.
Goodness me. Well, Anas first to fall for Rico Infinity team, as they trade blows with DRS and 628 as well, and it's starting to crumble just that little bit. If DRS can hold out on the south side, this is great news for them. They have to swing into dangerous territory themselves now.
I think that for DRS, moving up from the shack, they're going to be very visible, so smoke's extremely important here as they make their way up the hillside. I don't even know how many teams are even looking towards their position at the moment. Stalwart might have an angle, but they're so preoccupied with Reject, who've somehow managed to get Sour up, putting them into a 3-player scenario. This is really good for them.
Excellent position now on the western front, but not all easy sailing as Rico Infinity Team do go down in the end. 11 elims right now for 628. They have absolutely been trucking from that eastern side. They got a whole heap of points coming their way no matter what now. Great news. But the rest of the teams at the moment, Blank, these are teams that really do need these points. They're towards the lower side of these tables. They're grabbing up these placement points now. And they should be looking to climb up on further into those top 9.
Looking for it. 628 out. Top taking a huge amount of damage. Peak is still in this one, but it really is the Reject DRS show. And you're right, both these teams desperately need these points. Stalwart's going to be happy with a 3rd place either way. It will solidify their position on that bubble. Reject finds one onto DRS, and I can't believe I called this earlier.
Oh, you're a magic man. You're Mystic Meg. I know you're not wearing the shirt, Blank, but it looks like you've been peering into the crystal depths either way. Stalwart under pressure from Gyalzen's nades. Not quite far enough on that one. Pika and Top, they are both still live and kicking by the looks of things, but one down. What are you going to do there? Oh, just a couple of meters longer would have been good, but not going to be able to get that. But in the meantime, through all of this, Reject are tightening their grasp.
I think for Reject, there is also, I mean, the circle was there, and with so many on the eastern side, it did open things up massively for them. But to be able to get Sarah back up in this situation and now have this kind of grip on the circle itself, very, very well done. By no means have they won just yet, though, John. There's still a ways to go, and you can be caught out when there's 2 players from either team, because they're both looking towards you. It's in both their best interest to actually take down one of the players from Reject before trying to engage one another, because this is the biggest threat right now. It is Reject.
Although no one really with a dominant position in the circle, Blank. No one has really moved forwards enough to be that major threat, that major force within this circle. And you can see in the center of it, there is no cover.
Right now, it's a case for Reject playing up the hill. It's great for them. Gives them that natural cover just in terms of perspective, especially when all these players are prone. So for Reject, waiting this next circle out is probably the best idea for them, because whilst Pika can stay here behind the rock side with that flank cover of his teammate in top, they are a little bit more difficult to take down. But if Pika just makes a mistake like that,
just goes down there. Gyalzen making a bold push now out to the western side as Top now last standing for the Stalwart gang. Trying to find it. Gyalzen spotted out in the grass, but he is absolutely on a tear. They take care of Stalwart. They take them down 3rd place, pick up 2 more elimination points as well, and Reject now a 3-man unit at the top.
It was the briefest mistake there from Pika. He moved out of cover into the open, and I think he'd accidentally got out of the vehicle on the wrong side. But DRS, we are playing a PMGC Global Championship level, and Gyalzen is not going to let a 1-second mistake go unpunished. Really, really well done for DRS to get into this 2nd position.
Oh, they're putting 2 in the car. That's a single nade right there. If that goes
really
wrong,
well done for DRS to get into this 1st place position.
Yeah. I mean, look at this. It's just biding their time.
What's up?
You got both of them. Sarah spotted by Nima. Oh, he hits the deck. That was fast from Sarah, and actually takes shots back up into the sky as well. Finds one more. Now there's just one standing for DRS. It's just Gyalzen.
I can't believe they're doing this. Moves out. There's 2 in this vehicle. This is a bold play. Moves behind the rock. Actually works out very well for them. Spots one player. Sarah will most likely go down, but DRS can't hope to take down all of them.
Oh my goodness me, it looked a little bit ropey there, but right at the end, it was Reject to clinch things out. They had a fantastic position atop the hill, and they managed to convert as well. It'll be a little sigh of relief as they managed to grab all of those placement points for the chicken dinner.
That was a long shot call, to be honest, for me. I mean, it was a case of if this goes west, which I highly doubt that I think it is, Reject has a possible chance, but in no way did I think that game would have ended like that whatsoever. I'll put a caveat right there, but fantastic stuff from Reject. I don't think that happens unless Reject is able to quickly clear all their angles and get Sarah back up in the end, because having the 3-man was crucial in those final moments versus those two teams with only 2 players alive. I think Sarah makes a really cool play at the end there as well, kind of taunting almost Galzen in that situation. Drops down to the floor, they see the bullets coming through, then quickly identify the position. Really, really well done.
I mean, it was a pretty cracking spray from Galzen to take that, to do as much as he did.
True.
Against that push, and as well as that taking down the other. Like, I feel like Galzen really outdid himself in that in those final circles, especially against Stalwart across the way.
I mean, when DRS were doing well, John, I mean, Galzen was the guy we were talking about. So I think that it only makes sense he's stepping up again here. I think DRS has a lot more in them. I think it's just been a case that it has fallen off massively for this team. There is a little bit of momentum loss as well, not coming out from Super Weekend 3 coming into the finals, so you are feeling a little bit iffy. So maybe this next day is the time to make it happen. So many cool rotations though, John.
Absolutely. Well, in the end, it's that race for the bubble, that race for 9th place that is on every player's minds. And Reject, they grabbed the ladder and runged up a couple of steps. Fantastic stuff, getting the chicken dinner.
Oh, sorry. I was just jamming to some music here. I kind of missed out the throw there. Hey guys, welcome back to the desk. Jason Cap and Max Van Color. Were you guys dancing as well there? Did I just see that?
Hey, you gotta join in. Come on.
I was doing that cat jam thing. That's down with the kids, right? Yeah.
Oh, cat. Yeah, I like that. Yes.
Yeah.
Of course. Anything meme related. Max loves. We can see here Reject though, what a win for them. And again, Reject wasn't sitting too well. They were in 12th place at the start of the day. This 22 points going to easily rank them up. And as you mentioned before, Max, the threshold isn't that big of a gap. It's about 15 points between 9th and 10th place. But these are points they desperately needed. But also, to be fair, DRS, I mean, they were sitting in 14th at 23 points, and we didn't get to see them in the last Super Weekend. We didn't get to see them have that redemption story going into the finals like we saw Secret this week.
Yeah, I mean, the teams that were starting to get in some more dangerous position were DRS, your BTRs, your Cryptic. So DRS able to get himself a good result here is big, and they actually had a really stronghold position over to the west of Stolberg. They had the 2-2, there are 2 players on a high ground position on Stolberg itself, and 2 players actually inside the compound just southwest of the Stolberg Mountains. So it was a good, somewhat temporary entry point for them to try and gather information before trying to leapfrog in front of the bunch of the teams, pick up a few eliminations here and there. So I'm happy with that kind of play from DRS, but of course, they're not known as a very consistent team, so I would like to see a little bit more from which that came.
Yeah, and again, like, consistency we can always put into question over these last 3 weeks, but it just comes down to these 3 days, right? If you can just pick up as many points as possible. We can see Secret here with 4 points, Infinity with 4 points, Nova 3, so technically I did win the prediction game, just saying.
Wow.
But Galzen gonna take home the MVP.
Let me
have
my
this
impressed
win,
noise. Amazing. Yeah, Galzen, definitely very, very well done by him for DRS. As I say, they really need this jump up. The thing I'm impressed most, though, by really, across these, not just this game, but the last couple of games, has been 6-2-8. Look at where they jump with this.
Yeah.
With them getting themselves almost 18 or 19 points from this game. This is the 6-2-8 that me and Max at the start of this final were like, where is that 6-2-8 that qualified the way they did into this tournament? And I think they're starting to show some of it now.
This is a controlling 6-2-8 that we wanted to see coming into this PMGC, right? And they got rid of Infinity in the northern edge so easily. There was barely any effort put into it because they had such a strong position, such a good split. Infinity could not even move out of that northern coastline compound, so it made it super easy for them to try and then get rid of Infinity, take full control of the northern side, and just enter phase after phase after phase. So yeah, I think this is the 6-2-8 that we expected at the start of the tournament, and now they are willing to go for those high-placing games.
Yeah, let me jump in really quickly. I didn't get in there quick enough.
Right.
Xavier, 9th place, 2 chicken dinners. I was trying to say, I mean, we have, was it like 3 or 4 teams in our top 5 or 6 that have 0 chicken dinners, just to really spout, again, consistency of just performing well, placing well, getting eliminations. And then you have Xavier, who's been very hit or miss, right? They've been a little bit hit or miss over the course of the event, right? They didn't qualify, or they had to like come out from the bottom to re-qualify into the finals. But they have 2 chicken dinners, and they have was like a couple more placement points over that.
Yeah.
So they've only really been able to get like a couple of points over the matches that they haven't won, which is really unfortunate for them. But what is fortunate for you guys at home, the treasure box is still happening. You guys can watch within the Esports Center over on YouTube, and you collect PMGC tokens up until 13th of January, which you can use to unlock permanent items, not to mention these special rewards as well with the Google Play card and Amazon Pay gift card as well. But if you guys need tokens, if you have fallen behind, Max, don't worry, we got you. 500,000 peak concurrent viewers, 4 East.
Don't worry, Max.
Wait, neither of you sound excited today. It's like 5 a.m. for me, and I'm just getting no energy out of you guys. 900 tokens coming in, and you only need 1,200 to unlock the treasure box. And you can see you can use PMGC token as well in chat, so you can actually figure out how to get some extra tokens going your way. Hopefully, we can get some coffee for you two to wake you up. Because this is not this is not PMGC ASMR League. This is PMGC East League.
I mean, you tried to shout, but you were still a tiny mouse.
I know. I was holding back. I was holding back. There's puppies in the other room, and they're trying to sleep, and I'm trying not to wake them up. But Miramar is coming up next year, and that is Reject home map, and Reject obviously taking the first match of the day. Start things off very strong for them. But again, they have to continue this pace. That's not going to be enough for them to break through top 9 and hold on to that position. And we'll see if they can do so after this short break.
Really is oh, do this to them!
I'm so sorry.
You've killed them! Look at them!
FaZe still in contention though. FaZe up a real possibility.
Really?
I think it really is. Oh no!
Oh no!
It's FaZe down!
No, I'm so sorry.
I'm
so sorry.
Why would you do this to them?
I'm so sorry.
You've killed them! Look at them! They're dead!
Huh?
Oh!
What? Excuse me.
He's waiting out.
Just needs to move forward.
They are out the open. He's waiting for the tree to provide some cover. You can see he wants to move out to the right-hand side here. He's going for the shots. Lines up. The one for top. Looks for the knock and action.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
All right, well, I told you it was a short break, and we're back here, about to kick off in Miramar for a second match of the day, with 6 matches in total to play across the day. You were complaining about my monologue, so I'll leave it open to you two to discuss whatever you want to talk about, and I'll just sit here looking pretty, jamming out to music.
Yeah, what do you want to talk about, Max?
I'm cool. I'm vibing. I'm chilling. Yeah.
You're vibing. What the? All right, we're going on to Miramar. Shut up, both of you. We got DXA getting the previous win. Yeah. No. Again, you know, you brought them up before, and I do think that they got quite fortunate in some of the scenarios in some of their wins, so that's why we're probably seeing them kind of still at that kind of 9th place tier. I don't think they're a top 9 team right now, unless something crazy goes on. All right, okay, I'll just.
I thought you were doing the thumb thing. You know, I can't do it right now.
Oh, like uncles do, like showing the
that
thing.
Oh wow. My god! Oh my!
You know what?
Whoa.
Today's been weird. I'm gonna shut up.
Okay. Sorry, Miramar, DXavier you're talking about, very fortunate in the games they won. Again, their placements and eliminations have been a little bit low. And I can only wonder, like, that's the difference between a couple of teams, right? You have the consistent teams who just put up good points. Infinity, I think the prime example of that. And then you have teams who are very hit or miss, very night and day, very black and white, where they'll, you know, put up 2 chicken dinners in a day, but then score no points outside of those matches.
Yeah, you said DXavier has been somewhat hit or miss. I'm going to say they are only hit or miss so far in these finals, which is very unfortunate for DXavier. We'd like to see a little bit more consistency, of course, on this team. But one team that was actually hyper consistent throughout the entirety of those Super Weekend games was 4 Rivals. And The fact that they've just not been able to perform sure, no chicken dinners as we expect from Four Rivals. I don't expect to win, right? That's fine. But we're still not getting those consistent results. They were in the Super Weekend games, the top team without a singular chicken dinner, which is surprising that they're not even remotely close to these types of results. I don't know what's happening on Four Rivals side, but they just lose players really early, especially on that Sanok game yesterday. I think they definitely got to change how they drop because they take these early clashes versus Infinity. They're not making it easy on themselves, so I would like to see a little bit of more adaptability from Four Rivals coming into these games.
Yeah, and it's kind of unfortunate, Carlos, because they were in 11th place at the start of the day with 29 points, and they were like the only team in top 5. Actually, I think it was even farther than that. I think it was like top 8 maybe that did not have a single chicken dinner in a Super Weekend. And that team has kind of fallen off, but I think it's also maybe a testament to like the stress and the pressure that you're under here in the Super Week or in the finals, right? You talked about 6-8, and think about how they qualified in PL Season 4. They got 40 points in the final season to just barely make it into this event. So these like quick marathon events is something they can definitely flourish in. Maybe these 3-day events is where Four Rivals starts to struggle.
I mean, maybe Four Rivals kind of that inability to round out a game has kind of got to them a little bit, because I mean, these last 6-7 rounds that we've seen from Four Rivals has not looked spectacular. It's definitely not looked up to the consistency that we saw from them in the entirety of the league play. And I think it will be a crying shame if they don't get themselves a chicken dinner throughout this tournament after looking so good prior. But I mean, there's not many games to do it in, Jason.
And to be fair, like obviously we're not trying to call just them out in particular, but like Stalwart to me, I mean, yeah, they had a second or a third place finish there. Yeah, they had a chicken dinner yesterday in match 5, but this isn't the Stalwart we saw in that first week, Max. This isn't the Stalwart that just like surprised us that you backed the entire time.
We haven't seen those big elimination games, even when they did not get those chicken dinners, right? The only big elimination game they had so far was 30 eliminations on that win of yesterday. Other than that, it's been a little bit all over the place. So I agree, we need to see that aggressive Stalwart back in play to get those elimination points that definitely set them apart from the rest of the lobby in the Super Weekends.
Yeah, and again, that could just be due to like teams figuring out how they're playing. It could be, you know, due to maybe just some bad rotations, maybe some bad luck. But the fact is, you don't have many more matches left to fix your problems, to get that luck back on your side and break through into top 9 and hold on to it. But speaking about holding on to predictions, mine is still going to be Infinity, because you know what? Suck it. I want to.
Yeah.
That's all I got. Max fan, go ahead.
Top tier analysis right there. I said I want to see a change of pace from Four Rivals, so I'm going to go with Four Rivals. Is that going to make it worse for them? Probably, but you know what? I'm still going to go for it.
Hey, top tier analysis. I'm a host. I'm not an analyst, okay? I just look pretty, and I struggle enough to do that. Klaris?
Genesis Dogma, if it's time to rise up like they did before, and if they don't do it now, I don't know when they're going to do it.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, Daybot's been quiet, right? He was the standout player, I think. Him and Sitar, obviously, but as a duo. Yeah, so a little bit unfortunate. We'll see. We're going to head into our next match, kicking off right here, right now. Let's go back over to John on a blink to kick it off.
Hey, thank you very much. We're in to Miramar, over onto the desert, as we march ever closer to the final lock-in of the tables, but there's still plenty left to play, plenty of opportunity to snag up those points and ladder up for all of that prize money.
You know what I've noticed? Because Maxman just like took one of his headset ears off, right? And Maxman's head's not that big. But when he's got the headset on, I'm like, wow, he got wide. But then I'm like, whoa, his head's not actually wide.
It was just the headphones all the time.
It was the headphones all along. But we know that actually he is got that wide forehead for a reason. That big brain. And if Four Rivals is what he's going for, I gotta believe in him. And I've got to back the Four Rivals.
That was quite the way around the houses to back Four Rivals playing, but you know what? I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I'm in the taxi. We'll pass all of those houses with you.
Amazing. That's what we like to see as we head into Miramar. There's no sea. Well, there is a coast, but we don't talk about that part because we will never get an island finish like the West guys. God damn it, so frustrating. We do get a West circle though instead. So we're getting all West today, every day, all day. It doesn't matter. We're heading to the western side. El Pozo. Enigma remains very, very nicely centered up here at the moment. But we all know what good that did for Team Secret last game. What will it do for Enigma Galaxy? That is the question.
One can only hope that it will do wonders, but going to be difficult nonetheless. I mean, we saw what happened. You know, Rico Infinity Team didn't win that last game on Severny when the shift went their way. Team Secret as well. It was slap bang on them right at the start.
Yeah.
And they didn't have the best time of it, so.
It was kind of like, it was a flippity-floppity circle, let's be honest. People were thinking, yes, I'm safe. And the circle was like, actually, you know, no. And then Rico Infinity were like, yes, we're safe. And the circle was like, yeah, about that? No. Reject in the end were the only ones. I mean, they were furthest on the west side, and the circle, you know, they had to give them a little bit of assistance, but that's okay. They'll take it.
They will, they will, they will.
That is French for assistance, by the way, if you didn't know.
Really?
Yeah.
I was wondering what you said. I was actually very confused. I was like, what has he just said? He's so exotic and cultured.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you
know.
for clarifying.
That's all right. I'm on the language learning apps every night. I just learn one different one every day.
Can we get confirmation from Maxman? Is that possible? Not that I don't trust you, but I don't trust you.
Yeah, Maxman knows. Maxman will confirm that for you. Don't worry. That is the correct way of saying assistance in French. Down Morning Gaming. Ooh, Junie dropping down. Reject very far out of the way. Very close to Genesis Dogma. Like the guy said on the desk, you know, Daybot has been a quiet boy. I'll say that right now. And I mean, Satar equally. So I don't really know what's going on with Genesis Dogma because they came off what was a absolutely fantastic performance in the league play, which looked so strong, and it looked like it was heading them towards the top of the tables. And then things slowed down, and probably the worst time for it to happen as well as you're coming into the league finals themselves. And just looking at the results so far, currently sat down on 12th place. Goodness me, what a change of pace for Genesis Dogma overall. Unfortunate stuff. And I think that was the question we had in our mind, because were they going to be able to manipulate the lobby like they were able to do in the league play here in league finals? So far, it's not working out. And as we head into our second day, you know, we're almost hitting that halfway mark. That is very scary, right? You got to admit, it's very spooky.
It is. I'm fairly spooked, actually, now that you mention it. Ooh, just had a chill run down my spine, thinking about halfway through your final chance to show up. And I feel like it goes back to something that you said in the first game that we had today, which is when you talked about how the lobby in general has changed a little bit in terms of its positioning. And in fact, two teams have suffered because of that. Genesis Dogma, at the start of the tournament, certainly, we were seeing them play pretty heavily edge and not being super proactive. They really upped their game in the middle of that. They still continued to play edge, as have the Infinity. And both of them are now suffering blank. And I feel like that's both a result of the same shift that we're seeing in gameplay.
Yeah, 100%. I'll agree with you agreeing with me, because honestly, with the way Genesis Dogma plays before, it was very much identifying where people were playing around the map and then how to abuse that, right? And I think that with teams making such changes of pace in terms of maybe their drop spots or where they're positioning, it's all very odd at the moment. And I think for Genesis Dogma, they're still figuring out what to do. I think the only constant that's remained for Genesis Dogma is DXavier, who play just the north of them on most maps. So I think that for them, it's becoming one of these things where they're falling prey to a lot of the same tactics that they use during league play. I think for Damwon Gaming, currently, I would say it's the smartest move from them. It's just fast moving towards that center of the circle. Again, I think that just like the Infinity's move up to North Georgia Pole, that is not going to last you into the third day. I think teams are really taking the time to review. With 7 teams being lost after the end of this league finals as we head into the grand finals next year. Oh my God, next year.
Wow.
Yeah, people are really gunning for it right now, and I think that a lot of this not only is about the prize pool, but very much about getting into those grand finals, because that is a huge medal to add to the wall of medals that you might have, like me.
Do you have all the medals?
I do, yeah.
Year 6, judo.
No.
What are we talking about? Academic excellence at the age of 4.
I just have one on the wall that's like 6th form funniest guy.
Funniest guy.
Yeah.
That's quite the accolade, to be funniest guy in a 6th form. That's pretty cool.
That was me. That was me. It didn't really get me too far. I went to a party after that, and several strangers had a go at me, saying, did I think I was funny? And I said, yes, which I also thought was quite funny at the time. But we are heading back.
Wait, you're serious, aren't you? You are seriously saying that you have a medal on your wall saying that you got funniest guy in 6th form.
It's ironic. Come on, please.
I know there's a fight that's happening between two teams that have been doing really well, but I want to dive more into this because what? You actually did that actually happen. I thought you were memeing.
Yeah, no, that happened. There was a scuffle that occurred, which I quickly vacated from. Because apparently being funny in the real world does lead to also real world consequences. Which is why I'm now, which is now I work on broadcast, because here everyone is the funniest guy, including the guys on desk. So I feel at place here, but I will never receive a medal.
You're right. If that's how you act with one,
yeah, it's true. It's true. It's not good. It's like I had the one ring essentially used its power. 6-2-8 off the distance. Actually doing very well recently. I'm very impressed with 6-2-8's performance so far. Currently sat in third place now with 73 points. Now, I do think that with their current playstyle, from yesterday as well, and I don't know if you agree with me, John, like looking up how they have changed their gameplay, which is to be a lot more tightly knit. And I keep using that same phrase because I think it does work to them, because they are a jumper that unravels around about game 6, and I'm stealing a metaphor from yesterday. I am. And I think that is something that they need to keep in place. So maybe they need to get knitting away towards the end of the game. But at the beginning of the game, it does look like a nice jumper. And that's what I'm like to see so far. And it looks like a better jumper from yesterday. This is a weird analogy, but I'm running with it.
Hopefully. I mean, speaking of unraveling a little bit, the main story, I think, over this tournament of unraveling has been, for me, Pubgmobile. They looked dominant in that first week's gameplay, right? I mean, not necessarily from their play itself, but certainly from the points totals. And then that shifted away from them. And their style, their signature style was go middle, go early, and then hold. And that seems to be what Damwon were leveraging yesterday.
Absolutely. Though, we can kind of tie this back up in a nice little bow now, because I'm really glad you brought that up. It's Pubgmobile, move fast and then don't move at all. For Damwon Gaming, on the other hand, what they tend to be going for, nailed it, is the fact that when they move, they have a clear idea of the compounds around them and where they want to move next. And I think that your chocolate frog analogy, they've got one good jump in them. For Damwon Gaming, I'd say they have 2 or 3, depending on the circle. Yes, they don't go much further than that third jump, but usually that third jump is all you need in most games. I think last game was definitely an outlier in terms of circle variance. So I think that Damwon Gaming could potentially keep this up. But again, Pubgmobile started off great. Will Damwon Gaming start off great and then slowly fall off third day? Who knows?
Who knows, indeed, who knows? I think you're right. I mean, the circle in that last game, it kind of went up to Yasnaya and around the side, and then it slung all the way back towards Saverny. It was a big crescent moon of a move, right?
Yeah.
That was very, very difficult to handle. Hopefully a little bit easier here. And a team that's central now, and a team that said on the desk that they were impressed by 6-2-8, very much in the center here out to the west of San Martin. And Viben doing pretty well right now.
I think from looking at past games for 6-2-8, they are incredibly strong on Miramar, but on an individual basis. I think that when we look at this team, it's a lot of a case of leaving one player behind who then gets 2 or 3 knocks, and it's phenomenal. But then that player, in all terms, the word of phrase, is left behind. They don't necessarily usually get back to the group after that. So I think for 6-2-8, it has just been very much change of pace for them, and much less in terms of speed, but slowing things down a lot more. I think I like that. I think as a team that does have such mechanical skill, and we know they have such mechanical skills from the plays each player has made on the clips, like, I think as a team, as a unit, that's the one thing they do need to work on the most, is team play. And I think that coming from, and I will just say this outright, coming from PEL, where it's a first-person format, you can quite easily play off the back of one another, but more in a solo sense. I do think when you come to a third-person format, having those flanks is so much more important, because yes, in third person, you have a great field of vision, but you don't necessarily have eyes in the back of your head, which is why you need these flanks to come through. It's when most successful pushes occur, when you have a 2-2 split or a one guy going for a flank. That is extremely important to consider.
Infinity trying to move through. the divots, the lands in front of them, all 4 of them still going. They haven't had the best of times compared to their league performance so far, but that's not to say they haven't been scoring points. Sure, they feel like they're underperforming according to our expectations, but they're in 5th place right now, Blank. There's 63 points. They're doing pretty well, quite frankly. They're less than 20 points behind the lead. And even though, you know, they haven't really had a massive set of standout performances that we're normally expecting from them, they're more than likely looking good to qualify.
Yeah, exactly. I think that it is that idea of a team, how long can they continue onwards? And I think if there's ever a blip in performance that you want to happen, it's right before the grand finals. And I think if that blip is not too massive in terms of the Infinity being in 5th place, that's fine. Look in the circle of Damwon Gaming, slam in the center there. Like, very nice. We'll take that one. They have a fairly good amount of elevated ground. 628 are quickly moving down themselves. And there's a fair few teams getting into position. Nova also there. So we have a lot of our top scoring teams already in this one. Team Secret, though, versus MS Chumbury. Ponzai looking to take down eye shots. We'll find it.
Yes, the shots around the side. Fredo down as well on the back line for Team Secret. And Jumper now caught unraveling as the rest of Team Secret struggling around these hillsides to get back together. A little knockover onto Jasper might slow MS Chonburi, but this nade looks like it might just be good. A little bit further up the hill, but another one soon to follow, and they have to reposition. And there's the flush. Time just not on their side. Ponzai wants to pop another over the ridge. They don't know where Jumper is, though.
No, I think that is so unfortunate as well, because both nades go wide, and Jumper has to leave because he's unsure where they're going to drop. Now Team Secret just down to the 1 player, and this game will hurt their point scoring performance.
I mean, they are actually in 4th place, just ahead of the Infinity, and going down with no points there means that they are going to stay on 65. They are okay. It's okay that they have 1 or 2 bad games, but they can't afford for today to get away from them.
So crazy to look at the current stats and see Reject tying at the top of the leaderboard in terms of average points per map on Miramar. Reject's at 8.8 with Infinity. So very cool stuff. And there's a massive drop-off onto 3rd and 4th place with Nova at 8.2, and then 4th place being 4 Rivals with 7.4. So very strange coming through here. I think Reject, coming off the back of a winner angle, having a good game here on Miramar will sit you in a fairly safe position, at least coming through for the next games of the day. I think you could have at least 1 bad game after that. But Reject still trucking on. I think coming from that south side, not a bad idea. You're not all in harm's way at the moment, like DXavier currently are.
DXavier really in harm's way, as you say. Enigma Galaxy, though, they lose sight just a little bit across the way and aren't going to be able to do too much more. DXavier slip under the purview of the Eagle's Nest.
Kind of a tricky spot to play from for Enigma Galaxy now, though, with this northwest side. You know, they've got the elevation, but realistically, at this point, like, the field of view they have, you know, their render distance just isn't long enough for them to find these picks across the map anymore. They are so far away. So now it's time to leave, find a better spot. And with this circle, this is a great time to leave for them. They can head directly south, but Reject's already on the prowl up towards that western position, and most likely will come into contact with Freak early.
Looking at what's going on with DXavier in 628 right now. 628, they take a knock over the way as a parallel rotation comes in on the northeastern edge. Both Damwon and Rico Infinity team will be aware of this now, as up comes the push from Rabiz there, and 33Z trying to fend off as the Wolves circle. Rabiz not quite getting the knock there, but gets a little tickle of damage. Takes a little bit as well, and in comes Baoshi for the backup. Moving over that ridgeline, excellent damage over onto Rabiz, but the push comes through from Frankie. But Lamborghini down on the backside, time not on their side, and Damwon put a stop to it.
Will be out of the game. Very unfortunate stuff for 628. They're getting crunched with Damwon Gaming taking up at least 1 of the kills there. I mean, they're in a good spot to find themselves a fair few more eliminations, though, on this eastern side with the compound they're currently holding. They don't necessarily have to move yet, especially with being very barren towards the center of this circle. Reject currently was out with like almost a 2-2, I would say. Reject currently getting back into vehicles, maybe pushing back down towards that south side. A little bit more awkward to play his position, so you're almost hoping for a southern shift here.
shots coming through from Reject. They have a really nice line of fire on that southwestern side. And as the roads become less of a feature in this next circle, it is going to be terrain and cover play.
Beautiful shots coming out from Duello. A little bit too late, though, in my opinion. I mean, he could have just taken shots onto the vehicle much earlier there. Won't find the eliminations over towards Bigatron, unfortunately, though they are pressed up against the edge. And I think Reject can control his position fairly handily at this point in time.
Oh, no.
QC1 versus Genesis Dogma, though, with the Infinity on the backside. Goodness me.
I was looking at Genesis Dogma's position, and it was right in the middle of all 4 Nova players, but in come the Infinity to potentially break them out. Yeah, there's no way you're getting out of there if you're Nikhil, but does manage to draw Nova in just a little bit. The Infinity, in the meantime, is sneaking in on the back. Stalwart are there as well, to potentially make this a lot harder than it needs to be for the Infinity.
DRS with some much-needed confidence off the back of that last game. Stalwart also dropping into this. The Infinity taking lots of shots, so this eastern side is all popping off here.
Scry yet to move forwards, and they are backing up to try and get this res off onto Nuzi, but no, a nade seals the deal. Mella and Logan both very, very low. So we hop on board with the 4 rivals over in the northeastern edge. DRS suffering, trying to push past them, and it is not going well. Nade over the top, looking good for Mafia Ninja, but gets out of there just in time. Unfortunately, the bullets find their mark, and 4 rivals stay alive with 4 on the top east side.
41 alive, will pick up that buggy. 4 players still up for 4 rivals as well. 1 is down, most likely will be able to get him up in time and move into the circle. They were moving on to the Xavier's position. Stalwart, Pika's in an awkward spot again. Top's trying to move around, but Logan goes down.
Ooh, and Damwiner chiming into this fight as well. It's about 4 teams engaged in this conflict right now, but Logan, Mella, both fall. Top, the Arbiter on this eastern edge, and God Tunny now last standing as Top falls as well. Not going to be able to take down the full shebang. Hang on a minute, Top didn't go down. He's healing out in the blue. Cryptics fighting against BTR now in the long warehouses. Nova will get eliminated first. Nova trying to move in ahead and stay alive on the east, but Bigatron suffering in the warehouse. Cryptics, they really want to grab all these points whilst they can. So do Bigatron. It is a mad scrabble towards the bottom of the tables, and now 1 player stands for Bigatron. It's Luxy over the way across the building. Senke has the bead.
I mean, there's a potential to get all players back up again, but slowly but surely these players will be flushed out. It's a nice nade. Luxy doesn't fall for it, though. He's got a amount of experience on his hands. That's not likely going to happen. But now he's got 2 players to go up against, an off angle also to deal with, and Luxy's days are numbered.
See that isolating the nade out of the door for El Chapo to be able to push out if he wants to. Senke still suppressing, and El Chapo with a nice flank manages to put them in the dirt. Bigatron going down. 4 rivals will not be getting the chicken dinner. Blank, you're going to have to go back around the houses again and look for someone else, because it's not going to be them.
Unfortunately, you know, I try to believe. Maxman, you failed me, unfortunately. Reject, on the other hand, I do have faith in. Good stuff from them. Immediate rotate onto that western side. I think the position they were holding was very open, but that is one thing you don't get a lot of chance to use on Miramar, which is open ground without all this rocky terrain, which you can rotate over very, very speedily, which means that Reject, regardless whether this is going to be an eastern shift or a western shift, would have been able to get into position very, very fast. And indeed they have. Now on this south side, Enigma Galaxy really the only team that's going to pose a problem to them, but Nova currently trying to take down a few of them, with Freak being so out of position, trying to play the anchor hold for the guys from Enigma Galaxy. I don't know how much further Enigma Galaxy can get on this eastern side to Freak.
Damwon are going to try and push in as well behind Nova. Nova show the value of being ahead in terms of the circle. With that fight on the eastern side, both Stalwart and Infinity tried to push onto their position, and they just got shut down from every single angle. Nova crept forwards, and with all 4 alive, they're having a good time of it. Genesis Dogma trying to move past Cryptics as well across the way, as everybody on the east is getting shut down, and again, Nova are ahead of them.
I think this is good for Enigma Galaxy, though, isolating those angles on that northeast side towards DXA before focusing on something else. Nova finds at least 1 knockover onto Downward Gaming, and they're getting ripped apart right now. The Forest getting crushed underfoot.
Sung getting that heal off. The reses can't come through. Senke now consumed by the blue zone and will be ticking down. His teammate falls as Junie takes a tickle as well, and you're out in the zone. There's no reses for down 1. They'll have to run on forwards, but with Nova just across the ridge, it's a tall order, even for the top dogs.
Gorgeous nade comes through from Order there. Will take down the majority of Damwon Gaming. Tosses another up towards Nigma Galaxy position, but Reject, they have been chilling. 2 eliminations, but not a big deal if you're looking for that chicken dinner. Sung, most likely going to try and heal this one out. 9 first aid kits, but I don't know how quickly this fight between Nova as well as Nigma Galaxy is going to conclude, and will it finish between that first aid kit mark?
There's a couple of bodies around him from all of his team. I don't know if he's looted them all just yet as well. Maybe saving inventory space for himself, but I'll have to wait and see. Was fairly boosted as well, if I remember correctly, on that bar. But now Reject, I mean, they have 2 kills, 2 eliminations right now, Blake. They have 2. They have been out of this fight for so long, but now is their time to really hold this.
I really do think they maybe should have got into position a little bit earlier. At the moment, they're allowing Nigma Galaxy to get over towards their position. Luckily, Sarah here with the Mini 14 will be able to provide that covering fire, but Freak with a nade in hand, but it looks like Sarah knows what's going on here. Really, really aware of his surroundings.
Yeah, absolutely. Beautiful stuff as QC1 Sung stands up and should be able to get that first aid off. It depends on the booster. Sarah does go down, and I think, yeah, that's Reject. Damwon, sorry, getting eliminated. Sarah
fantastic.
Hang on a minute. There's been 2 knocks over to Reject as we hop on board with Freak onto Divine's position as well. They might be on the ball, but you can't really hold too well. Reiji wants to hold off against Order, but he's been doing so much work for the squad. Around the side, jumps out wide, takes so much damage, and Reject,
my God,
they get batted aside as the teams from the East, war-hardened, burst through the ranks.
I think that is just the fire coming through from both these teams. It's just Order remaining versus 4. Not likely going to happen, but Reject had to be in on this fight early on. And they just waited and waited. But now Order has a tall task ahead of him. Can he complete it? That's the question. He has the power of surprise on his side, but it's only just a tree.
And it's going to be cut down in short order. Lord gets the final kill. Nigma Galaxy claim the chicken dinner here. Nova with a whole heap of points as well. It is really starting to heat up. Well, certainly at the top, but Nigma Galaxy looking to strike out for those positions as well. From further down in 8th, that's going to be a really nice bonus for them.
Yes, slowing it down on the northeast side was very smart for Nigma Galaxy. Sending Freak out, you know, it was dangerous to send him that far, but he found a position to hold in. And again, it's that anchor that you desperately need to get into the circle when you're that far out of position and give you that information that you desperately need at the end of that game. So really, really well done to Nigma Galaxy, in fact. But I do think it could have been stopped. I do think it could have been stopped by Reject, but this split from them, 2-2 either side, I'm not sure if it was the right play. Playing together and maybe trying to pick up a couple of eliminations here and there and then just scope the place could have worked out easily. I think that you also have to take into account for Reject that you do not expect a wild Order to come out of nowhere and get a double kill onto you guys on the eastern side. So unfortunate stuff for Reject, but just massive outplays from Nigma Galaxy and Order.
Yeah, I mean, they did get pretty far. Sure, they got a couple of placements and they were right towards the bubble, so maybe they'd been able to jump on up. But with only 2 eliminations during that game, I mean, they went out, I think it was 4th place, if I'm not mistaken. So that's not for Reject.
3rd, I think.
In that. Okay, but even so, you know, they got 10 points in that game, or 12 points, I guess, with their elimination. That is not a lot for their position that they held. That should have been a high teens game at least.
Absolutely, and just looking at that, it's very unfortunate. Again, I will put it the way that Reject could have had so much more control over that end circle, but in a way they tried to take too much control with the split that they held, which is it's just almost funny. And I think Freak getting that initial kill was really the big kicker for Reject. If Freak doesn't get that initial kill by himself, by the way, and I think that is the big problem, is that Reject fell to 2 solos. That can't be happening on a global stage.
Yeah, unfortunately though, the stars didn't align, and instead it was a galactic victory with Nigma Galaxy taking the chicken dinner.
You know what, John? Respect. I like that one. That was good. That was very good. You know what? Kudos. Welcome back, everyone, to the desk. And as you just said, Nigma Galaxy taking home the chicken dinner, taking home the win. And again, a lot of points they're going to need here in these finals. 23 points in total, but beyond them, we also have Nova putting up a fantastic performance with 22 points. And you got to slide down in there with Damwon and Reject. And as I said at the start of the day here, Reject, this is half of their Miramars in the entirety of the finals this day today. For them to have good performances where they stomped everyone in week 1, it's not do or die, but it's such an advantage for them to have a good day here on those 2 maps in particular.
Yeah, double-digit points coming in from Rejects is very nice, but I mean, we got to focus on the top here for a moment, Jason, because we said it yesterday. For me, this is the Dark Horse Championship caliber team, Enigma Galaxy, and across the last 4 games, they've got themselves 2 second places and now a first here. Gone are the days of that first super weekend, all right? Blank, put that away. Put it away, Blank, because that's not anymore. Enigma Galaxy's here to play, man.
Yeah, they were super opportunistic towards the end too. They were just waiting for the teams to get on top of each other. They were waiting for Nova to get involved with Reject, go for that push, and then they just took full ownership of that late game circle to try and make sure that they were going to secure that win. So a really good finish from Enigma Galaxy. But yeah, as you mentioned also, Jason, Damwon able to get himself another 14-pointer here. Some really good consistency there, definitely holding on to that first place. But Nova stepped up big time today. They're getting some really good results. So they could be first place after a few more games there.
I mean, I'm surprised, but I'm happy that I'm surprised to see Damwon actually putting up a consistent performance in the finals. Again, I do kind of question where has this Damwon been in the league stage, but you know what? Like, you know, kudos to them. Again, we talked about before, like South Korea doesn't really involve themselves in mobile esports that much, and this is a chance for them to put their country on the map, and they're continuing from yesterday where they were leading at 82 points, and well done by them in the end. But some teams who are not doing so well, sorry, gotta call them out. Bigatron, not having a good day yet again here. Only 1 point coming through, and we'll talk about them a little bit more when we get on to our next match. But MS Chonburi only 4 points. That was another team that did fairly well when it came to league stage. Unfortunately, there's a lot of teams on the second page who were relatively high up in our leaderboards that just have not been able to replicate that prior performance.
Yeah, the teams at the bottom that have been a little bit like weird right now is Genesis, Dogma, MSC, and BTR. We expect better from them, so we'll see. We've still got quite a few more games. We haven't hit the 50% mark of the tournament yet, but we're getting really close. One more game before we do hit that part. But Order, and as Blank said, right, it is so weird to see that Reject had one of the strongest 2-2 splits, and yet they both go down to a solo player, and one of those players was actually Order in this fighter. We didn't expect that to really work out. He got 1 knock mid-range, pushed it, took a 1v1, got the position, and allowed himself to get a second place. It was so well done by Order. And they actually take first place with 100 points. Hell yeah, they just overtook Damwon after that second place. Yeah, that's huge.
Yeah, definitely. Amazing stuff. Yeah, for Rejects, their 2-2 split, we were talking about it whilst it was going on, Max. I would have liked for there to be like a cover point between the 2 splits that they did have between one another, but I mean, they actually got hit a bit unfortuitously at exactly the same time. So I think there was a bit of a scramble on the side of Reject camp to really kind of consolidate even those lines of sight. And yeah, I think both of the teams pushed them very effectively.
All right. I mean, looking down further on in the list, though, taking a look at outside top 9 again. For you guys at home, if you're unfamiliar, it's only top 9 that get into the grand finals kicking off in January. Reject at the moment is that cutoff at 63 points, but looking down the list here, you know, 4 rivals. Well, we were looking down the list, just sitting a little bit low here, unfortunately for them, as well as BTR. I mean, Cryptics, we got to see really step up there in the final super weekend, but it is getting tough. Again, we still have, what, 6 plus 4 is 10 matches. Quick math left to go here. I almost messed that up. So there still is some time, but we are approaching that halfway point of the event, of the finals. This next match will be exactly that. But you guys at home, don't worry. There's not pressure on your guys besides the fact of watching and getting PMGC tokens to unlock permanent items from the 22nd of December up to the 13th of January. We're only 2 days in. You can collect these tokens to unlock these permanent items with special rewards as well, and to help you along with your journey to opening one of these coveted Link Finals treasure boxes. Well, we have other ways you can win tokens. You can see 500,000 peak concurrent viewers will get you 900 tokens, and you only need 1,200 to open up the box. Make sure you're hitting up your friends, family, you know, maybe go on over to any apps where you can communicate with people. I didn't want to say any names in particular. And you can, hey, say, what's up? I swiped right on you, but come watch some PUBG Mobile. And then you have some ways to do it here with the PMGC token, as you can see as well in the chat. That was a really hard line to walk right there, but I feel like we did it well. I feel like we made it through. And we're going to be going on over Sandhawk. Things are going to be getting hot and moist here, Max.
Yeah, I love it when it's on moist, Jason. That's my favorite aspect of Sanhok actually getting into it. But yeah, we've got a few teams that we always have in mind when we're looking at this map. We're looking at your Enigma Galaxy, looking at your Infinities to potentially get some good results, which is what we've been seeing in the past, right? But I would like to see potentially another good result from our boys from Damwon, right? They got himself that 90 elimination game. There was maybe a little bit of circle look involved. I want to see them take control in the circle, just maybe not given this time.
Well, Maxu Paksu will find out if Damwon can reign supreme here in our next match. We're going to head to a short break. When we come back, we'll be diving into Sanhok.
I love that for Pebgoro. It's like, you kill me, I kill me. And he kills himself. Zuxi, he was being a snake for quite a while.
Help me! Nope.
No! God, please, no! No! No!
Goodbye.
Hey!
Nope. Help me! Huh? What happened? Oh. Excuse me. Huh?
All right. I love that for Pebgoro. It's like, you kill me, I kill me. And he kills himself. Zuxi, he was being a snake for quite a while.
George, they deal with it regardless. Lord now, last.
Huh?
How is he not dead? He rolled under the tires there, but Nikhil goes.
Just
the other player
do it!
chasing.
Make your dreams come true!
Looking for the rundown, but no
Nope.
tires on. Set by the tree, and he is taken down at the last.
What a play! What? He's gonna get it! He gets it! Tony K! Movement on the vehicles, and Frankie, a prolonged spray coming in from Ponzai, but he will be finished off by NC2. Stalwart now against their the counterparts in the name of 628. The two STEs going up against each other, but 628 have a massive advantage. It's a 1 versus 4 for Scry, and as incredible as this player is, it is looking very, very unlikely.
Happy about this one. Somehow they've managed to keep all their players up. It's been rough though. I think a lot of them are down. Sadly, this is why Damwon here is towards the bottom of the tables, is that they are just crumbling under the might of Nova at the moment.
Wow, that's brutal. That is brutal. The nades just keep pouring down, and that is Damwon here eliminated from the game. 3 teams remaining.
One gaming. A nade from 628 will connect onto Tony K. Looking to be stolen away by Fnatic. Is there anything sweeter than a normal elimination? It's stealing an elimination away from another player. That's a double knock by Fnatic. Rico, what is up?
Right next to each other. Shifu seems to be aware, but Freak's fully patched up. Shifu, he jumps a corner, he goes for the free, but he's more than ready as Freak on a sliver. 1 HP. And Freak he's only got bandages, so Turu Love, if times is right, he knows it's there on the corner. Molotov, yeah, that's gonna flush Freak out. Comes pre-firing. What a play! What? Freak absolutely ruins Deadeye's guy's days. Yeah, MS John Burry have evacuated the premises, and Tony K. Okay. KKK. Tony K. That M249 could shred them. He's gonna go for the play.
Oh, I love that.
Tony K finds one, runs back up again. Now Scry, let's go for the res. Going for the long reload. It takes about half an hour. It's like assembling an IKEA table. It's going to come peering around the corner again. Another knock with Tony K. He's found 3 members of Stalwart Esports. It's going to get it. He gets it. Tony K, the 1v4 against Stalwart. What a beast.
You guys are excited. You're getting rewards, and not to mention you're getting the reward now of another match coming your way. It's going to be on Sandhawk, Max's favorite map, because of why, Max?
It's moist and hot.
It is moist and hot, just like all the action today. But one thing that does stand out when it comes to Sandhawk here, Kalaris, is the elephant in the room.
That's right. The elephant in the room, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to talk about it. There's only one Sandhawk today, so let's quickly do this. After further review of yesterday's Sandhawk game, it was very clear that we had Nova actively hunting down BTR from their drop spot in Painan and holding them out of that circle. It was perfect execution. It was perfectly done by Nova against BTR. Now, BTR has 2 options from this point on. What do? Do they, A, go somewhere else, or B, rotate earlier because they were on the right side of the circle, so right side of Painan, to be able to make that happen? There is a third option, which is win the fight, but considering where they're at right now, 1st versus 16th, I don't think that's that very reasonable. I'm curious to see where this actually goes, because this could, I mean, we've got 10 games left. 3 of those are Sandhawk here. This could be a determining factor for BTR, even though they're not doing already that well, if they go to 9th place or above or not here, Max.
That was brutal right there. But yeah, I agree. There's so many things that need to be changed potentially. And BTR actually did that on the second Sandhawk game yesterday, I believe. They dropped one more of the northern side. They completely left Painan as a whole because they just didn't want to get in those entanglements between themselves and Nova. And I think that is a very good choice to make, seeing how good, for example, Order has been throughout this these finals with 1,026 damage that last game. So I think that'll be the best course of action, is for them to just leave it. There's no need, and so many teams that have not qualified in this stage have had strong spots in the past. Just take their positions. There's no issue with that. Just avoid those early skirmishes, because in my eyes, it just doesn't make any sense.
Just as a slight aside, Jason, it was very interesting to listen, because Zute was doing a breakdown of it, and he was like basically translating some of the comms that Nova were using whilst that situation was going on. It's very interesting, a really good watch. You should go check it out.
I swear, Claris, when you started that whole segment about the elephant in the room, you sounded like an American football referee. After reviewing the play on the field, I have determined there is a 10-yard penalty for Nova Esports.
Well,
first
actually,
down.
I didn't realize until recently, Jason, but I didn't realize your refs are mic'd up, so you can actually hear all that whilst it's going on. It's really cool. That doesn't happen in English football, soccer, whatever.
And they even mic up some of the players too, so you can hear the comms and stuff like that. But you know what you also can hear right now? What I'm going to tell you is about OnePlus, our sponsor here at PMGC at the PUBG Mobile Global Championship, with flagship performance and immersive 120 Hz. You did it early, Claris. 120 Hz display and HyperTouch technology made specifically for gamers. The OnePlus 9 Pro, your best shot to climb the leaderboards. All right, well, gentlemen, it's time to get into our predictions. Max, I want you to predict who I predicted first, and then we'll get into your prediction.
I predict a Jason, which is a Infinity, and you, Jason, also predicted a Jason, so you also predicted Infinity. There you go. Yeah.
I predicted a Jason. Can we predict ourselves? Do you think they can put our face as a logo and we can predict ourselves?
Can I predict Blue?
I would have to get a graphic done for that.
All right, well, I got to go with Nova, because it's the Nova train now all day, and they actually haven't got themselves a victory yet, right? So let's see that come through here in the final.
I mean, as you're talking, the elephant in the room, will they go up against That's my prediction for you, actually. I want to know, do you think Nova will try to chase down BTR yet again here in this match?
No, I think they're going to be uncontested in this location. It's not worth it for BTR.
Okay, well, Nova is getting in a very good position, taking that first place at the moment, but we still have more matches to come, and we have the Senhawk about to kick off here as we go back on over to John, Allen, and Blake.
Thank you very much. We're going to be back into the game. It's a westerly plane path. We're about to reach that halfway mark. Blank. Things are heating up. It's getting hot and moist.
Yes, it is. I prefer it coldly and dryery, to be honest with you. So that's what I'm going for, as I am very pale and also a secret ginger. So I burn like there's no tomorrow. Fortunately, the moment crashing and burning is Bigatron at the moment, right at the bottom of the table, 16th place. And I think that, you know, Claris is right. Nova's going to go uncontested in Pineland. They did yesterday. Bigatron heading up towards that eastern side recently, trying to stay out of harm's way, to be honest with you. And Saturn 16th place is a horrific place to be. And it's going to be a hell of a turnaround seeing Bigatron, like, to be honest with you, probably not in the grand finals at this rate. And I think that Nova, once again, doing Nova things, I'm going to say right now they're most likely going to be in first place by the time we finish tomorrow. And I'm basing that off the fact they have 0 chicken dinners, yet are sitting comfortably in first place at the moment. Now, that is something you have to consider as consistency. We bring it up all the time, but consistency is very important, especially in these sprint formats. And if you're not getting chicken dinners, yet sat in first place, that is a massive merit to have on your side. Because if you're putting up the points for all games, regardless of eating chicken dinners or not, it's going to be very hard to catch up to you. And there have been a lot of teams, and DXavier is a very good example of this, who have had chicken dinners, who have had blast out games, yet where are DXavier currently sat? 6th place, 67 points. It is a far shot behind Nova's current 100 points, breaking triple digits after that last game.
Yeah, it's not what we expected potentially, but it's great. It's great to see that people are really starting to change things up towards these finals to really get on board with it, getting things changed up. We're watching, of course, Nova and dropping in Painan. Bigatron moved just so far away.
Yeah, and they, like I said, they did this yesterday, heading up to the eastern side. This time they're up on the northwest. And I think that just looking at Nova, like, we can say we didn't expect it, but I can't count the amount of times that the desk has said on my hands, the amount of time the desk has said, is this going to be another Nova don't do so great in league play and then suddenly blast out in league finals? Because they do it every single time. It is so weird to look at. But I think for Nova, it's just a case of, well, what works, what doesn't work, try this, try that. Oh, okay, we've figured it out now. Good stuff for us. MS Chumbury taking shots down towards 628, though, who are currently on a wide split on that northwest island.
Trying to hold on out. Yu Yang goes down. Doesn't get flushed just yet. MS Chumbury don't quite have the angle for that. No one from 628 too close by to get this res. 33Z can start to move up that eastern coastline on the northwestern island. DRS, they're spotted out by 4 rivals. This is over towards Camp Bravo. Eva does go down. 4 rivals pick up 1 elim.
We'll take that. 4 rivals taking 1 elimination is good for the points basket for the time being. Again, just looking at 4 rivals and the position they're currently in, it's not the worst in the world, but it does need to change and change fast. 13th place, 37 points. You're up 30 points ahead, behind of like these teams who are on 6th or 7th. Who are all on very similar point values. I mean, from 9th place to 5th place, there is only, let's see, literally 3 points different. So it's really not a lot. And then from 10th place up to 5th place, that's a 10-point difference. So it's very volatile towards those spots getting into the actual league finals at the moment. So there's still a lot of room for change, but we are now officially at the halfway mark. Thank you very much, AJ, for marshalling that little title.
Oh, there we go. He's
halfway AJ,
an assist machine. Halfway AJ. Okay, all right, fair enough. That's an interesting moniker, but sure, we'll go with it. We'll go with it. Halfway AJ. At the moment, though, DRS, they are down to 3 players, so hopefully it's going to be able to run a little bit further than halfway to bring the team up to the average of... I don't know where I'm going with this, Blank, but you know what? I'm having a good time.
I think their previous games have been better, to be honest with you, for DRS recently. Paraboy just trying to make the jump. It's a bit of an awkward in this one. You do just bounce off the side. It is possible to make it, though. Though Paraboy is making it look much more difficult than it actually is.
Says you. I mean, I don't know if I've ever seen you make that jump, Blank.
Done that jump like 8 times. I do it daily.
Daily? A daily jump?
That's a classic Blank play. Every time on Sandhawk, I make that jump.
That's
10
true.
10 times out of 10.
That's true. That's what I heard. That's what I heard from sources.
Yeah. To put a clip out now of me making that jump.
Yeah, you have to. You have to tweet it. Don't tag me. Bigatron are going to be still on this northern side, obviously dropping out, changing that location as they did in days past. Moving up to that north side. The Infinity will be a little bit closer by. This time around, they haven't lost a player early. 4 rivals did not go out to fight them.
Now, I actually think there's a very good change coming here through from the Infinity, which is much closer together. You know, we've seen their splits beforehand. We've been like a 4-man split across the top of the northern side, and Newsy generally moves down towards Camp Bravo early on in the game. This time he's kept himself nice and steady up towards Mong Nai, with the rest of the team holding in Cow. So this is a very significant change for the Infinity. It's much less confident, but I think that needs to be so. I'm not confident, much less bold. And I think you can be bold when you know that there is opportunity for it. And I think being like this, where you're much more close together and you're cautious, is a smart choice, especially of what's happened to them so far on Sandhawk. So I think that making this change for the Infinity is a welcome one, and it's good for them here on Sandhawk.
Hopefully it will pan out for them as well. I mean, it's still early days. It's a good start, right? But we've seen rotations from these good starts really start to get put to the test here on Sandhawk. Hopefully they'll be able to keep it on going, stay in those top 9 spots, because dropping down to 7th, far from ideal. They are in that volatile area now, despite starting the day in what was a much safer situation than they were in before. And not only is it that 9th place you're looking for, it's also the prize money, right, that comes out of this towards the end. Top spot, you're getting $362,000, I think. 500 extra 500 on there as well. I'd have to double check the exact numbers. But if you go down towards 9th, that's $8,000. So that's like basically a $350,000 drop, right? Like you do not want to be slipping down those tables too far.
You really don't. I think that just looking at this for their actual prize pool, you know, $392,500 for that first place, then a massive drop off for second place, $175,000 total. And I think that looking at that, you know, $175,000, still fantastic, right? At the end of the day, still fantastic result for you. But that almost 400 grand at the top there for first place is really what a lot of these teams are aiming for.
Yeah, it's quite the accolade, and not only that, of course, you also get the qualification spot towards the global championship, right? Like the grand finals that are going to be happening next year, which again is going to have a prize pool. It's going to have a lot of money. And if you're coming in as top seed from the East League, I feel like you're a pretty solid bet to actually be doing really very well and getting a lot more money if you're sat at the top of those tables.
Well, I mean, if you come first place in the grand finals, John, 1.5 mil.
That's a lot of mil. That's a lot
of mil. All right, okay. You won't have to run any types of mills to earn that kind of money, so you'll be fine after that point in time. So I think that this is our biggest prize pool yet, and it is. I can quite comfortably say now that is life-changing money.
Absolutely. I mean, that's per player, assuming you have, what is it, a 5-player roster? Let's go with that. And then a coach, maybe. You're looking at, over all these earnings, what are you coming up towards? You're coming up towards like 300, 400 grand a player per person, right? That's pretty nuts. That sets you up for the next that sets you up for a good couple of years in esports moving in.
Exactly, and just infrastructure towards the team and setting up contracts for these players as well. Like, it sets you steady and you put you on a good path. And again, I think Bigatron is a good example, though, is that you can't really rest on your laurels. And I think it is unfortunate with, you know, Ryzen, Microboy leaving the team. I think all good things have to come to an end at some point. And I think for Bigatron, their legacy will never be left behind. What they did for early PUBG Mobile is probably more than any other team can say. They created one hell of a name for themselves, and it's something that spread for all fans, like verbatim. You know, like it's a Bigatron win. You know, Bigatron prank. Like there's so many good things about them, but at the moment they are just not pulling their weight. But it's not something I expect to continue into next year. I imagine they'll have a resurgence. Just getting to the global stage after having such a massive reform of the team is an achievement in of itself, John.
Yeah, I mean, that core of Luxy Zuxy has just always been there. And for Bigatron, it seems to be their guiding light, but it's just not quite finding those paths at the moment. It's still in flux. And you're right, I mean, with those roster changes, it just doesn't seem to be working as strong as maybe you would have hoped. Hopefully they'll settle down on their roster towards next year and really come back swinging and seeing what they can do. You know what would be super exciting is if, for some reason, the Twins split up. I feel like that would be a really cool story if the Twins split to 2 different teams or if there were some roster changes there. But I feel like you've got to keep it. You've got to keep it. If you're Bigatron, you've got to keep the Twins.
I think Bigatron is the Twins, let's be honest with you. I think those 2 red aliens aren't going anywhere anytime soon. I'll tell you that now. But I do think that I think Luxy and Zuxy have had the most amazing performance this time. I think if we look at it realistically, it's mainly been Yuhai, to be honest with you. I think if we see Luxy and Zuxy evolved with Yuhai in there, it'll be great. But I do think that, goodness me, 2 knocks onto Down 1 Gaming. I mean, I will continue this discussion because it is an interesting one. Yeah. I think for, unless things get dicey, which I don't think they will do actually at this point in time. I think for Luxy and Zuxy, it's difficult to play over a player like Yuhai, and although he's doing very good work for the team, he is an extremely offensive, aggressive player, and molding yourself around that to make it work is difficult. Especially Zuxy and Luxy, who are both very patient players. We see them snaking on Miramar so many times. I think for those 2 players, it maybe is a little bit difficult to adapt to him. But if they can, it's fine.
Well, you'd hope so, right? I mean, it's not the easiest adaptation to make. But, I mean, they did have Ryzen off the chain, right? But Microboy was always there to back Ryzen up. And so they maybe weren't playing around that as strong as maybe they are having to now. So it is a dynamic change, right? So hopefully return to form. But we've harped on about them enough for now anyway. And we'll take a look back at the rest of the lobby as the shift goes down towards the river. It contains Painan. Down 1 did get both of their players back up and kicking Enigma Galaxy. In the meantime, though, they've moved into the south side of that. The Infinity, they're in Paradise Resort. They're moving south from it now, behind Rico Infinity team.
Enigma Galaxy and Down 1 Gaming still on this path. I think for the Infinity, though, Rico Infinity team, like you were saying, this is much smarter from the Infinity team. It's a much slower push in. Goodness me, Down 1 Gaming is not having a good time here in Painan. I think Nova was smart to leave this when they did. It is just so open, and every time Down 1 Gaming try and get an avenue of approach, try and find some opportunities by getting that oversight, there is another team there. Enigma Galaxy, on the other hand, they're playing a smart game at the moment with 1 player out wide, being able to catch these players off guard. The issue is that Down 1 Gaming, I think they just need to play a much more static playstyle right now. Fortify Painan, look for a single knock, and with Freak being so out of the way, there is a potential to kind of remedy this fight. But it's going to be a case of slow and steady wins the race for Down 1.
Hopefully. But not only that, they have Nova to contend with, who are in a very similar position to the place they guarded out Bigatron from Painan. The question is, will these teams know of that position? Will they know about this rotation? Were they paying attention? Did they do their homework?
I mean, I think for... Oh, goodness me. Nade over towards Fidan. There is player on the side and Logan as well. I think Rico Infinity team are feeling the pressure from the Infinity. Mela gets out of the way. Newsy gets another knock and finishes off Fidan. Great nades coming through from this guy.
So now it's just an ass on those hillsides, trying to snake it out, trying to stay alive, but they know where he is. Will spot Newsy, looks for the flush as well. The Infinity really don't want to lose players right now. Mela nades over the top, and an ass now, attention drawn. Newsy to cover, and the Infinity can look to get him back up in a minute. First aid getting popped right now for an ass. Has quite a few meds on board by the looks of things. Should be okay, but the nades keep on going, and it is just going to get harder and harder. God Tani, final nail, and it's Rico Infinity team dispatched as Infinity push in from the back.
For the Infinity's not so bad. I think Stalwart would chime me into that fight, but they're so far out of the way now, they should be able to get Newsy back up again. I want to quickly talk about a very quick graphic we saw early on, which is Newsy's damage numbers, or top damage in the lobby. 26,000. Now, I think that Newsy's been hovering around 26,000 for the longest time at the moment, and he was an incredibly powerful player for that team towards the beginning of the tournament, though I think he's fallen off slightly. Though here on Sandhawk, it's great to see because it feels like it's more or less the Newsy back on form. And the Newsy that I was very much glad to see earlier on the tournament, like the star player that's been formed on the Infinity. Now they're going to have to move through Stalwart. They will have to worry about DX Xavier as well as. So we'll see how that does occur. Bigatron took boot camp in the meantime.
All right. On the north side, they're all four alive. I think they took a knock earlier in the game, but they did get that one back up. I'm not entirely sure on that, actually. Have to double check. But Stalwart on the northeastern edge. Painan fight still going on. And on the south side, you've got a couple of teams looking to push in. People yet to leave from Quarry as well.
All on the western side of Quarry, though, so it's a fairly easy push in to the circle for Genesis Dogma as well as DRS. Most teams trying to fly into the circle now, find at least one of these compounds. There are a fair few to be taken a hold of early on in the game. This is probably one of the more populated areas in terms of buildings.
How was Marshall just keeping that level? That was some very good driving. I'm very impressed. Given the number of tumbles we've seen today, you got to wonder how he's doing it, but it looks like Damn One have figured something out about Cryptics, and well, they land all those shots. Beautiful stuff. Cryptics down to 2 as they leave their forward guard as the only guard remaining.
Luckily for Damwon Gaming, now it will be Nigma Galaxy who has to push through them to get into the circle. Again, Nova still waiting to welcome whoever comes out of Painan victorious, which is a slight issue, so Nova's going to come out on the best end of things regardless of what happens. First knockdown to Freak, and now that fight can start to begin in earnest.
Oh, action gets sprayed down as Pimburu gets a beautiful off-angle. Pika out in the open, doesn't actually get spotted there. I think he might be on the far side of the road behind the cover, actually. And has to try and get away. Action, I mean, somehow he's dodging these bullets, but Pimburu pushing up to DX Xavier's position as well. The rest of Stalwart up the top of the hill. I'm not entirely sure what Pimburu was trying to achieve there. He didn't really know too much about the rest of that hillside, and the rest of the team were not close enough to back it up.
Stalwart down to 3, looking over towards Four Rivals' position. You've got Pew in the back there, looking to try and find something. He is checking out the backside as well, so it is a bit of an awkward situation. DRS locked in combat with Genesis Dogma, but not for long as the rest of the team does get flushed out. 3 players from Genesis Dogma make it away alive from that western side of Quarry and will be moving in, but Reject, they'll have to contend with them in front of them.
Plenty of teams now having to move, being forced in by the zone. Down 1, Nigma Galaxy at loggerheads. Modi goes down on the first push. Favian looks for the flush and gets it. Getting over the wall would be crucial here. Makes a nice break. Sung echoing that movement as Lord is down as well for Nigma Galaxy. See Ralph, what name a more iconic duo? The Heal-Off and Ralph. How many first aid? 24 on a medkit. That's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm seeing. And 27 bandages as well. Look, he's bandaging up right now because you know these zones won't hurt him as much. Save those first aids for later.
Yeah, because he can bandage and get the stims through. This is what makes Ralph such a good medic here on Sandhawk, because he's figured out everything he needs in the early stages of the circle, and then everything else he needs in the later stages of the circle. Unfortunately, he won't have the rest of his team to back him up to try and clear out as many teams as possible, or at least start fights to get them further up those rankings. So we'll see just how far Ralph can go. But Nova in such a fantastic position to take up now the only compound within the circle. And they've played this so slow. DX Xavier, though, leave themselves bare to Scry.
How does Scry not get taken down? There's 3 players in that building. Only one of them looking his way, and actually gets back to the rest of his team. Potential to get top up as well, suppressing the lines as they have to move on forwards. Potential to keep on crawling as well. Bigatron getting stunted from the top side, and God Tunny, I wouldn't be too surprised if he's just going for the heal strat as well. Ryzen, maybe a 3rd healer out in the zone.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting into the final days of a league final now, so it's all about those heal strats. Reject have to leave their comfy spot at the moment, but it's eye shots with a great angle there. Will take down one of them. That's Regiocio down to DXavier Lamborghini too, and I think that's Reject now out.
Nova looking good, but they're going to have to move. DXavier closer to the circle. Reject have some foothold, but the players behind are trailing and downed. Only one player standing. Divine, MS Chonburi as well, out in the open. And you have to wonder, if MS Chonburi are out in the open, can they move faster and better than the teams in these compounds?
Jumper's going to get a couple of elimination points for his troubles. He's not looking right, though, so he doesn't see the player who's directly behind that rock. Unfortunate stuff for him. DXavier inside their compounds. Oh,
look at that.
No! Nova with one hell of a shot from along the way, and I think this is smart from Nova to hold this compound as long as possible. Divine might just be able to get up one more player. Regiocio can get across to him, and they are, in fact, in the circle.
That's very, very good fortune there for Reject to get those 2 players alive. The question is, can they stay that way? Can they keep on going? And now MS Chonburi looking to guard out Nova, but Stalwart are moving up on their back as well. Top gets sat down, and Pika nades over the top to try and get some retribution. With 3 players, they need to even these numbers as fast as they can. A flash comes through, and MS Chonburi lose a full player.
Nice.
Bonsai low, and Stalwart back them off for now.
Another nade comes through. That might be good for NC2. Does just get out of the way as fast as possible. Pika's already grabbing a new one. Tosses that, keeps him in contention as the blue starts to move this way. 6th zone, though, so this is going to tickle.
It's going to hurt a lot more now. Nova looking to move up in the meantime, and they've swung in from the south side, and MS Chonburi caught in the jaws. They are getting swallowed up here. Nova looks to move out of their position. I think they might have even left QC1 on the heel strat on the game. Paraboy takes on MS Chonburi, nade around the back, forces the fight with NC2, and sprays around the side, but can't find the first. The second, though, is good. Jimmy is there to save the day.
Paraboy will be brought back up into the fold. MS Chonburi going down is fantastic for them. QC1 will go down here, but DXavier now have a good chance of this game. 4 eliminations, but look at Nova. 8 eliminations so far. DXavier, they want to hold on to those spots towards that 9th place. This probably needs to be a good game. It would see themselves towards the top of the fold once again.
I'm wondering where those healers are out in the circle. I mean, the Infinity are still there. Enigma Galaxy are still going. See how hard they can go. I'll take that back. The Infinity still going now. DXavier with the numbers advantage. 3 players, but they're trapped in a little tricky divot downhill.
Yeah, God Tunny this time doesn't get spotted out on the northern side and should be able to heal for a little bit longer. It's Nova coming up towards Reject at the moment. There is an off angle on the left-hand side, John.
Stalwart taken down, but Divine now under pressure. Nova moved through. Jimmy leading that charge. Ragey takes him down. Avenges his teammate. He knows Jimmy's on the rock, but the blue zone will push, and he needs to keep the inside track here towards the circle as Paraboy falls as well. Both players from Nova down, and the Infinity are still healing. DXavier in the middle now against Ragey. 1 versus 3 around the side. Will the Infinity outlast Ragey? Will he be able to get found 1, but the flush comes through, and the heal is there with the last first aid in for God Tunny. He stays alive for the Infinity into 2nd place, but it is DXavier who will be claiming the chicken dinner.
And there was a much-needed chicken dinner as well, John, to take that one up, to put themselves back towards the top of the standings. Reject really had no right to come towards that 3rd place at all, but through all of it, they push and push and push and make it towards the end of the game. Very well done to Reject, and I think coming off the back of that Miramar, realizing that things could have gone so much better for them, like having that determination to make it towards that end game, getting those players back up again, and honestly, Regiocio being such a clutch member of the team, like, I am so happy to see it. Really, really well done to them.
Absolutely fantastic stuff coming through from a lot of teams in that lobby, actually. And I mean, again, we see the power of stacking first aids on one of your player come through from 2 of those teams. I mean, Enigma Galaxy going down, I think, what is that, like 5th, 4th, something like that? And the Infinity coming 2nd in that game as well. off the back of that heal strat. I mean, it feels like Sanhok really is the fallback option set of plays, and we might see more teams start to do that, although not today, as that was only Sanhok.
I said I didn't like Stalwart yesterday, but I do like them today. It's much more reminiscent of Stalwart old, where they looked very strong. They're taking these fights on the hillsides really well, and I think that Stalwart are looking much better. I think one of the major things for Stalwart is these players are starting to actually hit their shots again, because I do think that it has been a bit awkward before, and these team fights for Stalwart haven't been great, but now the rotations put him in the right spots at the right time. Damwon Gaming not quite making it as far as we thought they would, but I think Nigma Galaxy definitely stymied their chances up towards that south side. Nova could have gone much further as well, to be honest with you.
Potentially could have done, potentially, but in the end, it was DXavier to sweep up all of those tasty points. I mean, they were right on that boundary before, and now they're going to be a little bit safer, but it is still going back and forth. It's all in flux. DXavier have themselves a little bit of a breathe.
Again, what worries me, and probably worries, well, hopefully not just me, is the fact that it seems to be feast or famine for DXavier. But hey, at least it's feast in this match here on Sanhok, the only one of the day. They get themselves the chicken dinner and a buttload of points as well. 21, not too bad, but again, gentlemen, Nova finishing top 4. Yeah. Another 17 points added to the tally. They're starting to build up a nice lead, and I think we're in a world at the moment where if Nova continue this pace, at the end of the day, I think they're guaranteed through top 9.
I think that at the end of the day, they should indeed be confirmed in that top 9 position if they keep getting results like this, Jason. They seem completely unstoppable. And Nova played it so well too, because now we do not have that BTR hot drop in Pine versus Nova anymore. BTR is now dropping onto the northern coastline of Sanhok, which is a good change in my opinion. But now this is what Nova can do when no one contests Pine early on, which they move away from it relatively early, commit to a 2-2 split for scouting and also for information gathering towards the west of Quarry. And they just held on to all of that central position for so long, Kalaris. It was so well played, and if no one's going to contest early Pine from them now, this is going to make it even easier for them to get the points on Sanhok.
No, indeed. If there's no one there against you, it is one of the best drop locations on the entire battleground. And we saw that come to fruition here. Fine for them. As you say, early transitions. That means extra loot down the line aside from Painan. And they had what is available to them up towards that. It's a shame that some of these circles shift away from them because they end up going across roads. It's very difficult to find yourself the exact spots you want. But yeah, very well played by them overall.
Yeah, and I feel like 4 rivals today, not to mention we're seeing quite a few other teams just really start to have some struggles across today. Secret was the one I was thinking of in particular. They've just, some reason, have really had a tough day after having such a fantastic performance the day before. Well, we can see at least Paraboy getting the MVP with his smoky look, his blue steel, whatever he wants to call it. Yeah, right? Surprise, surprise, the Nova. 117 points. I mean, hell, we're talking about Nova being probably qualified at the end of the day. Damwon might be qualified at the end of the day.
Yeah, 2 teams able to already breach the 3-digit mark is going to be huge for these 2 teams in particular. But I mean, DXavier, despite us, being a little bit critical about them being up and down, not really consistent, those wins they get are tending to be really big wins from time to time. Especially the 2 wins from yesterday were really big results for them to able to get themselves up to 88 points so far. So if they get themselves a few other big games like that, even though I still think there's a lot of things that need to be improved upon for DXavier as a whole, it will be enough to make it and remain in that top 9. So they're going to hold on to that position. But I would like to see a little bit more variety from the team as a whole if they are aiming actually for that first place at the end.
And noticeably, as much as, I mean, maybe myself or somebody else here might be a doubter of DXavier and what they've been able to do, they've won on every single battleground now here in this grand final. It was Erangel, it was Miramar, and now it's Sanhok. So they've shown that they are very versatile when it comes to some of these wins.
Yeah, versatile, but I still, I want to see more consistency out of them. You can't just, qualify off of 3 chicken dinners, You're not going to get first place at the end of the day, but at least you at home might be able to get a first place victory here by getting some PMGC tokens to unlock some permanent items. You can see 3 different choices for you. You can watch between the 22nd and 13th. If you're watching in the Esports Center over on YouTube, you get these PMGC tokens. And if you have missed out on any of these days, don't worry. If we can somehow hit 500,000 peak concurrent viewers, but honestly, it's probably going to happen pretty easily. You get 900 tokens. You only need 1,200 in total to open the box. So hopefully you get your friends, you reach out to them, and other ways you can get tokens as well. As you can see here below us, you just type PMGC token in the chat and learn information on how you can get out of your token, get more items. And Max, have you gotten your pan yet?
Not yet. I'm getting close. I think I'm missing like what still 60 or 90 points. I think I get about 30 a day, so I'm getting there, but not there just yet. I'll get the pan. I can throw it at you soon, Jason. Don't worry.
Yeah, I believe so. I know you'll do it. I mean, you're sitting here watching the stream. You're gonna get 900 tokens anyways, just from that alone. But ladies and gentlemen, we got to head over to a break here while we get things ready to go for our next match of the day. So we'll see you guys in just a little bit here as we hop back on over to Aaron Gale.
They're going to be holding off the entirety of DRS, pushing in onto this onslaught now. Knock has taken place. Just going to be falling on top. This is a very smart play. Oh no! Nima!
Help already from behind side here from Jesper Poliana. Nice. They could move closer. They could try to stick together. They find the revive coming from those stereotypical locations. Yeah, boy. So we saw these teams drop on by. No, don't do it. Don't save it. The paraglider is using this, okay?
Valo, though, in a position to maybe receive. Yes, open arms, Reggie, in a battle of his own.
Roger that.
Wall does get done. Will get down. Back up.
Help me! Roger that.
Sarah, in the meantime, has managed to push all the way up. But as the holdout coming through from the Deadeye's guy, straight through the window, lands some.
Just starting to make their way outside of Jiki, which I would argue is a little bit too late. A couple of teams like helicopter! Extended for more, and I'm sure others will join in on the mix. If there's ever a time to say, helicopter!
It was at this moment that Nathan knew. He f***ed up. No!
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Here we go into the second half of the day, but more importantly, this is the final half of our finals. Final. There's a lot of finals in there, but all you need to know is there's only half of the way left to go here until we have our top 9 teams who can participate in the PMGC Grand Finals with 6 teams from the West, 1 team from India. Max, have you finally decided which team you want to choose to come in from India? Because we all know it is your decision to make.
I've shared my PayPal information, so I'm just waiting now. I'm just waiting to see who has the highest bid.
Just share it to Scout Immortal. Who can bid higher? The GDKP of this invite slot.
Oh no.
We're going to be heading into our next match of the day here. And again, we've seen different teams winning, different teams performing well, but there has been like 2 consistent things. Damwon and Nova throughout the entire day. I mean, we've had, Rico Infinity at the end of the day, yes, to take a win. You can see Reject able to take a win here. Enigma Galaxy, Xavier. I mean, at least we're seeing Xavier be pretty consistent in the finals. Their 3rd win overall, the team with the most chicken dinners in the finals.
Yeah, it's been a really good change from Xavier, because I think that's one thing they also struggled with back in the Super Weekend, is to close off games. Sometimes they would get close from time to time but not be able to close it, so they've pulled the opposite of a 4i, was actually able to get those wins from time to time, which is great to see from their side. But also one of the big changes I'm happy to see in Damwon is when you look at their Super Weekends, they would not get those eliminations a lot of the time, because they would only be down to what I mentioned at the start of the show, and even yesterday they were mainly known as a duo where it was Forest taking the fights with also Sung, and that's completely changed. So they're actually getting those eliminations. They're currently the top fragging team in this lobby right now, so highly impressed with how Damwon has been able to go out for those frags here.
It's so weird as well. Like, Klaris, I mean, do you think this has just been like a really good day and a half for them? Or do you think like they've been able to fix something they've massively been lacking in the last 3 weeks, and this is like their true final form?
Are we talking down one or are we talking
down one?
Xavier? Down one. I do still hold the belief that they have been very studious and been able to analyze the lobby well over the last 3 weeks. I think that, yes, the down one that we saw coming into this tournament was not this strength, but they've been able to level up through this tournament, through this experience, and are so far looking pretty damn good because of it. I'm very happy with it.
I mean, I don't think you're the one happy. I think Dongjin over in South Korea, one of the casters, is super happy. I was actually talking to him. That's why I mentioned like the fact that, you know, South Korea doesn't have a big mobile esports scene, and when Damwon's playing, like the viewership just triples instantly.
Yeah.
And it's such a good story, and it's such a good thing for them as well. To see them get into the grand finals would be phenomenal, but they still have a little bit of work left to do. They can't take their pedal off the metal or their foot off the metal and the pedal. They can't do that yet. However, Max would say it and confuse it for us at home. But what about some other teams? Again, BTR struggling, 4 Rivals struggling, Secret struggling, even though they did well yesterday. Yeah, Genesis Dogma, MS Chonburi. Let's just keep going. Just name every team who's not performing here so far. But I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's the pressure.
Yeah, of course the pressure is got to be taken in mind, right? You're aiming for that top 9 position. It's a lot harder than aiming for 16th out of 20 teams to make into the finals. It's a lot trickier for a lot of these teams, and mainly the prize pool coming into consideration that might add a little bit of stress for these teams. But as we know, hey, you're going to be a lump of coal or you're going to be a diamond, Jason, with the pressure. I mean, that's the question, right, we're going for.
That's true.
I hate you. I hate you. You know what? You take your demon pact and get on out of here, all right? But as we do head to Erangel, we start things off today. It was a reject win. I think they were a little bit fortuitous, though. I think we were discussing in that match, right? They didn't have a lot of teams coming from the West. They didn't have to fight their way through, whereas other teams like DRS had a little bit of a struggle. Which teams do you think, you know, not prediction-wise, but which teams do you think should have an easier time here, or ideally like to see have an easier time?
The funny thing is that actually some of the prime spots in that first Erangel game were taken by some of the big dogs. I mean, me and Max were talking about, whilst the game's going on, the circle shifts over hard to that west side, right? And Nova and Damwon, of all teams, took 2 amazing spots, but then another hard shift comes in and they're not able to capitalize off the back of taking these really prime spots. But if it does go their way, once again, I'm looking at these 2 as big contenders to take more chicken dinners if they're constantly taking these high value spots here, Max.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I think they've been playing some fantastic Wrangle games so far. But if we're talking about teams that have been playing really well on the Wrangle, but that haven't been really showing up on the map just yet in these finals, I would have to say MS Chonburi. They play as Napoleana. They have typically really solid, simple rotations that they used to execute every single time in those Super Weekend matches. But I have the impression they just get pinched upon and just caught mid-rotation a lot of the times in these final games, which is very odd. That's not something that happened to MSC too much in the league phase. So I don't know what's happening on their side, unfortunately. I don't think it's that they've changed anything. I think they're still going with the same playstyle, but it's just that teams adapted around them are a lot snappier, based around circle shifts, and they just unfortunately falling on the leeway, and it's causing them to lose players very early. So they need to try and be a little bit snappy on how they rotate to these circles, I would say.
Okay. I mean, taking a look here between Nova and Damwon when it comes to the finals alone, honestly, I'm so surprised. I mean, I know, excluding the fact that Damwon have been doing so good, but I'm so surprised to see this turnaround in damage and eliminations, because that was one of the things we really honed in about and really like beat them about quite a bit, right? Was the fact that they weren't getting a lot of limbs. They depended on Sung to like clutch a 1v2. They didn't really seem to have that mechanical prowess when it comes to fighting head-to-head against other teams. And I think I even asked you, James, like Damwon up against, you know, Nova, do you think they can beat them in a head-to-head firefight? And I believe you said no. But now we're seeing something switched on within the team. I don't know if it's the in-game leading, the calling, the strategy, or what it is. But they are being able to compete now. And to see Nova have such a strong day and see Damwon this close behind them is such a godsend for Damwon.
I will say, if you ask me the same question once again, I think I would still say no. If you've given them like a proper 4v4 head-to-head, no, not like any ridiculous positional advantage, I still would favor Nova. I mean, if you look at Paraboy's numbers right now, 4.8k damage. The closest to him is Top with 4.5k damage across this final. And then it's a 1k damage fall off to number 3. So those 2 are massively up at the top. And when you look at Damwon on the other side here, whilst we take a look at Nova for a moment, actually, you know, we were singing the praises of Sung, but Junie, Forrest, and Fabian have really risen here in this final around him as well. And I think that Damwon is bringing every component to the table to actually have a really stellar performance off the back of that. It's not just one single player having an individual great time, even though you know, in Nova, we were saying Paraboy was that guy, but Order and QC and Jimmy have all also looked brilliant here so far in this final. So, yeah, it's good for these teams.
On that note, actually, about QC here, Max, we've been kind of praising QC as like helping Nova like wake up, right? But looking at his stats here, at least in terms of his KDA, he's really not been that impactful. But I do wonder, like, was King performing that much worse? Is there something QC's doing that's helping the team and helping Paraboy and Jimmy and Order step up like this? I'm really curious about the internal workings within the team.
This might just be a small impression I had after watching QC play. The very small sample of games that QC has been playing so far for Nova instead of King, I have the impression he's there mainly to set up his team in a successful position. He's a lot of the time when I'm looking at his position and how he's playing, he's very focused around scouting, getting the information for his team. So of course he's playing more of a supportive role, but when you're playing a supportive role doesn't mean that you should have potentially low KDA. Sometimes you can actually have a little bit more than some of your top fraggers. So I think that's fine. I really don't have an issue, but the one thing that I love to see is when you have QC1 fight NC2, their battle shall be legendary between these two players, so I love to see it.
Also, I think we can all agree in terms of the best glasses in PMGC, and Nova's got them hands down. That was a widespread.
What? I mean, no. I'm happy with my glasses actually, but okay, cool. Thanks, Kalaris. That was free, I guess.
No problem. I'll take them when I can.
They're so. I mean, when I hit him like that, I do it off air, so people at home can't see me just straight bowling him. You know?
Actually, I have actually got a 10 terabyte file of just recordings of Jason being mean to me, so that's coming out soon.
It wouldn't surprise me. Honestly, it would surprise me. I do want to bring up a team really quickly here while we have still a little bit of time. I know we talk about Bigatron a ton, but what does worry me about Bigatron, that's not fair. I don't have anything around me. Is there eliminations? 18 elims in the finals. Oh my, come on.
What is that?
Let's go. That's just second pair.
It was like not as cool and slick as mine. Mine actually like just magnetized on. You're just like, I'm gonna put a whole sunglasses all over my. All right, okay. Jason, you want to keep this back on track?
I don't know. I got nothing around me to put in front of my face, so I'm a little bit sad. But Bigatron, 18 eliminations. Like, this still just stands out to me as such an odd thing because they are a team who can frag out. They are a team who can put up big numbers last year at PMGC. And again, I know a lot of it is mechanical skill, but I think even more of it comes into the fact of getting them in the right position, making the right calls to allow you to facilitate these elims. But to see them so low on the table, it's still just so hard to believe.
Yeah, I would love to listen to the comms and also understand the comms because they're not the same language, of course. But seeing that last fight on the last game on Sunlock that we had, fighting between themselves and Infinity and Bootcamp, they seem just all over the place. And I think that it might be down to a big communication issue on their side. So I don't know if they're trying to potentially work on that and get that fixed, but it seems like they're just not as good on communication as they used to be in the past. And I think that's hurting them severely coming into these games.
Yeah, I really wish we had the chance to just do like a proper sit-down interview and just really like dig deep into what is going on within the team. I'm sure they've been under a lot of flack for the last year and a half, right? From their fans, from people around the world, being the most dominating team and then falling off like that. But you know what? They still have time to redeem themselves. They still have time to get into the finals. And we have time to redeem ourselves here with our predictions as well. My prediction coming in, it's going to be Infinity. I might change it up today, though. Infinity haven't been doing super well, and I feel like I might be cursed them slightly. But Max, I mean, you would know all about curses. It's been non-existent, it feels like, in this event. Who do you have?
I think it's because Zute is doing a viewer party, and I think he's cursing in my place. So thank you, Zute, for taking a bullet for me. I appreciate it.
Nice, no, he has us muted. He doesn't want to hear us. He's going to do his own analysis.
No, if there's a team I would like to start stepping up a little bit, it's Genesis Dogma. They have not been shown up so far, so hopefully a win. That'll be nice.
All right, Mr. K-Man.
It's time for a 6-8 win here after a lot of podium finishes as of recent. So let's see it.
All right, well, K-Man and M-Man, thank you so much. And from J-Man, we're going to throw it on over to our commentators now with Bleh and Imperium.
We got glasses as well, Jason.
I know, right?
You know, you just can't steal all our thunder. But Pero, are you okay? How many glasses are you wearing?
3 pairs, man. 3 pairs.
Jesus. Okay, you don't have to go in that hard and ruin your eyesight.
Well,
just for
you know,
joke.
Axe and Claire said 2. I thought I'm going to up the game. I'm going to add more. But my eyes are incredibly sore, so I've taken them off. I'm back to just 1.
Yeah, let's not get a headache right now. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be jumping in and into a wrangle, and it is going to be the second half of the finals. So we are beyond the halfway point right now. And the way some of these teams are arrayed, we were talking about this in the green room while the games are taking place, and I gotta say, I feel like when the pressure is on, a few teams who did deliver during the league stage, during the super weekends, they have kind of, I wouldn't say completely crumbled, but they are showing a few cracks. While some of them are starting to shine like diamond. They are the ones who are delivering when the pressure is on. You look at teams like Nova, you look at Damwon Gaming, you look at the Xavier, and the way they're playing right now, it's just incredible stuff.
It really is, and that's the good thing about getting through the halfway mark is it does allow us to kind of take stock of what we've seen so far in the finals. You take a team like Nova, and this is why I wasn't really too worried about them coming into the finals, because I recognized what they had done in the final super weekend, how they'd upped the ante in terms of aggression, and sorry, not in the final super weekend, but in the previous super weekend. And for me, it's the kind of thing where it's like they don't need to worry too much, and they knew what they were thinking in terms of the long game. They did it last year in the PMGC, and they're doing it this year. What has made Nova's performances so damn good is the fact that they've done it all in the finals without a chicken dinner, and the consistency they've shown is massive. And I kind of want to say, and go out on a limb, at least based on in any kind of form that they're currently showing, they've already booked their spot in the grand finals. They're on a current points per game of 13 points per game in the first 9 games. That's a massive average.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I mean, look, it's going to be there is still a world, like, if they get 0 points in the remaining 9 games, that some of the teams are going to catch up and be knocked on. But it's not going to happen. Let's be real. That it's not impossible, but it's highly improbable.
Exactly.
Couple of teams I do want to touch on, like for me, Damwon Gaming, because if you go back a couple of weeks, right? I remember that map on Sandhog where I think it was Sung who managed to steal it away, snaking around. Yes. If you remember that, and we were like, yeah, that's how Damwon Gaming are going to be getting these chicken dinners. They're not looking for fights. They're just being, very quiet, avoiding the fights. They're the only team right now, as far as I can gather, at least in the top 8, top 9, who have more eliminations than they have placement points, and they are on 100 points after 9 games. That is such a massive turnaround, and I'm so very impressed with the South Koreans right now.
Yeah, couldn't have said that better myself, and that even kind of complements what I've observed between yesterday's games and today's games. In yesterday's games, we had a couple of heavy-hitting results, a 34-pointer win from Damwon Gaming, 19 eliminations. You had a 31-point win from Infinity, a 28-point win from Stalwart in the second Sanhok game of the day. In today's first 3 games, the highest chicken dinner win has been 23 points. I've been thinking about it, and I've been kind of going, well, why is this being the case? I do think it's part of the process of a lot of teams who maybe struggled yesterday, such as Reject, are adapting and getting stronger results. We're seeing a little bit more consistency from the likes of Xavier. But honestly, I really feel like a lot of the lobby are playing a lot more passive today than yesterday. And that has allowed the likes of Nova and Damwon Gaming to shine so much brighter, because they're 2 of the few teams who are taking so much more control in these games, are really grabbing hold of their positions and going, okay, we are holding on to it. They're adapting, they're rotating quicker, they're moving faster compared to a lot of other teams. A lot of other teams, and I hate to use this team as an example with the lineage they have, but BTR, they're playing kind of hoping that the circle goes towards them, hoping the other teams take each other out around them. And that will only work for so long. That will only work for so many games. Damwon kind of did that at the start of the tournament. They've adapted, they've evolved, and they've gotten to the point where they are. So many other teams need to realize that, hey, this is a 3-day event. We're halfway through. You've got to take some risks, take some chances, and get aggressive.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head right there, right? Like, if you're going to just keep relying on the zone shifting in your favor, sure, it's going to happen a couple of times, but it's not going to happen all the time. And in the couple of times when it does happen, then you got to guarantee yourselves, if not a chicken dinner, at least like a 20-plus point game, which is not something you can rely on. It's not something that's very sustainable, right? I'm taking a look at the at the player standings as it is right now. You know, it's a great mix of all the regions in the top 9. We have, obviously, we've spoken about Nova, Damwon Gaming, the Xavier team. I want to talk about a little bit more. During the Super Weekends, I spoke about how I missed the Xavier during the Invitational, where they were looking so very good, and they seem to have kind of fallen off, but they have delivered here during the finals. And if you look at the rest of the teams, though, we have Nigma Galaxy from MENA, we have the Xavier, the Infinity coming in from Southeast Asia, we have Stalwart Esports from South Asia, we have Reject in 7th position, we have Nova and STE 628 in the 1st and 8th position from China. So it's almost like the entirety of the regions being represented, but considering 40% of the teams, of the 20 teams who participated are from Southeast Asia, it has been a bit of a, I know we still have a lot of games remaining, but it has been a bit of a decline, so to speak, I feel, for the majority of the Southeast Asian teams.
Yeah, for sure. You're dead right. That's the thing. We're halfway through. It allows us to take stock, and you're dead right. 4 rivals in Genesis Dogma, I think, are the 2 of the most underwhelming teams that we've seen in the final so far in comparison to how both teams were performing across the whole of the league stage. I know that's 3 weeks, so it allows that kind of value to come through, but we were expecting so much more with regards to at least Genesis Dogma and how many games they're able to close out. And I really love what Blank said in the previous, actually, I think it was the 2nd game or the 3rd game about Genesis Dogma, how one of their key strengths have been kind of countering what other teams do. And I think there's been that shift of the playstyle from a number of teams. So it's taken away a bit of the strength that Genesis Dogma have. They only have a number of more games to either switch that up or to learn more, or they start focusing on their own strengths a little bit more heavily and pulling out their own massive performances and not worrying so much about what other teams are doing. But I'm really happy with what Blank said. Either way, this game is going on. We're nearly the whole way through this phase 1. It was on that eastern side of the map. Yasnaya in the dead center. DRS are still there. MS Chonburi, for the most part, moved out. But we're currently seeing a bit of a fight between 628 and Infinity.
Yeah, it almost felt like 628 were going to be walking into a trap. The way the players of Infinity were arrayed, they had all the information they needed, but 628 wary and aware that there wasn't danger close by. And I like this from them. They're not going to stick on around. They are spread quite far from each other, and they're like, yeah, if we get knocked down, the trades are going to be difficult. So they're going to be heading back into town, where Nigma Galaxy on the other side. They have been a team who have impressed us quite a bit, and I love to see how they've maintained that consistency heading into the final week here, right? Because again, going back to the teams who are right now top 8, it's only Nigma Galaxy, the Infinity, and Stalwart Esports who were on the top at the end of the Super Weekends, right?
Yes.
And the remaining teams who recruit all the especially teams like Genesis Dogma, 4 rivals, as you spoke about, MS Chonburi, they have really kind of like, I wouldn't say withered away completely, but they're clearly not in the top 9, not even top 11 for that matter. So it's quite impressive for me that Nigma Galaxy, alongside the Infinity and alongside Stalwart Esports, have been able to maintain that consistency throughout heading into the final week.
Phase 2 has popped up. It's gone over to the western side, so that's pretty good in terms of taking away a lot of that coastal line of the west that we had inside this Phase 1. The Alamo compound that's outside of Yasnaya is currently free, and that should be taken control of. I know it's deep in the center of this Phase 2, so there is a bit of risk involved, but I think the information you're able to gather, the kind of control and manipulation you're able to pull off, if you know how to play it, is so advantageous to that compound. You're able to kind of send one player up the hill to overlook the Yasnaya field. You have a lot of information down on the south field and to the west of where this circle is shifted. You don't get as much information to the east, but I think that's okay for the most part. But nobody has gone there for the time being. A 6-8 instantly rotate and react, constantly on the move. This team has settled down quite vigorously compared to how they were playing in the Super Weekend, and it's seen 6-8, the Chinese side, really show up in these finals.
Yeah, a lot of 6 to 8 have been able to adapt week after week, right? Initially, the first week I remember I was just cracking some jokes about how they're not able to sit still at all, always constantly on the move, and sometimes just getting caught off guard because of that. But yeah, they've definitely impressed all of us. Yes, Stalwart Esports coming in as usual from the military island, from Nova Ripnoi, going to be crossing Milta towards Shelter. They can go a little bit more deeper, and they've actually found... Oh,
no.
Wait, action. He's going to be coming straight into BTR. Now, it's a compound, 2 compounds that BTR are in control of. So Action might not be expecting the second pair. Luxy, a number of bullets being rattled off in Action's direction. And he's gone for the full tour all around and somehow has managed to escape comparatively unscathed and going to be regrouping with the rest of his teammates. A little bit of a risk to being taken by Action, but information has been gleaned, has been gained for his team. And now, going to light from the vehicles. And probably might be looking to kind of fortify the positions here.
But a little observation from that. You look at how BTR were set up in that 2-2 split. Honestly, a good 2-2 split. But look how lack of readiness for that protection of the compound they were. If that had been the full Stalwart side, honestly, BTR would have been screwed overall because they were inside the museum. They were not really set up to defend that area as confidently, and they were just lucky it was one player and he got away. In any other circumstance, most other teams, Action would have been gone. It would have been a goner, but BTR, the way they're playing in these finals, that kind of fear play that, we are not confident of how we're playing, that's a typical example of it. Luckily, they have a good 2-2 split, and Stalwart do gather the information.
I think it's a great observation, and you're right. In fact, I'm a little surprised Action was able to escape there, right? He should have been definitely taken down. And as you said, maybe they weren't ready. Maybe they weren't expecting someone to just be coming on in, but I think both Stalwart Esports and BTR are going to be reasonably happy with the way things panned out. No one really going down. We are heading into zone number 3, and you can see just a kaleidoscope of different colors of all the teams gravitating kind of in the open, right? You know, you have a few little huts and a couple of houses here and there, but it is a lot of greenery that we can see on the map. You know, west of Mansion, east of school. If it does head up north towards Yasnaya, it's going to be open, dry fields, barren fields, which is going to be very uncomfortable for a lot of these teams. If you're going to be heading down south, then I feel like it's going to be even more fun because you have so many teams there, and they're going to be having to battle for that real estate, which is shrinking as we speak. Still, 64 alive, and we're 13 minutes in.
The phase reshift was very central, but it also is quite tricky because there's a lot of roads that are, you know, intertwined inside this phase 3, so it kind of creates these borders where you have kind of the west, the east, the north, the south, which teams are less confident about pushing in. Now, just as Dogman made their kind of way as a bit of a spread, one player is being caught out by Stalwart Reject. They're rotating behind them, avoiding all of this. They could be going into the loving arms of 4 rivals. We'll have to wait and see. But Genesis Dogman, they have lost a player. They're down to 3.
Loving arms of 4 rivals. Yeah, I was going to give you the hug of death.
Hey, look, there's a wrestling move called the bear hug, so, you know, don't, you know.
Yeah, like, have you ever been hugged by Jason?
God, no.
He's a big, he's a big man. Every time he's trying to hug me, he's always a very, very big man.
That's because you're short.
No, it's not that. I'm pretty strong though. Like, but he's
that's
really,
true.
really strong.
True.
Yeah. And he always tries to crush me, which I don't know. Like, I don't
maybe
know
that's just you, man.
Maybe he just hates me. Yeah, Jason just hates us. Anyway, 6-8 going up against Damwon Gaming. And Damwon Gaming, this is messy. Damwon Gaming, a couple of players down, but this is heavily favoring Damwon Gaming. Because the other 2 members of 6-8, they're just circling around. And Damwon Gaming can just take their time to pick off the fallen players. They're going to get the res as well. And because of how, you know, just open fields outside, 6-8 are very wary of pushing in because they can get caught off guard on the rotation. So Damwon Gaming coming on top, coming out on top there as 33Z. In the meantime, is going to be found by Paraboy. Oh boy, that's rough for 6-8.
I'm not sure though if that was a down one gaming push on the Stalwart in a 6-8 in a 2-2 split that 6-8 had, or if that was the other way around. I'm really not sure about that. I'm tempted to believe that it was a down one gaming full squad push onto 6-8's 2-2 split, and that's how they're down to 3 players. That's what I can only presume. But the next circle has popped up. It's continued to go over to the west. Very helpful for Enigma Galaxy, even more helpful for Nova Esports. They had a 2-2 split in the previous circle. It shifts, goes towards 2 of the players. They join up as a full squad, and honestly, they probably have the best position inside this circle. You get all the information on Enigma, all the information overall on Down One Gaming, and a good bit of information on that kind of southeastern hill.
DRS though, coming in heavy fire from MS Chonburi. Mafia Ninja knocked down, but MS Chonburi, they got a little depression to work with, so they don't really want to poke their heads out, and that might give Mafia Ninja a little bit of time to try and maybe stay alive. But that nade looks perfect for Ponzai. Goodbye, good night, Mafia Ninja. And DRS down to a 3-man unit. Meanwhile, we of course have BTR. I think they had a bit of a skirmish at 4 rivals, but they were able to make their escape. But they're heading straight into, well, the waiting arms of the Xavier. But BTR are doing a pretty good job keeping the Xavier in bay. In fact, doing even one better by taking a Lamborghini. But that was a bit of a kill steal coming in from Genesis Dog.
I'm not convinced by BTR losing 2 players like that. You know, I don't know exactly what happened between them and 4 rivals, but you know, I'm gonna wait it out to see what they can pull out inside this phase 4. They are in the edge of the circles, that's good, but it's gonna be difficult to protect as MS Chonburi look to crash in more heavily onto DRS.
DRS, all these nades are dealing so much of damage. MS Chonburi, considering, you know, that they have this pit and they don't really want to take direct deals, they're doing a great job of the utility usage here. The nades have been on point. Nima's done. Oh, he just patches himself right in the nick of time. And Gyalden is so fortunate to still be standing. So DRS, yeah, they're getting harassed. Not many beds available either. I just see a handful of bandages for AJ. He's going to be saving that first aid kit for later on in the game. But yeah, for DRS, sure they have the zone, but I'm not very comfortable. I'm not very. Like, if I were them, I'm not comfortable at all.
No, I'm definitely not comfortable with where they are. But you could nearly say the same about MS Chonburi. MS Chonburi used a lot of utility on that battle with DRS, and they didn't really get anything from it. No clean knock, no clean opportunity to push in, and now they're gonna have to wait it out.
Reject though, not waiting it out. Going up against 4 rivals, with Pappy getting knocked. His teammate able to reply back by getting a knock. I do believe the finish onto Reiji. So Reject will now have to probably rethink how they want to approach this. They're still a 3-man squad. Still have bodies available if they wish to still take this fight, but I like this constant harassment from 4 rivals. They're just not letting it. They're just not letting them be. They continue to push the envelope. Appy getting into the buggy as well. I do wonder what he has in mind. Are they going to just push on into Reject and finish them off? That's an interesting play coming in here.
To be honest, I think that was a big mistake from Reject. Like, that isn't even inside the circle. Why would you kind of take on that fight like that? To me, that was a solid mistake from Reject.
Well, they're getting punished for it as well. Karim and AJ pushing in, the lone man standing for the real soldiers, but he will fall valiantly for his side, but not quite able to do anything against MS Chonburi. Just a 1 knock on the pop, and that's going to be it. Stalwart Esports in the meantime going against BTR, and we said this position, it wasn't great anyway, but now Stalwart Esports, the way they arrayed around them, Pika's going to be, it hasn't been picked up yet.
Well, Team Secret are doing a little bit of third-partying from that eastern edge of the circle to slow down Stalwart, so it's giving BTR a little bit of a respite, but the circle has shifted right into the hands of Nova. Are we going to see a first Nova chicken dinner in the PMGC East finals? It would be certainly deserved with how they've been playing. 4 rivals move out of the dip. Sarah, the last player standing from Reject, is going to get taken down just like that.
4 rivals doing a great job, actually, still keeping all 4 members alive here. The rest should be coming in. even though member has been knocked down. So 5 eliminations to them, 4 for MS Chonburi. We have lost Genesis Dogma. Their woes in the final weeks do continue. And Daoxi's being very quiet. He lost his teammates a long time ago and is not going to face, unfortunately for him, MS Chonburi going to have none of it, obviously, because they are outside of the zone. So he's going to try and sneak his way in later on. However, considering the open terrain, it is not going to be easy. Meanwhile, MS Chonburi, how are they going to be pushing on in? Ponza is driving in circles, and that car of his is smoking as Damwon Gaming laying down the pain onto MS Chonburi. And how lucky are Damwon Gaming? Eve, that compound of theirs is at the very edge of the next zone.
I'm a little bit surprised that based on the knock, the MS Chonburi aren't looking to kind of push more heavily on that, but I understand that the vehicle smoking means that just a feather in that vehicle's direction is blown up, and that's going to be the end of Ponzai. So I understand it. They're kind of waiting. Phase 5 is starting to push in. Cryptics, Marsha's knocked down. Senke, I believe, is the last player standing as him and Mina fight it out. Rico Infinity also down to just 1 player.
Senke versus Anas. Anas hasn't been
He has no idea!
So what? He didn't even see him, and Anas is gonna be like, oh, hi there. Oh, Cryptics had him. Senkai had him, bro. He was healing. He could have easily taken him down. Unfortunately, not able to find him. And with that, we say goodbye to Cryptics. Although, that being said, Rico Infinity down to the 1 man. And this is absolute bullying. The amount of nades being lobbed in as MS Chonburi joining the fray, getting mowed down and turned by Team Secret. Absolute pandemonium. And 4 rivals, they're going to take that opportunity to push on into the zone and try and finish off the 2 standing members for Team Secret. They have everything to do. Rithal is going to try and get the knock, but he in turn is going to get third-partied by Uni from the distance. But with that, Team Secret will be wiped out. 4 rivals, they stay alive with just 2 members though, but that was a hectic battle.
4 rivals get 2 for the price of 1. A proper Christmas deal as they pick up their 7th elimination. Stalwart go down. I don't know how, but I'm here for it. I love it. Damwon Gaming still surviving as a full squad. The circle does now move away from Nova, so they are in a very tricky position because they have Infinity behind them. They have to an extent, go across the road. Enigma are also kind of stopping them from confidently pushing out of the compound that they're in. I think waiting until the last second for Nova, I think it's going to be an important part of them moving into the southern edge of the circle.
I like how Infinity are making their way in, right? Working in pairs, pushing in, using the smokes to isolate the fight with Nigma Galaxy. Not, you know, so just, you can see the amount of smokes being deployed there. That's not going to allow some of these teams to find third party. But Nigma Galaxy, they don't need any third party. They got to take the fight head on. Lord able to reply back. Order from the distance, still just tapping away onto Nigma Galaxy. Lord in the sliver of HP has to go prone. Infinity, they're down to just 1 man standing, and Lord is taking his sweet time. He's gonna patch himself up. Newsy, the last man standing for Infinity. I felt like Infinity did everything right, but Nigma Galaxy, they were a wall, and they just shut them down.
No, I don't think it was done right at all by Infinity. Considering Nigma were being kind of third-party by Nova, I thought it was a very poor push from Infinity. That's my perspective. Nigma now down to 2 players. They've been able to get 1 up. Hamodi up on his feet trying to move around. They have to play still into the edge of this phase 6 circle. Xavier and Damwon Gaming, they're fighting on the northern edge. Because that road is in the middle, there's less third-partying from the likes of Nova, but here they come.
Here they come. Xavier though. Rez going to be coming in. Frankie, considering how tiny the zone is, he's going to be so paranoid. His heart hammering away in his chest cavity. But he's going to get the res for his teammate. So everyone up, back on the feet again for Xavier. Infinity down to just Newsy. And now Paraboy unleashing Nova, going up against Nigma Galaxy and Xavier, spotting Damwon in the distance, but they need to be worried as well. But meantime, Newsy joining the fray and completely dismantling 2 members of Nova. Finally, he will fall, but he was a thorn there. Nigma Galaxy finally get the wipe into Infinity, but while doing all of that, it's just down to a 2-man squad now.
Damwon Gaming. They're so consistent. They're so good. They're a joy to watch. Honestly, I have such a big smile on my face seeing them play. And the next circle does shift down south. Across the road it goes. That leaves a bit of a clean kind of 2-2 fight. Down 1 to Xavier. Nova. Nigma. Say no more. Nigma are out.
Enigma are at 4th place, 6 eliminations. Still a great showing here. Now, Damwon Gaming, can they do it? 8 eliminations, 4 alive. Nova, top of the table right now, 6. These are the top 3 teams in the overall standings, battling it out, and they're just so bloody consistent. Rabbiz, however, able to get a knock on the Uni. That could be the opportunity for the other members to strike onto the surviving members of Damwon Gaming. Fabian on just 1 HP.
So close.
Somehow still standing, but finally the vehicle, the buggy, will blow up, and he will be taken down alongside. Damwon Gaming now being whittled down to just 2 members, and the res is looking very unlikely, meaning it's 3v2v2 advantage for the Xavier.
Nova could take the opportunity, and third parties across the road are getting confident. Powerboy pushing forward. Frankie gets knocked down. Forrest opens the door.
Powerboy finding Duck as well, and Rabbiz might be the last man standing soon. He's tunnel visioned. He's so tunnel visioned. Fortunately for him, the ball is shooting in his direction. Jimmy runs out of bullets and Sung, but will still be taken down. Forrest, the last man standing, to 1 versus 2. Damwon Gaming, 10 eliminations. Forrest will be finished off. And Nova, they've gone absolutely supernova, and they get a very, very, very well-deserved chicken dinner finally.
Clean finish for Nova, sniffing the opportunity to third party across the road, getting confident, getting brazen. But that's what's helped make this team so damn good in these finals, knowing how to play this game. Yes, a good bit of circle luck came their way when it did shift into the compound that they held onto, but remember, before that, they had a 2-2 split. So it's the anchor point stack covering all angles wherever the circle went, and they were able to control it from there. I think they played that kind of movement when they had to go away from the compound. They left it until the final second. That's what I said, because if you go too early, there's a higher risk of getting third party. They play in the roofs of the buildings. They were able to third party Enigma, kind of third party Infinity, allowed them to control the south a lot better.
And can you just, like, if you look at the final, well, not necessarily the final circle, but the final teams left alive, these are the teams at the top of the table, right? We just had the top 3 teams. We even had Enigma Galaxy there, so everyone just delivering here on the map of Iran.
And Infinity.
Infinity as well. You cannot count them out, even though Newsy was the last man standing. He did his job to try and get them at least a couple more placement points, able to get the wipe as well. So fantastic work overall. The woes of the ones at the bottom of the table continue, but the ones on top, they are continuing to deliver. And now that we are well past the halfway mark, Imperium, questions are going to be asked.
The one question I'm asking is, Damwon Gaming, is this them joining Nova in terms of the top 9 positions secured? Their ticket, their airplane ticket, wherever they're going to go, that kind of fight for the grand final, the big boy stage. Is Damwon Gaming there? Have they locked and loaded their spot? I would arguably say yes, because the second place finish, a hell of a lot of points, a strong amount of eliminations. They're there, baby. They're there.
They're there. You know what they say about esports, right? No matter how good you are, there's always a South Korean player better than you. And on that note, we're going to be jumping onto the analyst desk where we have Jason and the Braves.
Yeah, there is always someone out there better than you, especially when it comes from South Korea. But Paraguay proving that, you know what, China has something to say about it. What a good timing, as we were talking about before, watching their push at the exact same moment. I still kind of question the way Damwon rotate at the very final end, but then again, Nova and Damwon yet again here in our top 4. This is becoming a really common occurrence here, guys.
They were the 2 first teams to already breach the 3-digit mark in the overall rankings, and they just keep getting those results every single time. And the thing is, Jason, I did not think we might get to a point to the tournament where teams would think of potentially hot dropping and everything, but if they keep creating that big of a lead, that you could try and mess with Team Star trying to qualify in 9th place. But after there's such a disparity in 1st and 2nd for prize pool, that I would still not recommend it, right? But after these next few games, like Nova and Damwon, they could get a 0-point day tomorrow, and they'll still be in.
Yeah, as you were saying, Jason, the push from Nova here, I think, is really cool. It's not even necessarily the thing that they have to do in that situation. They had a brilliant spot on their side of the road. As this goes on, once again, it's the Powerboy, surprise, surprise, here up at the top. But them third-partying that exactly when they hear the fights going on and they're seeing these knocks happen and stuff like that, why not peek over that road? You know that your angle is going to be significantly better than all of these other teams, if you know the terrain properly, downhill from you. This was pristine play, pristine choice by Nova.
you just can't fight it, really. There's no way, because Damwon and Xavier already taking care of one another. You can't push uphill. You don't have the utility and the angles to make that happen. You just literally just fish in a barrel right then. You're just picking them one by one. So it was super well played by Nova. Perfect timing there.
I mean, Nova have almost double the points of the 9th place team at the moment. And again, 9th place is that cutoff. They are definitely in position, on track to be 100% qualified. We still have one match to go. I mean, I think as long as they don't just completely bomb out tomorrow, they should, in theory, be fine. But Xavier, 3 chicken dinners. Criticized them earlier on today, being relatively low on points considering the amount of chicken dinners they did have. But hey, they're up to 100 now, which is honestly insane. They've kind of snuck up on me, to be completely fair.
I think they just told us to shut up, you know. Like, okay, we want consistency. Okay, we'll get you. We'll see how it goes. I mean, I'm happy with how Xavier played that one. They got himself some good eliminations during the entirety of that game, and I expected, you know, big things from this team entering into this PMGC after how good of a world invitation they had at the middle part of the year. They started off slow a little bit, but I mean, they're consistent in terms of how they get those wins, right? Sure, when they have a bad game, it's a really bad game, but when they get those good games, they get a lot of points. So it somewhat evens out on the long term. So it's a strat like any other, and it works out for them. So keep on going, boys.
Well, also a quick little shout out to 4 Rivals getting some good points. I think they got about 11, so they're sitting in 11th place at the moment, so they're starting to catch up. But we can see here, you guys at home, the treasure box still available. 3 permanent items you can choose from. If you guys are watching the Esports Center and watching on YouTube, you get tokens throughout the course of December 22nd through the 13th to unlock one of those items, not to mention some special rewards in there. And if, again, you're short on PMGC tokens, well, you're lucky. You can see here, 500 peak concurrent viewers, or sorry, 500,000. 500 would be a little bit too low. You get 900 tokens to open up one of these treasure boxes. And also you can type PMGC token in the chat to learn some more information about how you get some even extra tokens in there. And if I'm not mistaken, still click the rewards button below the stream. Max, can you point to it for me? Yeah, wait, do it again?
I'm ahead of you, yeah.
Okay, nice, nice. You can do that. Yeah, he did it 3 times just because he wants to make sure you guys know exactly where to click to get as many tokens as possible. His PayPal, I'll give you that information as well over in chat so you can you know, let him know. But gentlemen, we are obviously about to head to a short break here. We do have another match to come up. We have Miramar for the 2nd time today. This is the 3rd out of 4 time in total we'll see it here in the Super Weekend. And Reject already had a decent start on it earlier on today, though Name Galaxy did pull things off. And, you know, I don't want to say it's like do or die time right now for teams who are outside of 9th place, but for instance, BTR, they're currently 42 points off of qualifying.
Yeah, and their form's not looking spectacular. But you brought Rejects to say, I mean, even the first 3 games that they had, first, third, it's not quite shooting fish in a barrel like Nova were, or as Maxman would say, poisson de la guitoune. Is that correct, Max? Oh?
That's how you say it. That's actually a very famous saying in France. So
Thank you. Yeah.
So, did you say croissant de la guitoune?
No,
the croissant pastries fish. In the
like fish in the anyway.
Arrêtez!
All right, well, we're gonna head to break. I'm gonna take some French lessons, and we'll see you guys on the other side.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
We are back. 2 matches left to go today. 8 matches left in total here in our PMGC 2021 East League Finals. And we're getting really close to deciding which teams will go through into the grand finals, which is kicking off over in January. I believe the 21st of January. You're not going to want to miss it. Again, $6 million on the line across the entire event. The largest prize pool in mobile history, 5 times bigger than what it was last year. I'm kind of hoping it gets 5 times bigger next year as well, because $20 million, that's a lot of dough.
It's already a lot of dough, you know? But that's, yeah,
Are you muted, Max? I think Max might be muted. I don't know. It's really weird.
I don't know. I'm fine.
I see him talking, but I can't hear him. Can you hear him, James?
No.
All right, we might want to check his settings there while we'll just continue the conversation without him. I love seeing him freak out right now.
What?
We're terrible. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, we're horrible people, but I do love how quickly you catch on to us trying to troll him.
I was checking my settings.
Yeah, I know. You were freaking out. I saw that bead of sweat dripping down the forehead there. But as we dive back into this one, again, Damwon and we're seeing Nova just for some reason be able to step up here when it comes to short-form tournaments. We're seeing them really start to hammer things on Paraboy as well. I mean, he's oozing confidence, it seems, as you saw there with that split-second decision making of just saying, let's push top of the road and go for his eliminations. Yeah. And you can see we have Miramar and Erangel left to go, and we're just running out of time. And I know I said it before the break, but Bigatron 42 points behind 9th place, and they're in last at the moment. If you're going to want to qualify, I feel like you got to have like a good couple of matches. You have to have, I think you have to end the day off well, these last 2 matches.
You already mentioned Paraboy though here, and actually we need to hark on this even more because he is top in eliminations, absolutely 25 overall, getting 8 during this previous game, which is ridiculous. But he is now almost 1,000 damage ahead of number 2, which is top. I don't know what is going on here, but Paraboy, even when the team wasn't doing well, was doing fantastic, and now the team is doing well, and now he's doing even better. This is a godly performance so far across these couple of games that we've had in the 2 days.
I think before that last game, actually, Ordo was top in elimination, but Power was like, no, actually, you know what? I'm going to take that spot back for myself, but it'd be top fragger and also top damage dealer, which we would expect that from Paraboy eventually. But yeah, Nova has just been so good and consistent throughout this particular finals, which is so weird to think that how inconsistent they were throughout the league play, right? Once again, it was their vacation. They were chilling. They were just making sure they qualified. A little bit too short towards the end, a little bit too close for comfort. But as long as they perform now, that's where it really matters.
Let's be fair, Max. Nova as a whole wasn't consistent during the league play, but Paraboy was 100%.
He was.
I mean, he was leading when his team wasn't doing so well and not qualifying for Super Weekends. Real quick, though, I know the reason why. I think Paraboy uses a OnePlus phone, which is our sponsor here at PMGC, with its flagship performance and immersive 120Hz display and hyper-touch technology made specifically for gamers. OnePlus 9 Pro are your best shot to climb the leaderboards, and not to mention your best shot to be as good as Paraboy. Well, gentlemen, we're getting into the game momentarily. It's time to do predictions. And I'm going to start things off like always. I don't know if production saw my change in prediction, but I did go with reject. Yeah, okay, they saw it. I just wanted to make sure. I was a little bit nervous there. All right, Max, who do you got?
Wow.
I was scared they were going to have the graphic ready for you. Like, he's never done this before. What's happening? No, I actually pulled the Jason on this one. I pulled an Infinity as my prediction. So, we'll see how they can go with it.
You make it sound like you opened a pack of cards and got Infinity, but yeah, I also
well, the pack was
Infinity.
Upside down, to be fair, when he opened it.
I knew what was in it, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Wait,
he knew exactly what was coming.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Yeah, I'm going with Infinity as well, because you know what? They're really good.
Okay. Well, I mean, that is good a reason as ever.
Thank you.
I am actually hearing word we are going to be having a remake on the lobby. So I believe we're going to head to a short break. I'm just hungry. I don't know why. We're going to head to a short break here while we get things sorted out. We'll be back momentarily here with our 5th match of the day.
I love that from Pep, It's like, you kill me, I kill me. And he kills himself. Zuxi, he was being a snake for quite a while.
Help me! Nope.
No! God, please, no! No! No!
Goodbye. Hey! Nope. Help me!
What happened? Oh. Excuse me.
Alright. I love that from Pepper. It's like, you kill me, I kill me! And he kills himself. Zuxi, he was being a snake for quite a while.
George, they deal with it regardless. Lord now, last. How is he not dead? He rolled under the tires there, but the kill goes.
Just
the other player
do it!
chasing.
Make your dreams come true!
Looking for the rundown, but no
Nope.
tires on.
Oh.
Set by the tree, and he is taken down at the last.
Movement on the vehicles, and Frankie, a prolonged spray coming in from Ponzai, but he will be finished off by NC2. Stalwart now against their the counterparts in the name of 628. The two STEs going up against each other, but 628 have a massive advantage. It's a 1 versus 4 for Scry, and as incredible as this player is, it is looking very, very unlikely.
Happy about this one. Somehow they've managed to keep all their players up. It's been rough though. I think a lot of them are down. Sadly, this is why Damwon Kia is towards the bottom of the tables, is that they are just crumbling under the might of Nova at the moment.
Wow, that's brutal. That is brutal. The nades just keep pouring down, and that is Damwon Kia eliminated from the game. 3 teams remaining.
One gaming. A nade from 628 will connect onto Tony K. Looking to be stolen away by Fnatic. Is there anything sweeter than a normal elimination? It's stealing an elimination away from another player. That's a double knock by Fnatic. Rico, what is up?
Right next to each other. Shifu seems to be aware, but Freak's fully patched up. Shifu, he jumps the corner, he goes for free, but he's more than ready as Freak on a sliver. 1 HP. And Freak he's only got bandages, so Turu, if your times is right, he knows it's there on the corner. Molotov, yeah, that's gonna flush Freak out. Comes Free firing. What a play! Freak absolutely ruins Deadeye's guy's days. Yeah, Emma Chonburi have evacuated the premises, and Tony K. Okay. KKK. Tony K. If that M249 could shred them, he's gonna go for the play.
Oh, I love that.
Tony K finds one, runs back up again. Now Scry does he go for the res. Going for the long reload. It takes about half an hour. It's like assembling an IKEA table. It's going to come peering around the corner again. Another knock for Tony K. He's found 3 members of Stalwart Esports. It's going to get it. He gets it. Tony K. The 1v4 against Stalwart. What a beast.
I saw the first light, the first steps. capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Welcome back, everyone, to the League East Finals Day 2. We've kicked the analysts out. The casters are back. Obviously, an analyst start game. They were delaying the games all this while, Imperium. We figured it out.
Yeah, of course, we got to the bottom of it. We did some investigations, Sherlock Holmes-esque. And yeah, now we're going to be getting into this game. Finally, we are the saviors. We're going to bring you the game. And this is the second Miramar game of the day. Comparative to Sanhok, it is one less game we're seeing across the whole finals. But I really think this is such an important map to grab a hold of. And I like that the desk highlighted Infinity, at least in terms of a prediction, because I think they have had a bit of return to form overall, especially that previous game and how they're rotating. There's still that volatility there, especially compared to the PMGC like league stage. But I would also, yeah, bet my money on Infinity if I was a betting man.
All right, so you know what? I'm going to let you do that because we're actually getting a little bit of camera time this time around. I beg your pardon, but and because of that, since I'm the temporary host for the moment, I'm going to give you the opportunity to pick whichever team you want.
I'm going to go for Infinity. Yeah, I'll go with Infinity. What about yourself?
I'm going to go with a little bit of a curveball here. I'm going to go with let's see. I'm going to go with Genesis Dogma.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. They need a win. Big time do they need a win.
Oh boy, they do.
They need it big time. But go on.
I feel for Genesis Dogma though is like our common complaint we had during the Super Weekends and the league stage for them, where they get points, they get consistent points, they're just not able to quite get those chicken dinners, right? That's the one complaint we had early on during the league stage. Right now, it's not just the chicken dinners that are eluding them; they're just not getting any points. Like it's such a big downtrend for this team, and it kind of boggles the mind.
Yeah, to provide some statistics around that, so far in the 10 games we've played, 1, 6, 15, 4, 4, 1, 3, 3, 4, 1. So outside of that 15-point game, the highest point scoring game they've had is 6. That's terrible, being perfectly honest. That's terrible.
Yep, that is absolutely not good enough, especially, well, wait, okay, listen, man, I see there's 2 islands in the zone. If we get those 2 islands, I'm gonna be
Don't talk about it. We can't jinx it. We don't talk about it.
Yeah, we don't talk about it. Just ignore it. Listen, man, I'm gonna be so happy. You have no idea. This is gonna be my favorite map ever of the entire PMGC if we do get those 2 islands at the very end. Of course, we're gonna find it out a little bit later on. Looking at the drops coming in from a lot of the teams, anything that stands out for you?
Well, one thing I observed, and it's being complemented on this game as well, is that BTR have changed up their drop spot once again. Yesterday, we saw them kind of get pushed out of Puerto Priso by Reject. And in today's first game, they dropped around the kind of Campo Militar area. It wasn't as north. In this game, they're going straight up north to kind of Torre Ahumada and more Campo Militar. As it happens for this phase 1, it's good for them, but they do need to be aware of Team Secret. That will be kind of somewhat directly down south, but they do have the eastern roadside that they can come in from the kind of underside. Tierra Bronco, the hill just south of El Azahar would be a really good spot to go on to. But the Xavier, they're starting to move in. We did have a very western plane path, so teams have grabbed their vehicles moving over to the kind of east side of the map, and Frankie just having a little bit of fun with an Uzi.
Yeah, he's practicing his drive-by, just going around. I love the skin on the Uzi as well. It's got a bit of a nice gift wrap feel to it, channeling the Christmas spirit. We're just like a couple of days away from Christmas.
'Tis the season.
'Tis the season to be merry and jolly. Not for a few of these teams though. A few of these teams, it's gonna be a sad time, which is unfortunate. But that's the way the cookie crumbles, you know. Some make it, some don't, and that's what all these teams are battling for. 16 teams. We've already lost 4. We've already had to say goodbye to 4 teams, one of which was a big name in the form of FaZe Clan. Now out of 16, we're only gonna have 9. Meaning, quick math, 7 teams, they're not gonna make it to next month when we have the finals.
Exactly, and once the crumbled cookie is served with milk for Santa, then I think that's okay. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough, and that's why there's a lot of stress put on these players and teams mentally, and that's why kind of coming into this and even in day one, I highlighted Nigma and how they were able to turn that stress around and the pressure of having such a bad set of games. And Nigma have proven themselves big time. They're currently holding on to the 4th place position with a total of 98 points, just shy of the 100 bomb that the Xavier have crossed, with Down 1 on 122 and Nova on 142. A couple more solid results, I think. If they can end the day with another 30 to 40 points, I would argue Nigma have also kind of joined, at least for now, Down 1 Gaming and Nova in booking their spot in the finals. And just once again to highlight the strength the whole of the MENA region have shown across the 2021 season. They built massively off the back of having no representation in the 2020 PMGC. I think that was a big kind of slap in the face for the region and kind of made them realize, hey, we need to evolve so much more and we need to really invest heavily in our own infrastructure and in our own events. And they've done that with the likes of the Star Challenges. There is the Global Esports Tour, the first LAN event in the region for 2021 in PUBG Mobile. And through that, we see the big step up going right back to the PMPL Spring Split when you had Rico really show up in the EMEA League against the likes of Navi, and we're seeing it here in the PMGC. So yeah, big props to Nigma and the whole of the MENA region.
Actually, have an interesting topic we can maybe just ruminate on now that we know the zone teams are going to take a little bit of while to rotate. Don't see any action taking place, but like you look at the orgs here, right? The organizations in esports, and some of the viewers they're kind of new, or maybe they watch PUBG Mobile, so maybe they're not as aware as we might be about some of these orgs. But you look at Enigma Galaxy, formerly the Galaxy Racers, they came together. They're a pretty big org. Down 1 Gaming, a massive org, right? And then you have, I'm taking a look here. You have an org like Team Secret, also another massive org. Now, I'm not saying that the rest of the orgs are like bad or like unknowns, but compared to the amount of success these particular orgs I mentioned have had in other esports titles, you would assume that they do have, a bigger support system, so to speak, for these teams to deliver. So the question here is, are these 3 teams of the 3 big orgs I mentioned, are they delivering because of maybe the support system they've been provided by the org, or were they just good already and the org just picked up a good lineup? Now, there's also the caveat that FaZe Clan didn't make it, and they're a massive org as well. So, there are still certain outliers. Very lucky there, Jumper, and is gonna scurry his way to safety. We can get back to the topic.
Yeah, it's a really good question. I think with regards to Nigma and Team Secret, they already have had good support structures within PUBG Mobile for the last kind of year, especially Team Secret. Like, they played in 2020, 2019 even, right? So I don't think that's too much of a question on that. The support structure is definitely there. I think the biggest plus for me in terms of a big org entering the scene has been Down 1 Gaming, and the fact that they will have had less time to implement the big support system or to develop a big support system within PUBG Mobile for the South Korean side, because they did acquire the roster relatively close to the PMGC. So to me, this was just a good team getting a good confidence boost by a big org signing them, and then recognizing that, hey, if they support us, if they believe in us, if they're putting money and a name behind us, we should do that to ourselves, and they're showing up. And I think that kind of like investment from a big team like Down1, a big org like Down1 Gaming, I think is only a plus for other big orgs entering the PUBG Mobile scene, you know, to extend on it. I'd love to see a Team Liquid, I'd love to see a G2, right? Those kind of orgs entering in towards PUBG Mobile into these regions and recognize the power that the community have, the power that is in terms of competitiveness, and see them succeed within that. But either way, this game is going on. Teams are converging in towards the central part of the circle. Nova have a 2-2 split, which is, I think, quite risky considering how deep they are. The phase 2 has just popped up going up north. It's good for BTR and Team Secret, but right now they're kind of locked in their own internal battle, which could hurt both teams.
I'm really sad right now.
Why?
The islands.
Oh, I know, man.
Just gotta one day, man. One Zuxi. Oh, we just got blown up there by Team Secret. First blood being drawn, and as is the case in a map like Miramar, a lot of the early casualties do take place inside the vehicles, which wind up being coffins for them. Order has been knocked, and Appy just pushing up, but they're getting shot from afar. Great cover fire being provided by QCL from the distance. We talk about how this guy doesn't really have the stats, but he definitely, you know, it's intangibles. He doesn't have to get all the eliminations for his team. As long as he's doing his job, he is a very valuable member for this team. So great work there as Nova will manage to get the res. I mean, QCL's position here for Rivals, they're kind of pinned down with a man down at the same time.
Great quick response from Nova, and it's really part of what has made them so dominating in these lobbies. I talked about how they had a bit of a big 2-2 split in phase 1. Well, converging together, recognizing that teams were going to be around them is going to make it work, but Wherethal is able to come in and get that opening knock to at least save 4 lines for the time being. Appy is still around. QC1 goes a little bit too deep and pays the price.
Oh, the trades are so fast and furious. Appy will fall as well. Now Jimmy is a lone man standing for Nova, and he is getting hounded. Appy down. Appy trying to crawl down that ridge so he can be potentially rezzed by his teammate. Wherethal with the nade trying to keep the final member at bay. Deals a little bit of damage onto the final member standing. And Jimmy, what does he do? He is milling around, and I guess he kind of feels like him going for the res is going to be unlikely.
Yeah,
in fact, the decision has been made for him as Wherethal going to finish off a member, and it's looking very uncomfortable here for the Kings of the Hill right now. But Jimmy, he might find an angle here with an aid.
Oh, a little bit too late to the party on that one. He's still continuing to take the fight, but as a solo, maybe he should look to back off a little bit, go within the comfort of the junkyard area. Airpull is gonna pull out a nade and opts to leave it inside his pocket. We have seen a bit of action go down between MS Chambori and Down1 Gaming. They're fighting kind of deep within the center, the El Azahar, South El Azahar Hill, just to the northwest of Junkyard, and Genesis Dogma and Reject fighting on the eastern coastal line.
Yeah, 3 simultaneous battles breaking out, and Genesis Dogma and down already, and knocks taking place. As Jimmy, I'm not too sure about that for Appy. He's just going for the fuel alone. I love what he's doing. He's trying to get around the corner, but he won't stay alive as Jimmy. No, he doesn't quite like to find the finish.
No way!
Gets another knock. It's a 1 versus 3. Jimmy has barely been scratched thus far. He could clutch this one out. Daoshi's going to be coming in from behind. Daoshi's going to finish off Lepu, and Wherethal, last man standing, and Jimmy, he just pulled off just something miraculous. Of course, being helped a little bit out there by a third party coming in. And now it's a 1v1, and Jimmy immediately legging it. What a turnaround for Nova.
4 rivals. Why you gotta throw like that, bro? Why you gotta throw like that?
Yeah.
Like, it was 1 by 1. It's like, you know, throwing a baseball towards a strong batter. You know, you're setting up right out of the park.
He didn't even need a third party. That could have easily gone his way. He could have 1v3'd them. They were just getting fed, and you hate to see it.
You do. You do.
Uni, yup, it's doing a barrel roll, but he gets back on his feet. And Down1 Gaming, the 2-man squad, will continue to try and find some safety, but wherever they go, there's someone waiting, bro.
See, here's the thing. with all the madness that we saw with Jimmy as the last player in Nova pulling out the might, the next circle is shifted towards El Azahar.
Oh,
the Xavier going there. The last two players at Down One Gaming going there. This is good, but I think it's kind of, to me, it's very much digging your grave. Because look at the teams that are around El Azahar. You got Stalwart on the Western Hill. You've got 628 on the Southern Hill. You've even got BTR, despite the kind of lack of confidence they've shown. They are on the Eastern Hill, however, they have a bit more traffic. If that circle shifts away from El Azahar, north, south, east, or west, man, I feel for the Xavier. I really do.
Here we go. The 1v1. Nova versus 4 rivals. And Jimmy looking to clutch it for his team. I'm going to give him the 1v3 here. I'm going to just try and ignore the fact that 628 third partied. And this is the... Boys and girls, this is called a real 1v3 when all your teammates are dead. That is a 1v3. And Jimmy might just be able to pull this one off. He's circling around Rithal, making a lot of noise, trying to just eco the nades. That was very, very, very close. A follow-up nade. Thankfully, somehow, it doesn't quite catch him. And Jimmy, he's been patched up, and he continues to circle around, looking to find Rithal, looking to avenge his fallen comrades.
Rico, Nigma, DRS, all in great positions between the direct western edge of the circle, the northwest and the north. But they also need to think about where this next shift is going to go. I would like a little bit more confidence in how they're moving, because we know that they have good space in front of them, but they might not be aware of that. And right now, the 3 teams have quite a heavy spread. The fight is still going on, though, between Genesis, Dogma, and Reject, as was on the direct east. Jimmy goes down. Unfortunately, not the cleanest way to go down. It wasn't that 1v1 before rivals. They survive.
By the skin of their teeth. By the skin of their teeth. Shout out to Jimmy. That was he played it so very well, but yeah, in the end, not quite able to get the 1v3. But he does get a couple eliminations, and considering how terribly it went for them, I guess that's some consolation. Now the Kings of the Hill will bid us goodbye here a little early on the 5th map here in Miramar.
We're going to see a city finish for the first time in Miramar in quite a while. I'm here for it. Centers up. Infinity right in the heart of the city. They're surrounded by the likes of Cryptics, the Xavier on the northern edge. You have 628 on the southern hill continuing to hold our ground. Stalwart on the western hill. We do finally lose Reject, Densis, Dogma, hold things out. Satar and Daybot, the final 2 players alive, but they have a hard task coming into the northeastern edge of the circle. BTR, fair play, doing a pretty good job of covering themselves. They've been able to join back up as a 3-person team. One of their players was outside the circle. It all depends on how they're going to be able to manipulate the likes of Team Secret, the final 2 players of Genesis Dogma, and even DRS, who have found their way into the northern edge.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very densely populated very quickly, unless the circle decides to play a bit of a joke on everyone and shifts towards the right-hand side.
It could.
Find out eventually. Yeah, it could. It could very well happen, but Vidhan, 2-4 in hand. Very, very capable player, and he is aware. His little spider sense tingling. Stalwart Esports above, looking to rain down a bit of hellfire. DRS have managed to make their way, well, they have almost made their way inside of the zone, but they are exchanging a few blows in the distance with a couple of teams nearby, so they need to be careful. As Rico Infinity, I like this. They're taking the fight to Stalwart Esports. Very brave, but can they make it work is the question. No is the answer from top. He's going to get the first knock.
Oh, but it's clean responded by Prestido. The backline, Sigton comes in, but he's going to get put under a lot of pressure. He just 1 knock into the arms of Stalwart. Anas is trying to hold things down against Pika. Pika's down to around half health, but Anas isn't looking good.
Oh, Anas was just trying to heal himself, and it's all on to SK Ton. 1 versus 3. Takes down top, though. Action and Pika. Pika is going to first patch himself up before committing to this particular fight. Action spots out SK Ton in the distance. He knows exactly where he is. Just a 1 rock for cover. And a well-placed, a well-cooked, a well-timed nade could find him, but Esketon, good awareness, able to reposition himself, and he might actually get the res onto Prestigo. Starwood Esports seems to be unaware that he has moved from behind that rock.
And I do have to say, I think that was a bit of a mistake initially from Stalwart, because I think they allowed Rico to come up that hill a little bit too easily, and they nearly paid the price as Team Secret going up against BTR. I said BTR were going to be able to possibly gatekeep, but they're down to just 2 players. Luxy pushing in, trying to hold it, trying to find it on towards Kid. Team Secret coming in, they come on. Ice Shots gets a knock.
This is looking very, very messy. Team Secret. Fredo can patch himself up, which he will do indeed. Player advantage of Team Secret, but Jumper just goes in for the 1v1.
Oh, Ryzen!
Coming in from Ryzen, finds it. No! Fredo looking to deliver. They were unaware there's still another player there. And now it's Highboy versus Fredo, the 1v1. Fredo tossing an incendiary. What does Highboy do? Does he come into the fight? Does he go for the res? So many decisions to make. Ryzen slowly crawling his way towards Highboy. He's going to go for the res. Fredo, though, he's still thinking. He's still wondering what's going on. He takes out his gun. He's going for the duel. He rattles out the bullets. And Highboy, what's going on? What happened? What happened? When you go in from them, Jumper gets taken down. I think BTR came out on top. BTR did come out on top. And BTR are going to take down Team Secret. That came down to the 1v1. And I really thought Team Secret had that.
So did I, but Jumper hesitated a little bit too much. And hey, look, I also think there's a little bit of you know, back end where the former teammate of the Team Secret boys comes in to take them out. And is this the start of the rise of BTR? They're down to 2 players. The circle is shifted over to the west. We are seeing an El Azahar finish, but they have very little traffic in front of them, and a lot of the teams outside of probably DRS are in their own little battle within El Azhar, so they're not really looking behind them. So BTR could continue to stay alive, and they're currently on 5 eliminations.
I really thought they had, the Xavier had no idea Uni's there, but Incendiary got locked in. They know, oh, Hamodi, that vehicle might be the end of him. Enigma Galaxy moving into the vehicles, they're getting just whittled away one by one. If they can find a little bit of cover, if Lord can deploy a couple of smokes, he can get both the reses. It is definitely a possibility. Both of them are well inside of the zone. So, yeah, there's still a chance for Enigma Galaxy to make their way back. In the meantime, the Infinity. All 4 members alive and kicking. And a beautiful nade. They're able to chunk away a little bit of damage. Not quite able to land the killing blow, however. And that, the second one and the third one somehow Cryptics. They are blessed. And all 4 members stay intact, at least for now.
I have to say, the Xavier have been quite lucky in this game with how the circles have shifted, because they committed themselves kind of quite deep to El Azahar. They had the northern side, but then as the circle has shifted, they've gone a little bit deeper into the city. That has allowed DRS to enter. However, if the circle shifts down southwest on phase 6, DRS are going to have to cross that road, and it's very tricky to pull that off. UI Boy is knocked, unfortunately, as he tries to make his way in. Will Ryzen be able to get the revive? I would argue yes, because Rab comes in and knocks down Ema.
I didn't notice Rithal there. You gotta remember 4 rivals, this one-man squad. He's still there. He's guaranteed themselves a top 9 placing at the very least. Out in the blue, who's trying to make his way in. His days might be numbered, but still very much alive.
God.
Coming in from behind Cryptics. And the Cryptics are aware of where he is, which is a great thing for 4 rivals.
26 players, 9 teams. El Azahar finish right in the city.
Oh boy, it's gonna get bloody, isn't it? It is gonna be a bloodied city by the end of this map, Imperium. Great nade coming in, but unfortunately not quite able to thread the needle there. Also, a couple of players of Starwood Esports would have been in a bit of a pickle, and 4 rivals thought he'd survive a little bit longer, but he will fall. Will Rithal, 9th place for 4 rivals, 4 elimination points. And Starwood Esports now taking the fight to the infinity, and that's going to be a quick finish under God Tunny.
Lovely Molly being thrown down. Newsy's gonna get connected on that. Drop, and roll. Hot drop and roll. That's good. Newsy.
He made it.
How was he alive?
He's got 3rd-degree burns, Imperium. How can he even hold a gun with those blistered hands? I don't even know, but he's patched himself up, and the Infinity are back on their feet again. They have lost 1 member, however. I love how Starwood Esports, the moment they get the knock, they immediately confirm the kill, and they've managed to just push away the Infinity as the Xavier now just laying down the paint onto Hamodi. who miraculously seemed to just be impervious to the bullets, but he will finally fall.
This could be a cheeky Cryptics chicken dinner. They have 4 players up. 3 players up. They made it across the road. They've been less punished by Infinity because they're taking their own fight with Stalwart. On the southeastern edge, I'm looking at this because they only have the last player of BTR. They have kind of DRS up on the northern side, but again, it's shrunk down south, so there's less of DRS's position that's strongly inside this circle, and they will have to think about crossing the road. The Xavier are probably going to gatekeep them. Mina, Cryptics chicken dinner, I can see it happening.
Okay, that'd be huge for them, considering how they have been struggling a little bit compared to their Mina counterparts in the form of Nigma Galaxy. Stalwart Esports pounding down the other Nima team, Nigma Galaxy. It's not looking good for Lord. He's got his teammate around, but Roth is quite a distance away. Not much he can do, and Lord just running around trying to avoid the barrage of utility being lobbed in. And speaking of utility, brilliant nade from Frankie. Catches Pika off guard, and that's the opportunity Lord's going to use to try and make his escape, and he's just done it. He snuck away. Brilliant play coming in from Lord.
Benny Hill-esque moves coming out from Lord. Here comes Newsy.
Good Benny Hill. Man, feels so old. I remember Benny Hill. Just to watch you coming back from school. Yep, oh, another nade! This time from Newsy and Infinity. And Xavier are just harassing Stalwart Esports. Top, I don't think he's going to be... can he be res? He should be. But the second nade is going to find...
God.
The nades are perfection. And look at Lord pushing in, third-partying. Just a one-man standing for his team because his teammate Rolf is nowhere close by. This is murky. This is messy. Infinity, Newsy, and Logan now have to be cognizant of the fact that there's another player lurking around. They need to be careful. Stalwart Esports, the rest comes in right in the nick of time. Logan almost getting the knock and the finish, but Stalwart Esports, they manage to kind of patch themselves together. No, top will fall. Still 2 members standing. The patch is taking place for action, and he is indeed ready to go all in. Infinity still looking to finish out these 2 members of Stalwart trapped outside. But
oh, Lord. No way.
Lord is going to be helping Stalwart Esports third partying the way, and Infinity were not expecting that, and now Logan's getting harassed from all directions.
He's nearly done it!
Like his namesake. Can he stay alive? Can he battle the bullets is the question. He's gonna go out in the open, takes on Lord, Action lying in wait, trying to keep Logan at bay, the blue pushing in, Action's gonna finish him off, and the Infinity are no more.
Roof have pushed across the road, last player standing, he's gonna get stabbed in the back, down by Stalwart. Final 4 teams left alive. The Xavier still up as a full squad. DRS down to a duo. Cryptics down to just 1. And Stalwart down to just 1.
The Xavier, 4 members. This is theirs for the taking. And Pika, man, like how much nade damage have Stalwart Esports taken in the past 3 minutes?
Too much, man. Too much.
Too much, yeah.
Just too much.
Great answer there. We say goodbye to Stalwart Esports, 8 eliminations, Xavier, DRS, and Cryptics. We got a MENA team, the South Asian team, and a team from Vietnam duking it out, trying to claim that chicken dinner here on the penultimate map of day number 2 of the penultimate day as well. And Xavier is looking like they're well underway. They've been looking good thus far, not overextending, not getting too over eager, just keeping together, taking the fights where they have the advantage. And right now, unless something goes really awry, they should be well placed to claim the chicken dinner.
DRS have done a great job of keeping themselves very heavily within this game. Even though one of the players that made their way across the road got knocked, a revive came through. An instant nade knock onto Lazy Boys puts a lot of pressure on the Cryptics, but El Chapo turns around and gets a knock onto Rabbis.
How is El Chapo still standing? How is he still standing? Sliver! Barely a millimeter of HP, and he is still getting pushed. Great work by him, though, taking down Rabbis, but Rabbis has found a little bit of cover, and eventually he will be put down into the ground by DRS. Gyaldon with a perfect nade, and now the 4v3. Temporarily a 3v3, though, because the res hasn't taken place for Rabbis. And DRS, can they steal this one away from Xavier? They have been very quiet thus far. Have DRS so in this past month in PMGC, in all honesty, and if they can claim this chicken dinner taking on Xavier, it is going to be a great time for them to turn things around.
They've had a better day today, but indeed crowning with a chicken dinner would be a big plus to their confidence. Can't deny what the Xavier have done. Consistency so far, day 2, off the back of a very volatile day 1, and the shots are coming through. Nima, sliver of health as he pulls off a first aid.
Frankie is going to be the tip of the spear here. Looking to take the fight to DRS. DRS right outside though. Smoke's eventually going to fade. Yalzin got his little broken wall to work with a well-placed nade could ruin them. They don't need nades, they just need the bullets. And this is going to be Duck with the finish onto one member. A second member knocked down. Neva, the last man standing, and D Xavier, they do not stumble even once. And they claim a very well-deserved chicken dinner. D Xavier have been, I mean, this performance in the finals has just been phenomenal from the enemy side. I've been waiting for this for 4 weeks from Carrier, 4 weeks, and they finally deliver.
I'm kind of blown away by the Xavier and how well they're playing. There was a lot of risk in how they moved through this game and committing to Al Azhar so early in the game. Again, would have paid off, and 4 chicken dinners now? I think 4 chicken dinners?
Yeah, 4.
2 a day? That's amazing. And
we're
again,
not done with the day yet. We're not done.
I know. But again, to kind of follow that up with a lot more consistency in today's performances, I would argue better performing team than Nova right now. Even though the standings will show otherwise, I would argue being able to close out those games the way the Xavier have done, man, like taking the bull by the horn and doing what they need to do. Strong play.
And I gotta say, I'm super impressed as well by the, okay, so if you look at Nova and Damwon Gaming, they have almost equal placement points and elimination points. D Xavier, I mean, it's not like they're not fragging, but they seem to be much more tempered in their aggression, and they're just relying on this consistent finishes and, of course, claiming the chicken dinner. And they don't really, if you notice, they rarely seem to be in the kill feed when it comes to the early game or like early mid game, so to speak, right? They start to really turn up the pressure, so to speak, when it comes to the mid to late game. So it's just working out for them, and I just wonder, like, where was this D Xavier all this while?
Do you really need to ask that? Because at the end of the day, they still did what they needed to do to make it into the finals.
True.
There's no prize money involved in the finals, right? So, hey, they pulled out in the finals.
They pulled out in the finals. They pulled out. They're looking really good. Of course, we're looking good as well. Are the wonderful people on the analyst desk? Jason, take it away.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, D Xavier 4 chicken dinners in the finals. James, do we have a new super team here in the midst? Do we have a new first place team potentially coming through?
Great question, Jason. I don't think so just yet. I think that it's ridiculous to think about like how we've got here. They have got themselves 4 chicken dinners in 11 games. There is no team that has even got themselves 2 so far. However, Al Azhar is their drop spot. They'd left, they come back, they go to police station, and then they move to the central part of Al Azhar, which is the most important chunk of it when you're actually playing an Al Azhar finish. And then they're able to convert from there, which is brilliant. Now I think they're they're guaranteed in top 3, maybe number 2 here on the rankings so far. And I think, yes, they're playing with these positions very, very well and converting them into numbers, but there's a little bit of fortunate there.
Yeah, they also eliminated 3 players, I think, from Damwon, so it made it a little bit easier to potentially gun for that second place. Yeah.
I think the weird thing is, right, is that it's kind of unbelievable to see them doing so well from what we've seen these last 3 weeks, but at the same time, they were a good team at PMWI just, you know, like 5 months ago, right? But it's so weird to see like them do well, then a drop off, and then just perform better than they probably ever have in their careers.
You could almost compare them to footballists in a way. Like they have a really good tournament, then a really bad event, then they have a really good tournament, and now they're doing really good in these finals apparently. So very up and down, but it's working great. Look at that, only 2-point difference between D Xavier and Damwon. Despite sure having 4 chicken dinners, you would expect them to be a lot higher, but as we know, when they do not get those wins, they tend to get very low point game results. So that's it evens out throughout the day, right? But the fact that they're able to get 4 wins and are potentially aiming for that first place, like they could make it up there. But yeah, eliminations are definitely lacking a little bit here. A lot of the points come in from purely those chicken dinners, those 15 points they get every single time in those wins.
60 points out of 79 are from those 4 chicken dinners. Just absolutely insane. And we find it hard to analyze why they're doing so well, but I mean, the numbers aren't lying. They're currently in 3rd place. That's a lot a lot of money for them to win, not to mention a place in the grand finals. I mean, third place, you win $72,500. It's not quite 362,000, but the rate they're going, Colares, hey, maybe they'll be taking that trophy.
The D Xavier roller coaster right now is a wild ride, let me tell you that. They have been so up and down here throughout this finals, but the thing is that if you're finding these central positions and able to work with them in these moments, then yeah, absolutely. You can't question it. 4 wins out of the 11 games. I'm not questioning it now.
Well, speaking of wins, you guys have a chance to win some permanent rewards. You guys are watching on the Esports Center or over here on YouTube. You can get a permanent reward unlocked for yourself by accumulating these PMGC tokens between the 22nd and 13th of January. And not to mention even more to be gained for you guys. If we hit 500,000 peak concurrent viewers, you get yourself 900 tokens, and you only need 1,200. So Max, do the math really quickly. How many more tokens would you need if we hit the 500,000 concurrent viewers?
Oh man, how much I would need to get all of that? I don't know.
Not you.
I have to make the numbers no.
So it's just someone out there, some Joe, just watching.
I don't know.
Who's Joe?
Who's Joe? Yeah, who is Joe? That's the question I want to go with.
you know what I'm scared with is the fact that I don't know if you're kidding or if you actually just can't do that subtraction in your head.
Because I wasn't listening to the math you wanted me to do, so I got caught midway. I was like, oh no, I actually don't know. I'm not gonna look bad.
So that's why you went with, I want to know about Joe. Who is this Joe?
Yes, exactly.
Well, it's only 300 tokens you're gonna need beyond that. And you saw you can actually get more information in the chat. Just type it on as well. But we're gonna be heading to a break here. It is a much needed break here for some teams to figure out what is going on with D Xavier. Can they come back and get a 3rd win of the day and be 5 overall? We'll find out after a short break.
They're going to be holding off the entirety of DRS, pushing in onto this onslaught now. Knock has taken place. Just going to be falling on top. This is a very smart play. Oh no! Oh no, Nima!
Yeah, help. Oh, you see from behind side here from Yasma Polyana. Nice. They could move closer. They could try to stick together. They find the revive coming from those stereotypical locations. Yeah, boy. So we saw these teams drop on by. No, don't do it. Don't save it. The paraglider is useless, okay?
Valo, though, in a position to maybe receive, yes, open arms for AG in a battle of his own.
Roger that.
Wall does get done. Will get down. Back up.
Help me! Roger that.
Sarah, in the meantime, has managed to push all the way up. But it's the holdout coming through from the Deadeye's guy, straight through the window. Lands some.
Just starting to make their way outside of Cheeky, which I would argue is a little bit too late. A couple of teams are the likes of Helicopter! Extended more, and I'm sure others will join in on the mix. If there's ever a time to say, helicopter, helicopter!
It was at this moment that Nathan knew. He up.
No!
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Here we go. It is time to start off our 6th and final match here of our 2nd day of a league play. There's still 1 day left to go, 7 matches left in total. And my only question to you right now, Maximum, as we hop into this is, how many more chicken dinners will D Xavier get?
I can tell you, because of the prediction that's coming up, probably no more. Not many are going to come up now. Yeah, Xavier, if they can get more wins, you know, fantastic. Keep on going, boys. But we need to see that when they have bad performances, even if it's just a few eliminations here and there, I want to see more consistency in the games where they do not perform that well. And I think that will be the step up that I'm expecting from this team. They shouldn't. They can get the wins. That's great, but we need a little bit more to back it up sometimes.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, again, like Clara said, it's a railroad of a ride for them. So, not railroad, a roller coaster of a ride for them. That's just weird. It's been so up and down, and we've had a lot of downs just over the course of the finals alone. I think, Clara, you were like talking about it while we were in the break there. The amount of matches they have where they get just like no eliminations and they got early, and then they have, you know, 2 or 3 of these matches where they win.
I mean, the funny thing is that it's very situational, right, from team to team. Oftentimes, we look at a team and they're getting themselves loads of really cool results, but no chicken dinners. And then we're like, yeah, guys, but where are the chicken dinners? And then come Xavier, you know, we're like, oh, yeah, they keep getting the chicken dinners, but where's the other consistency, guys? Haha. So, like, you would look at those two paths together and think to yourself, well, one of them kind of contradicts with the other, right? But, I mean, with what we're seeing here, they are putting up a great performance. There is no denying that. But they are very hit and miss. They are the antithesis right now of hit and miss here with this. I mean, I have very rarely ever seen a team quite get themselves 4 chicken dinners in this pool of games that we've had so far. So they're doing something right. They're picking the right compounds and working with from them.
Yeah, and I kind of want to turn our attention maybe towards, well, I think we almost have to start to focus on this with only 7 matches left. These bottom teams, you got Rico Infinity Team, DRS, 4 Rivals, Cryptics, Genesis Dogma, MS Chonberry, and BTR. And now a majority of these teams aren't really that far behind. I mean, Cryptics in 13th place is 22 points behind Secret in 9th. But 22 points, that's almost half of what they've accumulated over the course of these 2 days. Like that's so rough to come back from and bounce back from. But the upside is you get a good chicken dinner, you're going to be back in the running. If you're one of those teams. For BTR, you need a little bit more than that. You need to continue to push yourselves and, again, maybe pick up some 1+s because that's how we know all these teams are performing. Xavier switching over to their 1+s in the finals, and I wanted to save the device specifically for that, as they are our sponsor here at PMGC with its flagship performance and immersive 120Hz display and hyper touch technology made specifically for gamers. The OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro are your best shot to climb the leaderboards. It looks like Claris is deep in thought here. I think looking over some stats. What do you got for us?
Yeah, because I think one of the surprising things for me the most today is Team Secrets fall off a little bit, really. I mean, we saw them way up at the top at the start of the day, but today nothing has really stuck. They've thrown a lot at the board, but nothing's really stuck. I think we need a Team Secret big performance to put them in a more comfortable position, because you don't want to be teetering on that border down towards that 9th, 10th position.
Yeah, and maybe we should just go over the results actually for people at home, because yesterday they had 2 third-place finishes in the first 2 rounds.
Great start.
They ran out the day in another 3rd place. They had 3 third places in their 6 matches, and today their best placing has been an 8th with 6 eliminations. Other than that, it's been 9th, 11th, 16th, 12th. Like, it has been a massive drop-off for them, and that's kind of what happened in the 3rd super weekend, or 3rd week, I should say, of league play, because they didn't even make it into the super weekend. They had that fall off as well.
Yeah, I think there's one thing that hurts them a lot, though, coming into this, right, is that they tend to drop in a wrangle this 50% of our games in the finals. They go for that Kameshki-Stolber split, right? And I think that they're always one of the last teams to enter into the circle. And because we've seen a lot of edge play, I have the impression, coming out from, especially the teams trying to play north/east on those wrangle games, they just get, in all of those big clusters of teams, lose a few players here and there. And when you lose those players very early, your chances of a chicken dinner dwindle heavily, which is why their best performances so far have only been 3rd places with 10 eliminations, 6 eliminations, 3 eliminations. I think that if they can hold on to those numbers and stay as a 4 stack in the late game, they've shown it many times in the past, they can get those wins, but that drop location on the wrangle, I would say, hurts them a lot to actually get access to priority positions.
And the one circle that we had that was very north on Stalber and kind of moving around there starts heavily shifting west over and over and over. So it's then causing them this barrier of teams for them to try and get in, right? So even when they have their 1 drop spot advantage, it doesn't work out.
So you guys were talking about something, I believe, before the last break about potential hot drops coming through. But again, obviously a lot of money on the line between places. I mean, first is 362,000, third is 77,000, I think, around 70,000. Like, it's, you know, almost $300,000 difference. I would assume we're not going to be seeing those hot drops. But then again, if the prize money in finals is this big, maybe it's worth it to keep out the likes of certain teams you're worried about. But let's be honest, just take the money up front you can get here, and let's get our predictions in up front as well. I'm going back to the Infinity because my reject pick didn't work out for me. Infinity almost did. And now my Infinity guys are going to take the win here. Now, Max, I've been starting with you all day. It's been kind of my bad. I'm going to throw it over to Kalars this time, though, to start things off.
That's right. Thank you. It's time to embrace the chaos. Shut up, Max. It's time to embrace the chaos. We're going D Xavier here as, you know, why not a fifth? Why not a fifth?
Okay. Now I have the impression that now because Colossus versus looks like I'm just piggybacking off of his pick.
He is.
But I'm going to go with the opposite idea that you had just there. They could potentially get another win, but I think they had enough, so I'm going to come in and curse them on purpose to give some wins to other teams. So there you go. D Xavier.
So you're saying you're actively working against D Xavier here by picking them?
Yes.
That's a quick way to get a lot of hate, but you know what? Who's not going to hate you? Myself. Kalars, not to mention our commentators, Imperium and Blood.
I absolutely agree with you, Jason. I do not hate Max. I think Max is a nice.
I hate him.
Three of you. Oh, okay. All right. I thought, like, listen, Jason's mean to him. Now James told him to shut up, and now like, I hate. You know what, Max? I like you. There we go.
I just had to say that. I wanted to just...
Why? Why do you have to say that? You're going to be like, I like him too, but no.
I could have been, but
how
you know
am
what?
I the nicest guy on the broadcast? That doesn't make sense. I'm not a nice guy.
I suppose, it's Christmas? I don't know.
It's a season of hating? Is that how it goes? Anyway, we're going to be jumping into the final game of the penultimate day. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 7 games, 7 maps remaining out of the total of 18 to decide who's going to be, firstly, getting a lot of money, and who also, which 9 teams are going to be making it through to the grand finals later on. And looking at a playing path starting from Lipovka is going to be ending towards Zaki. Will the circle please be on Primorsk?
Stalwart, you're making a big risk right now, dropping in between BTR, Jensen, Dogman, hoping that you can all get vehicles and make your way across the bridge. It's not quite a Primorsk circle, but it is going to an extent, complement the playing path. And seeing as this is the final game of the day, and we have 7 games in total left, just want to reiterate that despite the form of the teams and the questions that we're going to ask on why they're not performing well, the door is very much wide open for the teams who are currently not in the top 9 to make it there. 16th, BTR, 39 points. 9th, Team Secret, 77 points. They're only 39 points away from passing Team Secret, right? Then when you look on the other side, Nigma, who are in 4th with 108 points, Rico are in 10th on 63. That's only a 45-point difference. So, seriously, the door is so wide open for any single one of these teams outside of the top 3.
Doors are wide open, but the question is, I'm going to try take advantage of that early battle breaking out here. Oh, the shotgun at range, not quite able to land a killing blow, and his M249 could make life miserable for Nova. Right now, the Kings of the Hill, but they are getting hounded, hunted, decimated by the countrymen. 628 make quick work of Order and QC1, but Powerboy and Jimmy arrive to the party as they are given the kiss of death. Goodbye, good night, Nova.
Wow, okay. So, like, that's great, 628, and I'll talk about why that's great in a second, but I don't necessarily hold that against Nova, because 628, they normally kind of loot up around the Quara region. You could argue that there is that percentage of something like that happening for Nova, so maybe they should have been a little bit more aware looking at the parachutes that are dropping down. However, it's something that can happen, and again, I don't hold it against them. But for 628, they have been badly slipping in today's games. They started off strong with a lovely 19-point game, but since then, been 1, 1, 1, 3. A total of 25 points. And even though they've only dropped 1 place overall in today's games, that cushion that they even had over, let's say, 10th, 11th, 12th in yesterday's overalls has whittled down to near nothing. That's why I kind of wanted to highlight why that team fight win was just that little bit more important for 6-8. Confidence can be a little bit higher in this last game. Maybe get a good 12 to 15 point game. Again, just bridge that gap a little bit more coming into the final day.
For sure. And even for like Nova, you might be like, oh, you know, they're pretty much guaranteed to be the top 9. No. Everyone wants to come first.
True.
Have you seen the amount of money on the line for the first place Imperium?
Yes.
Like, that is worth fighting for.
Of course. By no means is their first place result guaranteed. I say the top 9, but you are dead right. That chunk of change that could go in your bank off the back of coming first in these finals. Never mind the pride of being kind of the best team on the east side to come into the grand finals. Yes, that is certainly worth fighting for. And Down One Gaming are going to put up that fight. The Xavier, with 2 chicken dinners today, 4 in total, are going to put up that fight. So yes, Nova getting 0 points will make things just that extra bit spicy coming into the final day if both Down One and the Xavier can get a chunk of points in this final game.
For sure. The Xavier and Down One right now probably like, interesting turn of affairs here.
Exactly.
And obviously, you know, if you're these 2 teams, you want to end the day at the tippity top, then make your life a little bit easier heading into the final day tomorrow, where hearts will be broken. A couple of teams, their wallets are gonna be absolutely flush with cash. Starwood Esports, you did point out earlier that, you know, they went for a very courageous drop between, I think it was Genesis Dogma and BTR, but they're able to find the vehicles, Imperium, able to head towards their usual loading fields in the form of Nova Repnoi. They're going to have a very comfortable time there. It does surprise me, though. I don't know if they've done this thus far, maybe once or twice, but Infinity going towards North Georgia.
They've done it once or twice.
Once or twice, right? Yeah, it usually is when a plane path is extremely to the northern side, and where they're like, it's really not worth the rotation. But I feel like that's something which separates, and we've touched upon this as well in the Super Weekends, where sure, every team has their drop zones which they prefer, where they want to head towards. But if the zone, or rather not the zone, the plane path is going to screw you over, you need to be able to adapt. You need to be able to have like a contingency plan in place. And I feel like some of these teams do, the likes of Infinity, maybe the likes of Starwood Esports, and a few of them, they clearly don't. They clearly seem very lost when the plane path does not favor.
And there's some situations which is going to allow you to pull that off. Yeah, that's beautiful replay.
Well, was it a 2v1? I mean, like, did it get a kill with one shot? Like, 2 knocks at a shot?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. Again, I was kind of starting a sentence, so yeah, starting a sentence, so I didn't really. No, it's cool, but you're right to point out. It could have been a 2 for the price of 1 with those shots for sure. But with regards to what you're saying, I think it's the situational adaptability from Infinity, even though they have struggled a little bit in these finals, to show how good of a team they are and how aware. Because in the league stage with the teams that dropped in George Paul, it just wasn't worth them fighting for it, even if the plane path was kind of heavily up north. Whereas in the finals, it's common sense. North or South Georgia's there for the taking. With all due respect to Cryptics, it's going to be a little bit easier to push them away from a North George drop. Infinity have taken it. And it's just good. How they path is something to be questioned because it's quite clearly opposite of where they normally drop. But if they've done their homework, they've prepared the way they have to even take hold of this North George, I'm confident that they can pull off some solid rotations. The Blue Zone is starting to close in. Stalwart making their way across the Eastern Bridge. You can see they did just that little bit of scouting with Scry on his own to make sure all is clear. He'll communicate that to the rest of the team. They'll follow suit. It's simple, but it's effective. Luckily for them, both Genesis and BTR have made pretty deep pushes into this phase on circle.
Next couple of seconds, though, or rather next 10-ish seconds, we're going to know what the next zonal shift is going to be. As I pointed out earlier, it was a very central zone coming in here, but the shift could be brutal. Like, we have a lot of teams congregated towards a school area, towards Rozhok, just south, east of Rozhok. And apart from the early skirmish where it was Nova getting just shift deleted by 628, we really haven't seen anyone drop further. And it's kind of going to be almost concentric, you know, just collapsing on itself. So the majority of the teams right now, apart from maybe Stalwart, no one really have to move unless they feel like, you know, going for some brave rotation somewhere else.
Team Secret have gone to the compound that fared them very well in one of the Erangel games yesterday. I think it was the second Erangel game, if I'm not mistaken. Now they have a lot more traffic around them, such as DRS, Down One Gaming, down south, holding on to apartments and school. And Team Secret are going for a little bit of a split, which I don't really agree with. Come on, phase 1 going into phase 2. Got to recognize that there's a little bit more traffic around you. We'll have to wait and see how it works out for them. It's great for Rico Infinity, although they still have 4 rivals on the northern cusp of Roshawk to think about, but they are getting information from the north of the River Hill.
Yeah, 628 as well. You know, we're taking a look at Yu Yang, taking a couple of shots in the distance. They might be feeling a little confident, you know, that early wipe onto Nova. They're like, listen, guys, we can do it, you know? We're good enough. We can really turn things around. And hopefully they do that, right? Like, they're still in a pretty decent spot right now, but as you said, right, it's either feast or famine for them. And it's been more of starvation rather than the big games they've had thus far. So hopefully they can maybe end the day here on a very good note. Maybe accrue double digits, 12, 13 points, if not the chicken dinner. And if they can do that, they're going to really place themselves in a position where tomorrow the pressure isn't going to be, you know, just crazy from the get-go, right? They're going to have a good night's sleep. They can be like, listen, guys, we're in a good spot. We just have to do what we're doing right now, and we're guaranteed to place top 9.
That's why I always kind of highlight that cushion that teams should always be looking for, because you don't really want to, as much as possible, you don't want to leave it down to the final game or the final 2 games to solidify your position, or at least require that big result. So indeed, you're dead right about 6-8. Infinity have done what they've done before when they dropped in North George. They've actually shifted and rotated from the North George position down to the southern edge of their circle. So guess what? They're in the same spot they probably would be if they dropped in military base. Just, it's so good. The second I saw it, it put a big smile on their face. How well it works out for them in terms of what information they've been able to gather is, of course, something that will be answered. But in terms of being in a comfortable, as an IGL, as that kind of rotation decision, it's so clean from Infinity. Just so clean.
I'm just so glad you spotted that as well, right? Like, just the comfort, even when the plane pad wasn't favoring them, just the comfort you have now where we're like, yeah, sure, we can drop towards Sosnovka, but we'll loot it up, and we're in the place where we call home. We're in that the usual rotation path where we're basically almost an unstoppable force at times. Nimba Galaxy laying down the pain onto Reiji, who's crawling on his knees. Teammate should be nearby.
But what are Reject doing, right?
I don't know.
What is this split and spread that they had so close to the end of phase 2? They send one to the east of Pachinki, gets knocked, one onto the direct south Pachinki Hill, and then the 2 initially stay on that southeast Pachinki Hill. Just wait as a full squad until the next circle shifts and then rotate together, because now, yeah, okay, 3 are together, but they have to wait while Sarah hopefully stays alive and covers some kind of area for himself. That Western shift does put a lot of pressure on quite a few teams, such as BTR, the Xavier, DRS, 4 rivals, and BTR, they're coming in to take a fight.
Well, 6-8, they've knocked down the Kings. Can they go up against BTR? There's an early knock coming in for Luxy, but you got to bear in mind, Roth has in the meantime taken down Highboy from the distance, so they are third-partying the way, so BTR have to be a little careful. But for the time being, BTR, even though they've lost a member, are going to be looking to take the fight to apply the pressure on the 6-8, who have, for the time being, had a member knock down Daoshi, but Sunan, Yu Yang, and 33Z joining the fray, trying to take the battle back in their favor. as they might be able to get the rest here. They have a little bit of ridge to work with, and this is great cover fire from 33C. As long as it holds this angle, as long as it doesn't get knocked down, it should at least keep BTR pinned down unless the nade find its mark. The first nade so close, able to chip away at the health of Yu Yang, but they will stay alive, and the res will take place. So 6-8. They're back to 4-man squad once more.
Yeah, I think BTR probably should have taken that knock and have disengaged away off the back of it. Stopping where they did, I think, was a bit of a mistake, especially with the fact that they lost a player from a third party. Now that they've left it, the Xavier have rotated to that compound, which I was looking at possibly BTR going to, which is probably the best compound in this circle, which still predominantly holds on to the Headshot Hills area. The Xavier have that compound that overlooks all of that area, and they're going to be able to control it. Even sending Rabis a little bit deeper into the Headshot Hills is a bit of a kind of an anchor point in the next circle. It's perfect and is a big part of what we have seen a successful day and overall finals from the Xavier.
Our desk did go for the Xavier. They seem to starting to believe, but I'm not really believing much in Genesis Dogma, man. They've been struggling quite a bit. As I say that, they've lost a member already to Cryptics. Not too many casualties thus far. Sorry,
they look lost. No, they look lost. Genesis Dogma genuinely look lost right now.
I know, and it's just so unfortunate considering how much fun they were to watch during the league stage. Yeah, they're just such a thorn in everyone's side, right? That annoying team is always able to come in, third party, able to somehow ruin your day. And despite not having, the biggest of games, we're always just competitive, always there when it comes to just consistent placement points, getting a few kill points here and there. But yeah, it's just unfortunate to see how they've fallen off. Still, they're not completely out yet. There's always a chance, always an opportunity that they'll be able to turn things around, hopefully in the final day. But right now, we do have a few casualties for Team Secret. They've lost a couple of players. I do believe they were getting pincered by a couple of teams. And looking at the zone, now, bit of Pachinki, about half of Pachinki in the next circle. We also have a little bit of those compounds right southwest of the school region. And the smack in the middle, a couple of buildings, couple of compounds, but primarily just open fields and some nice sloping hills. It's going to be interesting which way this one goes.
Honestly, it was a big kick in the face in the last circle shift. It was a big ping pong, and what was initially massive Headshot Hills going back down to southeast opens up the door for the Pachinki fields to the east, holding things down. Down One Gaming, though, going up against Cryptic's lovely shots by Do Need to Find Senkai. They're still up as a full squad. 3 eliminations for the time being. They land around this area. They should know how to control it, how to deal with the pressure, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Pop goes the Weasel, as Pop will fall. I think I'm not sure. I think he alighted from his vehicle before it got blown up, but a quick work being made there by Logan. A very risky rotation from his Chonburi, and they did get punished by it by the Infinity, as Ponzai will fall as well. In the meantime, great nades being lobbed by the Xavier. We're just looking at a kill feed, but Rico Infinity are bleeding out to the Xavier and their utility usage. Great work. And it's good to see the Xavier, like at the beginning of the day, I think Jason pointed out, saying they have their ups and they have their downs. But right now, I'm just seeing ups from the Xavier.
Their stocks are going right to the moon in how they're performing. And that's why even highlighted on the previous shift when Rabbits put himself a little bit deeper into Headshot Hills, the next phase went down southeast, allowed the rest of the team to follow, and now they're gatekeeping Rico Infinity in such a strong way. Great rotation by Genesis Dogma. It was big, bold, and brass, but it's worked out going in between the likes of Down 1-4 rivals and a 2-man team of Team Secret to go into one of the small buildings inside the Pachinki field that's going to work out for them. And again, considering how they've been looking, I think a bit of a stable 8 to 14 point score for Genesis Dogma would at least allow them to feel a little bit better coming into tomorrow.
For sure, it's going to definitely alleviate the pressure a bit. But for 4 rivals, it's looking rough here. A couple of members knocked out. Rico Infinity down to just SK Ton, who is, well, I think 6-8 know where he is. At least has some cover to work with. He's deployed a lot of smokes as well. But I do fear for Rico Infinity here. They haven't necessarily had a good run thus far in the past couple of days. Another rough game here would definitely make things very, very miserable. The shift comes in, and that is absolutely a kick in the nuts. Damn One Gaming, though, smack center. How do they do it?
I don't know. Look at the Irish, whatever you want to call it, but
they're green as well. They're green as well.
Exactly. But DRS, I think they've had a very good day today, and they kind of deserve this positive circle shift in their direction. They lost a player early on, but when we look at 23 points in yesterday's 6 games, 38 in today's 5, and they have a good setup for this final game to pull off a strong performance, I'd like to see it happen. 3 eliminations so far for the 2 for Napoli's side, but this is also a positive circle shift in my eyes for Genesis Dogma, because it's a less isolated, less clustered side of the circle down in the southeast. Even though they're not inside it, they can play into it smoothly.
Yeah, but what is very clustered is this particular position here. Infinity going up against Enigma Galaxy. They're trying to do a good job keeping them at bay, but right next to them, across the entrance, beg your pardon, of the shelter, it is going to be BTR, and they are the meat in this particular sandwich. On one side, the anvil, on the other side, the hammer, and they are getting absolutely battered. Logan being knocked down. God Tunny getting whittled away. But
oh my God!
What is this? It is going to be Genesis Dogma arriving to the rescue of the Infinity, and that might give Infinity the little bit of breathing space they needed, as BTR will be just deleted from the server, courtesy Genesis Dogma, and of course a couple of knocks coming in from the Infinity.
I feel sorry for BTR, but that's why I highlighted Genesis Dogma's ability to position themselves higher up on the hill to get that overwatch onto all of the teams that were clustered around each other, and it's exactly what they've done. Team Secret are a little bit close by in the east. Enigma Galaxy yet to enter the circle. They're probably going to have to go through Infinity if they're going to get there. Lots of Eagles, full squad up, but Stalwart, they've encroached onto the space that was formerly held onto by Genesis.
So just playing at the edge and just laying down the pain. Pika hyper focused on confirming the elimination.
Nigma?
He's gonna find one.
What?
In the meantime, the Nigma just going for a mad dash through 4 teams. This
Why?
is absolute madness. But Hamoni, he just alights from his vehicle and it finishes off shots. They're just getting eliminations in style. Okay, listen, I don't know why.
That was so silly, though.
I don't know why.
You had no information. You had no information on the hill. You have a full squad up. You know. Sometimes, yeah, but it's like sometimes the devil you know is better than the devil you don't know, right? The devil they knew were Infinity. They could have gone through them.
Let me be the analyst for a change here. The reason Enigma Galaxy went for that particular rotation was YOLO. That's literally it. They're like, YOLO this, just only live once.
Fair.
Just go for it.
Fair.
Full send. And you know what? They still have 2 alive, barely, but they still have a couple alive. As now DRS, they're downstairs. Frankie and Dot upstairs. Gonna be a battle breaking out here as Stalwart Esports. Pika, okay, just runs, just drives straight into Genesis Dogma. A light, and he gets to knock the guy.
Oh, Satari, you're screwed.
He is a beast, and Satari, as you said, it was screwed. What a play from Pika. Sure, his teammate is providing a little bit of covering fire, but holy hell, Pika. Pikachu. Yells now has to protect his teammates, but it's nothing he can do as Frankie and Duck, they come charging down, just barreling down the stairs. And very quickly from 4, and that building we're just down to 2. D Xavier, 4 eliminations, 2 alive and kicking. Enigma Galaxy with 4 eliminations as well, just a 1-man standing. Same for Reject, but for 6 to 8, Stalwart Esports and the South Koreans in the form of Damn One Gaming. I feel like it's going to come down to a 3-way battle here.
And especially considering the fact that Nova went out with 0 point in this game. Down 1 and Xavier were only 20 to 24 points behind Nova. We could see Nova coming to the final day outside of the top spot. Duck does get knocked. Stalwart have had a hell of a game so far. They came in onto where Genesis Dogma were, they moved up onto the hill, they took that isolated fight, and they are still holding things down as a full squad, looking to punish, batter, and bruise 628.
Frankie's out of the blue, so he needs to make a bit of haste here, or else the Xavier are going to be going out in 7th position. In the meantime, the two STEs potentially going up against each other, Rithal and Reiji. Reiji will be spotted by Rithal. That's a 1v1 that one of these had to win, and it is going to be 4 rivals coming out on top. And look at 628, though, in the meantime, getting absolutely decimated by Damwon Gaming, and Starwood Esports are going to use that opportunity to lob in a couple of nades, but it is going to be Uni to finish off the knock. Sunan will fall. And listen, man, 628, they're not in a very comfortable spot here. They got the res, but they're having to take fights in multiple directions. Damwon Gaming from the distance, pinning them down, and Starwood Esports from above, just making life miserable for them. As we also lose 4 rivals, we're down to the final 4 teams, and it is looking very, very tight between these 3.
33Z isn't making it easy for Stalwart, and that could open a door for Damwon Gaming to come in and get a bit of a cheeky third party. The circle centralizes up. Does Xavier go down? Nobody is inside the circle. This is a very tricky position for this game to end, because this hill is a lot more angled than you think. So even though you have the high ground, a lot more of your body is exposed to the team down below. So I would argue, despite Stalwart being in a good position, there's a massive risk.
Risks are being taken. Daoshi. It's barely any points. Here we go.
Okay.
They charge and Stalwart Esports. They've had enough. They have had enough. They come mowing down the 2 standing members of 628. And ladies and gentlemen, now it's a 4v4. The rest should be coming in onto Pika. First action needs to patch himself, while top is going to be providing a little bit of covering fire. There we go. Both the players are up and running, although they need to take a couple of seconds to heal themselves first before they try and commit to this final battle for Damwon Gaming. They have, I think they've guaranteed themselves, so 10 points, even if they come in second, they've guaranteed that they're going to be going above Nova, and they're going to be getting the first place at the end of the day here. But they want that chicken dinner. And the first step is to find action. Player knocked down, 1 member low, and Damwon Gaming, they're going to push on ahead.
Stalwart had to push in on the 6-8 because being on that direct high ground was an absolute no-go. So having that side angle gives them a little bit of wiggle room to move around between that lower ground and get a couple of angled shots. Initial knock by Damwon onto Stalwart, followed by a second. This is the South Korean side taking firm control as they've done time and time again, Blair.
This is incredible. Absolutely incredible for Damwon Gaming. Look at them just pincering down Pika. They had no chance. There was no chance there for Stalwart Esports. And if I go back a couple of weeks and I said it's a 4v4, final zone, final circle, Stalwart Esports against Damwon Gaming, I would have gone Stalwart 9 times out of 10. But Damwon Gaming, they made them look so mortal, so human. That was incredible from the Koreans. Another chicken dinner for them.
I've just continued to be blown away by the resilience, the performance, the consistency from Damwon. It's insane, but a lot of props to Stalwart. They didn't have an easy battle coming out of a southern Pachinki position, by the way. They were actually inside Pachinki at certain parts in the game. The only real mistake they made was just taking too long to close out that fight on the 6-8. If they had to close out that fight 15 to 30 seconds earlier, they would have been able to apply a lot more pressure onto Damwon Gaming. But because they left it a little bit too late, you highlighted that 2 of the Stalwart players had yet to really heal up, therefore they needed to get first aids off, find some angles. The time just wasn't there. But props also then to Damwon Gaming because they kind of recognized that, and they had to spread on the side of the circle. They moved on to the side of the hill. They recognized what they needed to do, and it was just a great counterplay. I'm just so impressed by a lot of these teams, and also 6-8, another team that needed kind of a good result. They'd fallen down today. They'll be coming into tomorrow with a lot more confidence.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, 6-8 right now, I believe they should be like the 7th, 8th position, right? Sure, they might have a little bit of some couple of rough games here and there, really stepping it up. And on that note, that's it. That's going to be it from us here. Final game done and dusted. We're going to be heading to the desk. But James, are you ready to bow down to our Korean overlords now?
Do I have to answer? I did my little bow. I did my little bow. Fine. You know what? No, not yet. because they haven't won the championship just yet. However, I think, yeah, big kudos to them in terms of what they've been able to put up so far. 29 points up towards the top for this game as well. I mean, it's circle favor slightly, but the fact that they win that fight, Max, uphill against Stalwart as well is a big indicator for me.
Yeah, as you said, it was an uphill battle versus Stalwart that had such good position to play from at the very start. They cleared out Genesis Dogma. They were taking full ownership of the southern high ground position. But Damwon actually was very interesting. The moment they were starting to push out of that compound, they had a line that was normally stretching from east to west. When they saw that Stalwart could not peek over that ridgeline, they started going from a line split from north to south to make sure that they would just keep Stalwart outside of the blue. And when they started to get those knocks, they're like, okay, we're just going to push it. Let's get the 4 extra eliminations. Let's get those 14 eliminations to win that game. I mean, Damwon are a completely different beast. Junior in particular has impressed me drastically in this event.
Claris, do you have your censor button ready?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, what's up?
What the heck is You were late. You were late. You were so late.
It doesn't work if we're... Yeah, never mind.
No, I Jason.
That's true. That's a good point. I didn't think that through. What is going on, though? I mean, damn, Juan. Like, I mean, not saying this team was bad in any right, and none of the teams are bad in any right. Because the fact that getting to PMGC means you're one of the best teams in the world. You're one of like the top 40 teams in the entire world. And they are just smashing everyone in the finals. Like, even D. Xavier got like 12 to 14 points there in that match as well. Like, these two teams have just been able to do a complete 180 from their league plays performances, and everyone else is out there wondering what the hell is going on.
Yeah. I mean, that's exactly my question. What the hell was going on during the league phase, right? Because if you're able to pull the results like this, in the league phase, you took a little bit of a risk, even Nova, right, where they just barely potentially made their way into that top 16 to make it to the league finals. You know what? As long as they made it, that's great. But the fact that they are now outperforming this drastically is just such a change that I think nobody really expected. But good for them. Good for them. They're doing great.
It's like a redemption arc, man. It's like you know, Dragon Ball Z. You're like, oh no, Goku's gonna lose. Then they just power up into a new form.
For like 6 seasons, yeah, that's how it goes normally.
Yeah, he just pops his Bankai, and then he just, you know, he's...
What?
That's what Goku does.
Yeah.
What do you think, Max?
Well, okay, no.
Max doesn't know where to start. Well, most of the limbs, you see Forrest here coming in with 6. I mean, Max, you were talking about Uni as well. Like, the duo of like him and Forrest have been able to really put some pain down. We criticized Damwon of, yeah, they can do okay in placements, but they couldn't get a limbs. But these two players have just completely woken up.
Yeah, you would see that exact position they were playing in this game. If this was back to how they would play during the league phase, they would play super passive. Maybe go for a few knocks here and there, but they were never willing to actually go hard, go for those knocks, and actually go for those kill confirms, which they were doing towards the end of that game, which I'm really happy to see. Yeah, it's just a change of mentality. I can't put it down to anything else that they are aiming for that first place. They are now in first place with 154 points. And currently the frag leaders of the lobby by a significant margin to 79 eliminations right now. 79, they would almost be in 9th position where Secret are right now. They would barely qualify off of eliminations alone here, Jason, which is insane. That's just how dominant of a performance we had from Damwon this tournament.
And James, like, we talked so much up about Reject. Like, we talked about the improvement from last year to this year for Japan. But come on, Archer to Damwon, we have to give South Korea credit.
Yeah, this is a massive performance, a massive step up, and just quite honestly, in the field that they're playing against right now, it's a massive achievement. Even if they don't win this at the end of all of this, being able to show these 2 days of gameplay, brilliant stuff here by Damwon Kia.
I'm looking down the list as well, Claris. I mean, Bigatron, they're now 41 points off of being 9th place of qualifying, but that goalpost is going to continue to move throughout the day. They got 6 matches left.
I think it might be done.
It's dire.
I think it might be done. Like, it's going to be super difficult in 6 games to be able to kind of make up that difference. We should actually just focus on top here for a moment as well, because between Top and Paraboy throughout the day, they have been taking all of the MVP spots. It's been absolutely wild for these guys. Top alone, in Game 1, 2nd place in damage. Game 2, 2nd place in damage. Game 3, 2nd place in damage. Game 6, 1st place in damage. What a performance by Top today. Stalwart might not have been the one that really stood out, but still, racking up them numbers, that's crazy.
Yeah, crazy indeed. And to be fair, we're talking about numbers here, Max. While we were watching the match towards the tail end, you were looking over Xavier over the course of today. And do you want to like bring those numbers back to us about their placings? I think it was the last 4 matches you were talking about.
They're kind of making us eat our words, right? We're talking about them not being super consistent on the first day, but now in a row they got a first place, a third place, a first place, and a 4th place. They are making it to those late game positions pretty consistently, and we were talking many times and speculating, myself and Kalaris, in a green room about what would be the best play. This game, we said they need to push onto DRS, go for the push onto AJ and Gals, and then push their way inside of the warehouse. It didn't really go down that exact way, but the play was executed properly, and the idea was good. So it seemed like Xavier, especially on their macro from yesterday and today, there's been a change that has worked significantly in their favor, which I'm really enjoying.
The funny thing is the game before that as well was a 5th place with 6 kills. So it's not even just like, it's, yeah, it has been ultra consistent for them and really impressive to watch.
Really plus ultra out of them. And you guys at home, we still have the treasure box going on at the moment between the 22nd, 13th of January. Get some permanent items unlocked. All you do is collect these PMGC tokens by watching the Esports Center over on YouTube. And not to mention, you even get 900 extra ones if we get 500,000 peak concurrent viewers here on the East League. So tell all your friends, get everyone in here, because you only need an extra 300 PMGC tokens on top of that to unlock the treasure box. So make sure you guys are doing that. Not to mention the PMGC token, you can type in chat to learn information about how you can get even more of those. But you know what this means now, gentlemen? We've got 1 day of play left, but because we had double Miramar today, tomorrow will be double Sandhawk. And we've seen some teams really have some success. I think it definitely can be hit or miss for teams when we go onto a map like that multiple times. But either way, the most consistent thing we have had so far is Xavier getting 2 chicken dinners a day in our finals.
Yeah, I mean, especially for the Sunhawk games tomorrow we're going to have. I think most teams are going to look back on how Ralph and Nuzi have been able to get those points and think, okay, we're just going to put a quarter of the lobby to heal in the blue phase 2. And we're just going to be everyone down to a 3-man crew early on. It could be a strat it worked out for Ningma Galaxy and Infinity. But yeah, having a 2 Sunhawk games tomorrow is going to be very important. So we'll see how teams can try and adapt around that.
I'm willing to put money on the fact that our second places in Sandhawk are going to be people healing in the blue. It's been prevalent as a meta, and yeah, those last the team that wins things is just kind of chilling in the circle at the very end.
Are you willing to put cards on the line?
Don't be silly, Jason.
That's the answer I expect out of Kalaris. All right, well, Maximum, before we do end out the show here, any final thoughts for you before we go into our, obviously, 20 hours off until we head back into our final day?
I mean, really, to break down to that, I mean, we already talked a lot about the top teams, right? I want to focus on the bottom teams that need to step up. Genesis Dogma, MS Chonburi, BTR. There's still a chance out of 6 games for them to make it back. Sure, if they qualify in the top 9, it's going to be barely by just a few point difference, even maybe down to tiebreakers, but there's still a chance for those teams to make it. So tomorrow, they need to have the best day, Jason, for them to make it back in. So we'll see if they can come back in time.
Yeah, not to mention, they need to hope that other teams have a bad day for them to catch up. What about you, Kalaris?
I am still looking at the top for me. I'm curious who's going to win this whole thing here for East. I think that Nova still has a really realistic and strong shot to do so, but at this point, it is upside down land. Anybody up at the top can take this one.
Oh yeah, I mean, $362,000 on the line for first place. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you got to tune in tomorrow to find out who's going to take home that money. Not to mention the 9 teams that will be representing you in the grand finals kicking off on the 21st of January. Hope you guys have a great night, and we'll see you tomorrow for some more PUBG Mobile action.
The world it won't give you